Morning. We are less than 5 minutes away. We would like to have everybody come and take your seats and get ready for the Freedom Summit. Less than 5 minutes away. One minute away from starting the 2026 Freedom Summit right here in Texas.
Look around. What do you see? Confusion or clarity? Despair or hope? Darkness or light? Chaos or peace? Pain or joy? Defeat or victory? Evil or goodness? Death or life? There is a world of sights and sounds determined to distort reality. It shows us war, sickness, unrest. And yet, here you are, drawing breath, bones molded by the hands of a creator, a heart of emotions burning for truth, a spirit in the likeness of the artist that paints the skies with stars and speaks every living thing into existence. And here you are. Not to be overcome by fears and lies, but to surrender to his divine reality. See, the day has come. The night is over. Awake, O sleeper, rise up from the dead, and Christ will give you light.
Well, good morning. How are we doing this morning? Man, it's good to be in Texas, I tell you what. You know, my name is Jared Oxendorf. I'm from the great, well, not so great state of Minnesota anymore for what's going on up there. Is it too early to talk about the Wild and the Dallas Stars yet? Is it too early? We'll get into a good relationship, and then maybe we will talk about that in a little bit. But, hey, I want to talk to you about an amazing day that we have planned for you guys today. We have some amazing speakers that are going to grace this stage and hopefully just impact you in a way that will leave you here on fire. Today is a day about just building into you, giving you an amazing foundation so that you can take back the information that you learned today, back into your families, back into your communities, and ultimately into this great state of Texas. You know, it is awesome to watch what you guys are doing here from afar in Minnesota. Some of the legislation that you guys are passing to protect the lives of people that you have here in this great state. We're going to talk a lot about just different health freedoms. But first of all, I want you guys to stand up, high-five your neighbors, get some energy in this room, and let's get ready to have some amazing fun today. Awesome. Friends, today we stand at a crossroads. We stand at a crossroads that our faith grounds us and our liberties define us. And the future that we have going forward will literally be decided by the actions and the words that we take today. It's on us. It literally is on us. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for caring about your lives, for your families and your communities. Thank you for caring about the great state of Texas and pouring into some of the freedoms that you guys have here. We are the guardians of a lot of the freedoms that we have in this nation. You think about some of the amazing freedoms that we have, the freedoms to worship freely, the ability to talk openly and have great conversations with people. When we see those freedoms get infringed upon or attacked, it's up to us to stand and hold the line. How can we hold the line if we don't have a great foundation? So again, today is about forming that foundation so we can hold that line stronger, because we have to answer those threats with resolve and not necessarily resentment. We have to answer with principled action and not apathy. We have to really just allow ourselves to be guided by the principles and the values that probably every single one of us in this room share. Today is about a day of just really being committed to taking that new stand. Stand for your freedom. Stand for your faith-based values that you hold so dearly in the state of Texas. Stand with them with integrity and kindness and courage, because I promise you, the road that we're about to go down, that road is going to demand a lot of endurance to maintain our freedoms. We're in a short window right now with the administration that we have that we can make a lot of amazing changes for our freedoms and for our families and for our values and for our faith-based religious freedoms. But what happens if that goes away in 2 years? Where do we stand? Where's the great state of Texas? I know I'm super, super concerned about what's going on in Minnesota right now and the amount of destruction that's happened in my state. So why do we bring it to Texas? Because I'm here to tell you that you're not that far away. You might be just a couple legislations or a couple just bills away from ending up what we have in Minnesota. So stand firm, use your voices, get involved with a lot of the organizations that are in and around you to support your freedoms as well. I'm here to encourage you, though, that we have an amazing lineup that is here to form some armor, give you that armor that you need in order to go into your communities with that conviction. We want to make sure that we forge history, right? Today is a day about how do we start forging history as we go forward. Well, history is forged by those who rise when rise is hard. It's forged by those who organize when organizations falter. We're here to really champion the causes of our faith, family, and our freedoms. That's what we're here for. And I promise that every sacrifice that you make, it's worth it. Those late nights that you stay up and you're worried about something or you're praying over something, it's worth it. The tough conversations that you have with your children, with your neighbor, or with that person that you just can't stand because of the politics that they may talk, it's worth it. Every single one of those conversations, it's 100% worth it. Together, we will move forward into the future. Together, we're stronger. It's not just one voice in this movement that makes this movement so amazing. It's all of us, and I promise you're going to hear some amazing voices today. But it's all of us joining together. It's all of our voices working in harmony that's literally going to move this thing forward. So I pray today that the Lord's just going to open your eyes, open your hearts, and see some amazing changes and some amazing strengths. Before we get going today, I also want to just say, thank you to our volunteers, right? Can we get a round of applause for all the volunteers? Aren't they amazing? Absolutely incredible. Right? Lifestyle Christianity, this amazing facility that we are at here is absolutely incredible. And for those of you that are watching online and streaming from all over the world, it's absolutely incredible to know who is tuning in. So as we go through, if I can get my PowerPoint back up there again, that would be great. As we go through, these are some of the places that are streaming right now across the country, right? And across the globe. So let those people hear you. Just make a little noise. Let them know that we're here. Yes, it's awesome. Thank you for joining us from 40 different countries around the world. We have nearly almost every single state in the United States tuning in to us this morning. So it's absolutely incredible for those of you that care about your faith and religious freedoms. Today, we want to make sure that you guys are taking photos, right? Going through and just enjoying the day. Take lots of photos, post stuff, hashtag. A lot of times we'll give away things throughout the day as well, so make sure that you're hashtagging some of those amazing hashtags. Freedom Summit 26, the Maha movement, right? We have such a great movement going on right now. It's incredible. So we pray that we just continue to move things. You can join us on Facebook. This is where you're going to get a lot of our information. This is how you're going to stay connected to us when we're going to come back to Texas again. This is all amazing stuff that we just post on a lot of our health freedoms here. Now, before we get going, there's some other important things that we have to do. We're in the state of Texas. Before we open this, I'm going to bring out Andrew from Lifestyle Christianity. He's going to pray over us. He's going to really just invite the Holy Spirit into this place and protect us today as we move forward. So, Andrew, would you come out here, please, bud? Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Jesus, that even the air we breathe is breathing in your glory. And I thank you so much for this opportunity, for your love just to be upon us even more, that you soften our hearts, that you open the eyes of our hearts to your glory, that it's not about us, because you and us is greater than us in the world. And I just ask you, Jesus, to please just open our eyes, open our ears that much more today, that we're not thinking about ourselves, but we're thinking about how you are going to move through us. Because we get to wake up and go about our days as sons and daughters, not as people trying to make it through this world. And I just thank you for your love. I thank you that your love is the first and only thing that we really need. and just guide us into greater softness of your heart. And we praise you, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. They have an amazing discipleship school here at Lifestyle Christianity, and we just want to make sure that we're thanking them. But who's ready to go? Are we excited? All right, well then on your feet, and we're going to be welcoming our first speaker here in just a second.
To stop believing moms. I mean, isn't that how God ensures the continuation of the human race? It is a job to them, and for us, it is a mission. It is a ministry. No one loves our children as much as we do. Not Big Pharma, not those electeds, no one. The momentum is ours. The headwinds are in our favor right now.
Welcome to the stage, Rebecca Hardy. Have an amazing day.
Her up there. Oh, hi. I'm on. Woo! All right. Well, thank you for that warm welcome, and thank you to Jared and his team. They have been incredible to work with. And let me tell you, there's no pressure at all being the first invited speaker of the day. Not at all. I do promise to keep this short and sweet, but no less meaty. And my prayer this morning is that I can kind of help set the tone for the day. And that the tone being that you belong, that this movement needs you, and that there is plenty to be hopeful about, but at the same time, this is no time for complacency. So like the screen said, I am Rebecca Hardy, and I was one of the original founders of Texans for Vaccine Choice over 11 years ago. Thank you. And today I have the honor of serving as its president, and I came into this movement not as a political insider, but as a mom and as a speech pathologist who kept hearing stories from other moms about normal development in their children that had been arrested after being injured at a shot visit. And that's what brought me here, and you might have a similar story. And whether you've been standing with TFVC, that's our acronym, for years, or if you're just learning about us today, you are part of a growing movement of Texans who refuse to hand over their medical freedom. If I can get my slides up. All right. We can go one more. Oh, I go. Sorry. Okay, so we were founded in 2015, so that's over 11 years ago, and I'm going to say that again because we were on the scene before COVID was even a word we all knew, right? And we formed because of a bill that was filed in our Texas legislature that would have threatened the vaccine exemptions that Texas school children have enjoyed for decades. And this group of moms got together and said, not in Texas and not on our watch. We had no political experience, no roadmap, certainly no donors, but we had conviction and passion and that scrappy Gen X spirit. And from the very beginning, our work has been guided by these three core principles: that informed consent is non-negotiable, that no Texan should face discrimination from their private vaccine decisions, and that these decisions belong to individuals and families and not the government, not your employer, and not your school. And this foundation has carried us for 11 years. So what started out as a small group of moms, it's what the media called us, the mad moms in minivans, quickly became an absolute force. I like to think we've evolved a little bit since those early mad mom and minivan days. And it's really hard to summarize 11 years of history. So I'll try to nutshell it here. We showed up and we organized. And over time, TFVC has grown into one of the most influential and effective grassroots organizations in Texas. We've become a force at the Capitol in shaping the GOP platform and priorities, in reaching our local communities. And our impact has become undeniable. And then 2020 hit, and COVID tested everything, didn't it? And when many elected officials were backing down and folding under pressure, TFVC stood firm against lockdowns, against censorship, against coercion, against the mandates. And we mobilized tens of thousands of Texans and kept the conversation alive when many wanted to shut it down. But I want to paint the correct picture here. It hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. It's been a lot of hard work, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and I mean that both figuratively and literally. And for the first 8 years, we were almost entirely on the defense, stopping bad bills, and we've done exactly that with our 100% perfect track record of defeating every single bad bill that would have infringed on your rights filed in the Texas legislature. But in the post-COVID sessions, these legislative sessions, we've finally been able to attack our issue head on, passing a combined 13 standalone bills to protect Texans. We went on the offense, and because of this work, Texans now benefit from streamlined exemptions for enrollment, access to over-the-counter ivermectin, and more protections against some employment mandates, just to name a few of our legislative victories. We probably all realize that most politics is a game, but TFEC has proven that you can figure out the rules without compromising your integrity. But here's the reality. Texas is better, just like Jared was talking about. Do I have clarity that we are better off than Minnesota? Yes, right? These are hard-fought freedoms we have, but Texas is not fully safe. Mandates still exist in pockets here. For instance, healthcare students in Texas cannot complete their clinicals without several rounds of vaccines. And this perpetuates this cycle of top-down health policies that undermine individual freedoms. Our healthcare workers are still losing their jobs due to these statutory mandates, and parents are still being dismissed from pediatricians' offices across the state. And just this week, I got a call from a family. A Dallas hospital is denying their 7-month-old daughter, it chokes me up, a life-saving heart unless they consent to over 24 vaccines. Yeah. So while Texas feels free compared to other states, the threats are still here. They're just quieter and maybe hard to see. So this brings me to probably the most important topic of my presentation today. The issues of medical liberty and vaccine choice are always and pretty much have always been issues of the states. This is a states' rights issue. I'd wager between 90 to 95% of vaccine policy is set in Austin or your Capitol building if you're not from Texas. We cannot rely on Washington, D.C. to fix what's happening in Texas. No federal appointment, no matter how promising, can undo bad policies at the state level. Don't get me wrong, I'm incredibly optimistic that Bobby Kennedy can bring a much welcomed return to sanity on this vaccine issue at the federal level, in his role as HHS secretary, obviously. But the reality is that federal changes do not magically fix all of the problematic state laws that statutorily empower the vaccine-based discrimination that's alive and well in Texas. This fight is won and lost in your state capitol buildings. And if you're not from Texas, I beg you to find the TFEC in your state, join them, lock arms with them, they need you. And if you are in Texas, then TFEC invites you to get involved, and we have a great table in the lobby to help you do just that. So right here in Texas, TFEC is actively engaged on multiple fronts. We're involved in key runoff elections, and I cannot overstate how important it is who gets elected, right? This matters so much. And if you are a Texan, this is your reminder that early voting in our primary runoff begins in just a few weeks on February 19th, and the election is February 26th. We all have top-of-the-ticket runoffs, and you may have a local runoff on your ballot as well, and you can find our voter guide on our website. Next month, we will head to Houston for the Republican Party of Texas State Convention. In addition to shaping the direction, the platform, the priorities, the leaders of the party, this convention is also vital to TFEC's work because nearly every bill that we address during the session begins at this convention. And of course, we've already started prepping for the next legislative session where every gain we've made is either challenged or protected. And this is our opportunity to finally close the loopholes and protect all Texans from the vaccine mandates that I mentioned earlier for our healthcare workers, our healthcare students, and our patients across the state. So, how do we actually win this battle? It's not either or. TFEC takes a both-and approach. On one side, we have policy, legislation, elections, action alerts, accountability. And on the other, we have people, education, conversations, conventions, summits, and culture. We defeat bad bills and we pass good ones, but we also change hearts and minds. We understand that if you only change policy, it can be easily reversed. But if you change culture, it can actually last. And that's why we train volunteers, we share stories, we show up and we equip everyday Texans to have these conversations in their communities. This combination is TFEC's secret weapon. So the question is, what do you do with all of this? And TFEC exists to turn your concern into action. First, sign up. Stay informed. Our emails is how we stay connected. Social media simply is not reliable. It's needed, but not reliable. Second, respond to our action alerts. We make them turnkey and effective. Third, get involved. Volunteer if you can. We have no end of opportunities to help you do that, again, at the TFEC table. And if you can't be a doer, then I encourage you to be a sender through financial support. The reality is, this is the modern day David and Goliath battle. Pharmaceutical interests spend more in a single 5-month session in Texas than TFEC's complete 2-year budget. And yet, we're winning. So find your role, because this really will take all of us. At the end of the day, this is not just about policy. It's about our children, it's about our grandchildren, and whether they will inherit freedom or something far less. So it has been an honor. Thank you so much. I do encourage you to come meet the best team in Texas, Team TFEC at the table. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
For Rebecca Hardy.
Thank you.
So we want to make sure that we are getting involved with your organization. So again, their booth is right outside. Make sure you stop by, you get registered, you get involved, you get in contact. This is where, again, we start taking action steps. And sometimes we get nervous a little bit about stepping out. But I want to make sure that you all know that every single one of you is valued in this movement. It's so important. Every single one of us matters. Some of you are creative writers. Some of you can do social media. Some of you can do amazing ads. Some of you are going to be amazing speakers, and you want to be on stage, and you want to share your voice with the world. Every single one of us has a brilliant piece of that puzzle that the Lord has put you here for. So please get up, get involved, and make sure that you're registered and stay involved with Rebecca and Texans for Vaccines Choice.
It's amazing how much they've done to poison our food and then not make us healthy. That's why you shouldn't call it health care, you should call it sick care. Packaged items are killing everybody. There's no cure for this and there's no cure for that. That's wrong. You have to eat whole foods. Once we start getting our body reset, we can start living the life we were supposed to have.
On your feet and welcome Dr. Seema Nanda to the stage.
I want to keep dancing up here. That was fun. So for those of you who don't quite know me, my name is Dr. Nanda. I am a professor at the University of Houston, so I've taught students for many years on how to be a good eye doctor. I've taught doctors how to be better eye doctors, and now I'm teaching the public what we've been lied to all these years. Do I hear an amen? So one of my students, when they were studying for tests and stuff, they were asking, Dr. Nanda, is this mandatory? And I said, no, it's nandatory. So now it's stuck. So that's how I came up with this, take back your health, and that's what we're going to do today. Now, we know the COVID shot and COVID was all orchestrated, correct? So there's a lot of people out there who are still suffering from that, and because of that, we have to understand how to take back our health. So everything I'm saying to you today is going to be on my website, specifically here. If you go to the Take Back Your Health, yes, I even created a tab for that. And on that, when you click on that, what you'll see is a head-to-toe reset, starting with your eyes down to your toes. You got your heart, you got red light therapy, you got all these natural ways of healing. And you got to remember, I was a speaker for Big Pharma for many years. I was a professor, I was a doctor, but I was also somebody who spoke. Because I speak for a living, I'm used to it. And so I believed all that stuff just like you did. We're on the same team here. I believed it. I said, oh, this is going to help you. And then one patient asked me one day, if I take these eye drops, when can I stop? I'm like, what do you mean, when can you stop? You have to take them for the rest of my life? And I started thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, there's something wrong with that, isn't that? Something seriously. At $500 a month, who's getting rich here? Definitely not the patient. So what I want to describe initially here is the eyes. Oh, you're right, this is a screen. This is great for a cat, but not for the screen. Anyway, so I'll just describe it like this. The cornea is on the cover. The retina is in the rear, okay? So the cornea is the cover. Repeat, cover, cornea, retina, rear. Oh, this is a great group. I love it. All right, so we'll have to do that because a lot of the times they don't understand what's happening to their eyes. And if I describe it, what's on the front of the eye? Well, where's that? The retina? No. Okay, let's just go back again. So let's understand we have to take our health back. So this is why I need your help. So we're going to have top 5 ways, and this is the way I'm going to teach this to you because I won't have much time, is you're going to learn, what is it, instead of taking a sip, you're going to learn through a fire hose, right? Anything that you don't understand, you can go back to my website at docnanda, D-O-C-N-A-N-D-A, docnanda.com. Everything's there. I am transparent. I tell everything. Things that you don't even want to hear. So, ready? We're going to have to tell you. 5. Again. 5. All right, so our top 5, take your health back. Number 5. This is Einstein, yeah? Okay. So he is saying, oh yeah, you don't know, I do the accents because, my students don't pay attention. The future of the medicina will be the medicina of the frequencies. It is very important for you to understand, even in this thick accent. All right, so what is the future of medicine? Electronic frequencies. He knew that back then. Why are we discovering it now? So we're taking back our future and we're going back to your future. We have to go back in time to get the future that we need. So every living system carries its own bioelectrical signal. Every one of us. Each one of us is very unique, just like a fingerprint. And it's an orchestra. So all these cells are communicating throughout the body. But there's disruptors. Maybe the French horn's out of tune. Why is that? Because of your stress. Maybe the clarinet section now sounds like the tuba section. Why is that? Because environmental factors. All these signals are being disrupted. What's the biggest disruptor? Sits right next to you and you're like, hey mom, how's it going? It's your Wi-Fi cell phone. Those are your disruptors. So what we need to do is then retune those instruments through electronic homeopathy. It's what our body is tuned or out of tune, and we got to get the orchestra back. We got to get the band back together. That's what we got to do. Anybody fans of Blues Brothers? Anyone? Yeah, got to. Oh, yeah. Okay, somebody here is roughing about. So I have this at my booth for several of you if you're interested. If you have long COVID, if you've had, I deal with a lot of vax injured, so I do this myself once a year to protect myself. There are 4 protocols, protocol A, B, C, and D. Each one helps different things of the body. Protocol A helps with breathing, lung issues, heart issues. Somebody who has cardiomyopathy, myocarditis. Actually, one of the pharmacists who actually helps the lady who creates this electronic homeopathy, he had myocarditis after the shot, and after 3 rounds of treatment, he doesn't have it anymore. And he's like, how can I help you? And she's helped thousands of patients now. She's based out of Ohio. Protocol B helps with digestive issues. Protocol C helps with tremors, brain fog. After I took Protocol C, I felt like a genius. I was like Einstein on steroids. I'm like, can I take this for the rest of my life? But God says, no, you're good. You've got enough brains. All right. Protocol D helps with rash, kidney issues, etc. And how is it taken? You just take 1 set of the pills under the tongue once a week. And it goes for 8 weeks. So it repeats ABCD, ABCD. Again, all on my website, everything is explained, even the protocol, everything it does, all the studies, etc. What you want to do is not touch it because you already have electrochemistry in you, so you don't want to touch the pills. You just swallow them, and then after that, or not swallow them, under the tongue, sublingually, and then after that, you take, the next day, you take a binder, which is like activated charcoal, whatever, because all those toxins are now going to be free-flowing in the body, going, where the heck do we go? You just took us. Think of it like Gitmo, they're playing loud AC/DC noise. That's what these viruses are like, what is this noise? I don't like this electrochemistry. So that's what's happening. Now it's in your cells, you got to pull it out, and that's what it does. You don't want to have anything to interfere with it, like a coffee or peppermint or anything like that can interfere with the frequencies. Now, doesn't mean you can't have coffee the next day. Remember, you're taking it once a week, so get over it. You can take your coffee the next day. All right. Next, this is a patient that I treated with this electronic homeopathy, this frequency medicine. She came in after 2 COVID shots, one Pfizer, one Moderna. She had cataract surgery, and her retina was swelling. So she had swelling of her retina, post-op cataract, for 2 years. She could not see out of that eye. They put steroids on her. They gave her oral steroids. It induced glaucoma. She ended up having steroid-induced glaucoma because of it. And then I went to a Patriot meeting. Her husband was there, and he said, can you see if you can help my wife? And I said, okay, let's see what we can do. So I put her on that, and then 4 weeks later, her swelling went down by 100 microns, and that's pretty, our retina's pretty small. So it went from 500 to 400 microns, and then after 8 weeks, it went back to normal, and after 2 years, she couldn't see, and now she can see. So when I saw that, I thought, there is something to this. There is something bigger than all of us, and I'm just glad I fixed it and helped her, and now I'm helping so many other patients. And we do a lot of telemedicine, too, now, because I find that, I'm only one person here, and I'm in Houston, Texas, just FYI. And there's a lot of people, so if you need to do, you can get your test stuff done in the city that you're at, but you can always come, and we can do a telehealth and see if I can help you. Okay, ready? Oops, that wasn't right. Deep state, what the heck is going on? Okay. Start again. Okay, that was better. All right, so now, number 4. Switch to British. Oh, there we go. All right. GLP-1 receptor agonist. Now, it says side effects. There's no side effects. It's effects, right? So you get the nausea, the diarrhea. Oh, I'm switching to Jewish, whatever. Okay. Vomiting. See, when you talk like that, you get verklempt here. So I'll switch to British in a minute. All right. Constipation. And where's this coming from? It's coming from this shot that they stick in your stomach and it paralyzes it. Oh, yeah, I look really thin now, but I can't see anything. Great. Where's it coming from? It's paralyzing. So it's paralyzing from what? Oh, yeah, that's right. It comes from this, Gila monster. They take the venom of a Gila monster, they make a synthetic version of it and stick in your stomach, and you wonder why I'm not hungry anymore. Well, why are you hungry anymore? Because I put this venom in me. Well, is that the smartest thing? Well, yeah, but look at me, I'm so thin. What the heck? So what is else that's paralyzing? It's causing something that I started seeing in my patients. In fact, this is how I kind of did that. Oh my goodness, right? OMG, is this not happening? Person comes up to me at a Christmas party and tells me, hey, I took that, semaglutide shot and now I can't see out of my one eye. I was like, what? What are you talking about? So I started researching it. It's called non-arteritic anterior ischemic optic neuropathy. Non-arteritic means it's not blood vessel related. It's something that's paralyzing the nerve in the back of the eye, which is in the what? Retina, right? In the retina. So what's happening? 16,000 patients that were studied, they matched, and they said there's a higher incidence of having this non-arteritic anterior from a shot that you do to yourself so you can look thinner, instead of eating right foods and exercising. You can't make this stuff up. And then in the University of Ottawa, the study showed 117,000 patients that were given this GLP-1 drug were 68 times more likely to get blindness in one or both their eyes after this supposed weight loss drug. And then diabetic retinopathy, 8 times more likely. Now, diabetic retinopathy basically means the blood vessels in the back of the eye start hemorrhaging and the patient starts seeing blurred or can't see out of that eye. When I started noticing an uptick in my own practice of everyone's coming in with this hemorrhages in the right eye, I never put 2 and 2 together because everyone's discounting it because now everybody can be thin. Well, you won't be able to see it. So, poison control centers are now showing that there's a 1,500% increase in emergency room visits to accidentally overdose. How come I don't accidentally overdose on any other medication that I take? If I take an aspirin one a day, I wouldn't take an aspirin anyway, but if you were, you're not going to accidentally take the whole bottle. So why are they saying this is no accident? This is all on purpose. This is the most depressing thing I've seen. Oh, pardon the pun, it is depressing. This is what happened when another colleague, it's a colleague of mine, a former student, graduated. Now she's out in practice. She comes to my classes all the time. And she said, there's a risk of depression. So she texts me this. I would have liked to have heard your info on GLP-1, but my fiance took his life 7 weeks ago. He was back on Mounjaro. He wasn't diabetic, he lost too much weight, became addicted to the weight loss, and became very negative and depressed. I'm convinced it was a huge factor in his death. That's when I started looking into, is there a suicidal ideation of these drugs? And I found some articles, and it's funny how you'll find one article buried, and 200 of them saying, nope, doesn't cause anything, nothing to see here, nothing to see here. I'm like, what AI bots wrote those lectures? Every time I find one thing, even now, even in our own American Academy of Ophthalmology and all those different things, they're saying, is there really a correlation of non-arteritic anterior ischemic optic neuropathy? That's a mouthful, NAION. No, it's mixed reviews. Mixed. One person blind, isn't that enough for you guys? Anyway. Oh, sugar. What is going on with this? Sorry, back up. Not 3 yet. 4 back up. All right. Is there another way to fix this? Okay, see, I always say there's a negative, now we have to put a positive, right? Devil's in the details. Okay, so if there's a negative, if there's an evil force out there, we have to shine light on it. So is there a problem to fix this? Well, the system can't fix the problem, but the fix can. PHIX, fix, pH, balance is off. It comes from a hops flower. Yes, the beer, but not the plant, the flower. You guys are like, I can drink beer and I won't gain weight. No, I don't think so. All right. The flower actually has this thing called MHE3, or mature hop extract. And that is removed from there, and it helps promote weight loss without having the other side effects. It's more efficient, more fat burning, more healthy weight. But then other things started happening when these patients started taking it. I will explain in a second. Again, it's on my website. If you want the QR code, you can beep it right there immediately. You just put a dropper full in your tea, your water, your coffee, whatever. It binds to the esophageal receptors, so don't put it under your tongue. That's not what it does. It binds to the esophageal receptors as you're going down. It gets to the stomach, and then you start burning the weight. Some people get more extra active. Some people kind of get chill, so it depends. The pH is off in the body. Can you tell I'm a little high energy? Just a little? So when I take it, it makes me feel chill. Somebody with low energy, it brings you back up. So it helps modulate that. So this is the fix. What was the point I was going to say? Well, anyway, you can read more. Oh, yeah. So other side effects. You see I threw that out? So other effects has been because it stimulates the vagus nerve, it allows the body to heal. So the vagus, not leaving Las Vegas, Vegas, V-A-G-U-S, okay? It's the 10th cranial nerve. My favorite one is number 2, oculomotor, but anyway, I'll take 10. So the vagus nerve stimulates the whole body to start waking up again. And one of the easiest ways to stimulate the vagus nerve, okay, everybody tilt your head back. Everybody tilt your head back, okay? And now start humming. Ready? Hum, and bring it forward. Hum. That stimulates the vagus nerve, and it felt kind of good. It's Brahmi. It's in Hinduism, we say Ayurvedic treatment, right? So it's like the wings of a hummingbird. And it starts waking you up, and it makes you, didn't you feel good for a second there? I did. All right, so. Okay, 3. Number 3. Oh, man, I was supposed to do my Jewish accent here. Fudge. All right, let's see. I switched to British again. Okay, I'll do British again. Okay, in this study, ocular biomarkers. Bio means what? Life markers. So what we can do now is we can take a picture inside the eye. Oh, I sound like Eliza Doolittle. All right, so now we take a picture inside the eye and we can look at the retinal thickness. I will say retinal. Retinal is the back of the eye. The retina is 10 layers thick. If we look at that and we look at the blood vessels themselves, we can see here at the top that it's not as congested as at the bottom. The top layer, the top 2 pictures, are showing somebody who's got early signs of dementia and Alzheimer's. And that's the nerve head and where the macula is the seeing part of the eye. Inferior to that is supposed to be a normal eye. Lots of vasculature, lots of retinal thickness, and it's wonderful. But what's happening now is everybody who's getting this Alzheimer's, is it because of what? The COVID, right? Is it because of the vax? Is it genetic? Everyone says, oh, me mum and dad. You know, my mum was okay, my dad was off really quickly. So what happens there? Is it aging, or is it what they're doing to us? Is it the statins? We need our brain. Well, you know what it's all composed of? It's fat. We need the cholesterol. And now you're taking it away from us. Do you know they artificially made those numbers up? It used to be a high cholesterol was 300. Then they dropped it to 250 because there were not enough people on the Lipitor, etc. Then they dropped it to 200. It's all made up. God knows what we are. We should take care of ourselves that way. So, and then those people who are getting surgeries and, oh, I can do this all day long. I love this accent. Okay, so can anything be done? Now, I try to do everything as what? As holistic as possible. So what I've come across here is something very much so, specifically Vera Cell, V-E-R-A, like from the aloe vera plant. And what does this do? It contains a polysaccharide, poly meaning many, saccharide meaning sugar. But this is a different kind of sugar, not a bad sugar. It's a good sugar. It has an immunomodulating effect. And they've now shown the inflammation connection between not having this ace-mannan, which is acetylated mannose, sugar, is missing in the body. If we can increase it, we can then all of a sudden get our cognitive health back. I would like to give it to every Democrat in Congress. So we have these potential neurological defects, a lot of them there too. So what we can do is help repair that. So what does it do? It's indirectly lowering the inflammation, lowering the inflammatory markers in the head. It has antioxidant activity, so it decreases your stress. We have enough stress at the chemtrails. Did you see those yesterday? Why do you think we have the weather like we have today? All right, it supports the gut health. If your microbiome is messed up, your internal microbiome, then your external, right here, is messed up too. So you've got to keep your gut healthy to keep your brain healthy. And it helps balance that. And then, of course, it has the neuroprotective effects, which I just mentioned briefly. So all these things, if we can get this in a simple aloe vera plant. Now, how come they say, well, can't we just eat aloe? The problem is it breaks down immediately when the plant is cut. So they stabilize that sugar molecule so it can stay, and it's like in a powder form, and you just put it in your drink or just put it under your tongue, and it's wonderful. I take it daily. So 1 scoop. Now, this drug was supposed to be here back in 1993, but the FDA found that it did not have an LD50. That means the lethal dose of the mice that they were giving it to, they couldn't overdose and kill the mice, so they said, forget it. We don't want to give it. So now it's in 90 different countries and just got approved here last week. I was in the clinical study. I got all, yeah, you can clear. Go ahead. I was in the clinical study, so I had, or pre-launch of it, not study. I was in the pre-launch of it, and I've had about 30 patients on it. One was in the hospital for long COVID. We got this to them. We didn't have to sneak it in like ivermectin. We just said, it's a supplement. It's the aloe vera. You got something against that? If you do, I'll slap you upside the head. Anyway, so they gave it to him. Better. I love it. So I have a sample of it if you would like to try some. It kind of looks like a Coke powder, but it's not. It's not. All right. There is no way I'm going to finish this. I'm going to speak really fast. All right. Cornea, front of the eye. Oh, this is my South Carolina accent, if I'm going to do that. Okay, cornea's on the front of the eye. All right, it's the window to the soul. Everybody knows that. It's the only body part that has no blood vessels to it, so you need to get oxygen from God's air. So you put a contact lens on it, you're not getting oxygen, you sleep in the contact, you're dying. You're dying if you're trying. So what happened here? This is actually a patient of mine. The cornea started to melt like an ice cream cone, started to melt off after she had the vaccine. I know, pretty sick. I'm like, oh, hold on. Oh, crap. What do I do? Well, the cornea has nerves. It stimulates the nerve. So like when you get eyelash in your eye, all of a sudden you start producing water, right? It's a foreign body. The nerves are being hit. They send the signal to the brain, to the lacrimal gland to produce tears. That's how the body works. If we look at the eye, different things can cause the body not to heal. This is literally, when I stained the cornea, a duck appeared, so it was like quacking for relief. That is not an AI. That is a real patient. All right, so corneal abrasions, fingernail paper cuts, etc., dry eyes, acid burns. The first person I ever did had an acid burn. They splashed they were washing a truck, phosphoric acid got in their eye, the whole cornea melted off. So I had to regrow the cornea. How did I do that? I use this amniotic membrane. It's the inner lining. No baby was hurt. They were delivered. In fact, there's an entire program on this. I don't believe in killing things, especially with the unborn who does not have a choice. He was there. God put him there. So the baby's born, placenta's taken out. About 30 of these membranes are created from each placenta. So the joke of the day, because I've been doing this since 2013. I've done over 2,000 patients. I've healed their corneas. It blows my mind every time I do it. Not everybody gets healed, but those who do, I praise God for that. So what it does is it's regenerative healing. When we're adult healing, it's scar healing. When it's a baby, it's regenerative healing. So the first patient that was done was a baby who had a tumor, a huge goiter tumor. They removed the baby, they did the surgery in the mom's womb, removed the tumor, and then sewed her back up and waited till gestation was done. And when the baby was born, it had no scar. And that's when they figured out, let's see if we can do this outside the womb. So this is a patient of mine who ripped their eye, literally. She was that way for 3 years. She kept wearing bandage contact lenses. She didn't have any healing at all. So I put this regenerative tissue on her. I had to monitor. After 20 days, it completely healed, and she never ripped it again. I know. This is amazing to me. And I've been doing this for so long, and I teach all the doctors about this, and I'm blown away how they don't know about it. Last one? Number one. Save the best for last. All right. So we've heard about blue light. There's good blue light, there's bad blue light. Did you know that? Everyone says blue light's bad, blue light's bad. No, it helps you wake up in the morning, correct? It helps you get your sleep when you get up, the sun comes up, you get up. The light gives you the energy, turns off the melatonin, and helps you work during the day. When the sun goes down, you're supposed to go down. But there's two parts of it. There's the man-made blue violet, not blue violet. You see how I changed that? These are the bad blue lights. So say blue violet. Okay, so that is certain spectrum. That's 455 to kill your retina. So not to stay alive. You have to have over 455 to stay your eyes alive. And then there's a blue turquoise. It's chill. It helps you. So if we look at that here, everybody got a brochure. Look at the brochure and you'll see this. This is God's light, UVA and UVB. UVA is protected by the lens, UVB is protected by the cornea. But man's light bypasses it and goes straight to the macula. The closer you are to that subject, whether it's the computer, whether it's your iPhone, your iPad, the higher the intensity of that blue light. So if it's 3 feet away, it's 4 times intense, but you got these kids that are what? 1.5 feet away, it's 16 times more intense. And what is it doing to that retina? You remember back in the day, the screen was orange? Anybody old enough to remember a computer back then? We got half the crowd. Anyway, all right. So then they changed it to blue. Blue keeps you awake. Blue keeps you alert. They changed the fluorescent lights to keep you awake, to keep you alert. It had nothing to do with your eye health. So I take the actual blue out of my screen. And then when you look at these kids, I think that is the sickest picture on the planet. Why don't we just expose that child to as much blue light as possible and have nightmares? That's not a dream, that's a nightmare. And incandescent bulbs only have 3% blue light. Fluorescent has 26%. And this LED at the white light has 35%. You need to bring it down to the warm yellow, or you need to go switch to incandescent. I took every white light LED out of my house and I put incandescent. Somebody asked me, where can you get it? I said, I don't know, I'm not gonna share. I got them all. You can find it. It's easier now than it was before. But what is it doing to the retina? In this study out of China, got it? All right? Study out of China showed that if you look at the retinal thickness, a normal eye is 210 microns about. When you expose them to the blue light, what happens is all the layers of the retina, the inner plexiform layer, the internuclear layer, the outer nuclear, each one decreases by 100 microns, 50 to 100 microns. The whole eye starts to decrease and shrink like an accordion. It starts to, and then it develops little holes in the back of it. The other thing that's happening is that was a 2-week exposure with mice. After 3 hours exposure, this is a Dresden protocol. That is German. Okay, so Dresden study, and that was out of 2011. So they've known this for a while. This is not a minute. This study was done. It shows cleanly stacked mitochondria, like coins. That's the way it's supposed to be. After 3 hours exposure to the blue light, it disrupts it. I'm a disruptor in a different way. This is not what I want. So you can see that, the bottom picture on the corner. I wish this, well, here. Kind of see it here? So you're wiggling here? All right. So how do we reduce it? Well, you limit your exposure, especially 2 to 3 hours before bedtime, because you're wired. You have people hard time falling asleep, stay away from that computer. Detox from the computer. I now go for a bike ride every night, every evening. I just no, I'm done. If another patient, unless their eyes coming out of their head, I'm like, I'm done. I have to do my detox. I have to get my rest every night. The other thing is filter it out. You can filter out the noise. I am actually out there right now. I have clips, if you have a prescription, that'll have a yellow clip, or if you need better, help sleeping, then I switch to an orange clip because it decreases the melatonin a lot. And then eat right. So antioxidant foods, all the different kinds of foods, your reds, your greens, your rainbow, mainly oranges, orange color, like pumpkin, something orange. Thank you. I'm a doctor. I'm an eye doctor, I should know that. Carrots. What's up, doc? Okay, carrots. Obviously, my brain just froze. I needed protocol C again. All right, now, those are the things we need. How you can change it, you can again go to my website. You can change this on your phone, on your iPad, on your computer, I take out the blue. That's what I do. I just take out the blue, and I'm pretty chilled. This is chill as I get. All right, so I'm forwarding it here. These are the filters you can clip on. You can wear it when you're driving at night. It cuts down the glare of the headlights. It also helps in the grocery store with the lights, especially these lights. Helps with nighttime use. Don't use it in the day. And then I've partnered with Zeiss. Zeiss is a company you might have known with binoculars and microscopes and everything. I teach all the doctors in the country actually all about this. I've taught so many eye doctors about this, and I want them to teach y'all because I'm only one person. I'm the what? The drip in the ocean that spreads out the information, right? See one, do one, teach one. I saw it, I teach it, and now everybody here knows about it, right? So this is important to know. So that will protect. And realizing that what? These ocular effects, what we do know that blue light exposure has increased tremendously from what it used to be. There are shorter wavelengths that the under 455, the blue violet, are problematic to our retinas. It causes the retinas to what? Thin, and it also causes them to disarray. The mitochondria of the retina turns off. And we know that's the powerhouse of the cell, and once those things are off, we can't help ourselves. And then we also know that children have the least protection because a 50-year-old lens is not the same as a 10-year-old lens. So their eyes are being exposed, and I know more 4-year-olds on iPads than they are reading books. And they're the ones, I had one kid, I thought he was autistic. He kept pressing the page of the magazine. I said, what is wrong with your child? He was like, he thinks it's gonna open up. I was like, he's never touched a magazine before? He's never been in a doctor's office. All right, well anyway, so we understand that, and there are many causes of concern because our children today are experiments for tomorrow, aren't they?
We're on a mission from God. We're on a mission from God. We're on a mission from God. We're on a mission from God.
We are on a mission from God. So I hope these little 5 things, even though they're small, there's so many things out there that I would love to talk more about. I didn't even talk about the pearl powder, which I can talk to you at the booth. I have the homeopathic spike detox kits with me. I have the blue light blocking glasses. I have some Fix. I have some Vericel, and I have any questions that you need. So God bless you all, and I thank you for your time.
On your feet for Dr. Nanda.
Thank you. I'll unhook.
Well, excellent. Who's concerned about their eyes now? I know I am. After looking at that, I'm like, holy smokes, I got to stop looking at screens and all the PowerPoint that we put together, the 10 hours that we have for you today. So my eyes are already starting to hurt. So who is enjoying yourself this morning so far? Amen. Some great knowledge. Perfect. Well, let's keep the show going then for you.
So the public health approach is to quarantine at home, wearing masks, sheltering in place, and waiting for a vaccine. It must be part of the master plan. But I have to tell you, for people to get sick, it doesn't work.
The vaccines almost certainly were massively failing from the very beginning. Americans knew it because they were getting sick with COVID-19 after they took the shots. And I think the country now, 3 years later, is furious that they had to go through mandates and all this suffering for a product that didn't work to begin with.
On your feet and welcome Dr. Peter McCullough.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thanks to Jared and Angie and the great staff here and putting on this program, beautiful venue. It's great to reconnect with so many friends and colleagues, really from all over the country. As introduced, I'm Dr. Peter McCullough. I'm a board-certified internist and cardiologist. I'm in practice here in Dallas, Texas. I'm also the president of the McCullough Foundation, a not-for-profit research and public policy group, and I'm the chief scientific officer of the Wellness Company. So I have some prepared remarks in 3 major segments. But the first is an observation, and I mentioned it to a few of you. Here we are in a beautiful church. I've given hundreds of public presentations over the last 6 years. Multiple testimonies in the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives. European Parliament. When a gathering like this was attempted in 2021, time after time, the police would come out and put chains on the doors. Ticketing agencies would steal all the money from the organizers and from you and keep the money and defund the program. Pastors of churches, and I've met them, were put in jail for holding their houses of worship open. Think about that. Those most severely punished through the pandemic, probably the most severely punished that I'm aware of, is Art Pawlowski, who is a pastor in Calgary, Alberta. He attempted to keep his church open during the pandemic. He was not only captured and jailed in Canada, he was put in solitary confinement in a brick room with the lights turned off for months. So the most severely punished during this global pandemic were those closest to God. It's a stunning observation. It's a stunning observation. Everything that happened through the pandemic was global and it was simultaneous. So the forces that must be at work all over the world must be far more powerful than a pharmaceutical company or somebody on one side of a political aisle or the other side. We've entered a time of tremendous controversy, uncertainty, angst, awareness, oblivion. There's probably, in many ways, no greater time to be alive than to see this play out. There can be great victory and salvation and great tragedy, terrible tragedy. So here's some updates from Washington. If you've been following along, I'll just kind of give them to you rapid fire. Dr. David Morens, who was the assistant advisor to Anthony Fauci in the National Immunology, Allergy, and Infectious Disease branch of the NIH, was indicted by the Department of Justice, currently headed by Todd Blanche. So Morens is indicted largely for a category of crimes that could be considered fraudulent concealment. What was he doing with Anthony Fauci and Francis Collins and the World Health Organization and the Wellcome Trust, Jeremy Farrar, and Scripps Clinic with Christian Anderson, and the University of Sydney with Dr. Edwin Holmes? There was a collaboration worldwide that was concealing the truth that the virus that got us all sick in the world and did take some lives, that virus came out of a biosecurity lab in Wuhan, China. It's an enormous cover-up. In fact, on my Twitter feed right now, held right there at the pinned tweet, is a review I had with Theo Vaughn. Some of you follow Theo Vaughn on his show, where I said, listen, we were told it came out of a fish market in Wuhan. And there's a paper in Lancet where all of these scientists say anybody who says that it came out of the lab must be spreading misinformation. They must be wrong. And even the National Academy of Sciences says it came out of the fish lab. This went all the way. This was a global deception to the top of the scientific community. Now, years later, Morens is indicted. There's a few weeks left, and some think, despite a 10-year unprecedented preemptive pardon for Anthony Fauci, that in fact his clemency would be nullified and he would also be indicted. It's possible. It's possible. So we see some glimmers of justice. But the current administration, in terms of health policy, in many ways has been kind of a mixed review. People had great hopes with Trump, and they had great hopes with Robert F. Kennedy. But here we are, we're kind of moving on 2 years into this, and it's just, there's been great hesitancy to see any real bold moves. So there's been a few personnel updates. So for the Surgeon General, when that position traditionally and could be a very strong independent doctor, a doctor who could give an independent analysis of what's going on. Not Democrat, not Republican, not CDC, not HHS, not FDA, but an independent. C. Everett Koop, it comes to mind. Or Luther Terry, for instance, and the controversy on smoking in the Surgeon General report on smoking. So we haven't had a strong Surgeon General in years. So the first nominee was Jeanette Neshewat, and she was in my group on Fox News, frequent contributor on Fox. And so Jeanette has it's this very sad background where when she was a small child, she was playing with a rifle and accidentally killed her father. And she goes on, she has difficulties in school, wants to be a doctor, ultimately goes to medical school in the Caribbean, which is kind of typically always the second choice. And then she kind of runs some urgent cares and is caught essentially misrepresenting herself to the public in terms of her medical background. I think it's a relatively minor misrepresentation. So she goes down, so her nomination is removed. Then there's a period of time where there's just nothing in the Surgeon General office, and then it's Paula Casey Means. So another one is interesting. She's a surgical resident at Stanford. Her father is a very powerful, influential figure in Washington behind the scenes, Grady Means, but he has kind of unusual background where he's pushing the transgender agenda and writing kind of weird educational materials for little kids to distort them. That's her father. She's in her residency. Her mother dies, and it's reported in the LA Times that she actually had a nervous breakdown. So she drops out of her residency, and then her program director says, listen, we're going to get you in rehab, and you'll be able to come back. She never comes back. She writes a diet book with her brother. Her brother is a pharmaceutical rep, and a consultant to the pharmaceutical reps for Purdue Pharma, which is, propelling this narcotic disaster epidemic in the United States. They write a diet book together that gets some attention, and then ultimately Paula Casey Means is nominated to be Surgeon General. Well, she's never finished her residency. She's never cared for a patient independently. She has no scientific accomplishments. She's not even have a license to practice medicine. So that doesn't wash. So now she just has been removed. And these people, this gets pretty far along. So you have Trump and RFK, and you kind of just wonder, we have thousands of very qualified senior doctors. Like, what are we doing here? And so now the most recent one this week named is Nicole Saphier. So Nicole's another one in my group at Fox. And Nicole has an interesting background. She has a teenage pregnancy and tries to get organized and goes to school and can't, again, second choice on medical school, goes to the Caribbean, and ultimately becomes a radiologist focused on mammograms for cancer screening in women. But she writes some books and she presents herself well on Fox. She's been with Fox since 2018. And she is on a secondary committee to the CDC, and now she's been nominated for Surgeon General, ostensibly because of maybe a softer stance on vaccines. Now, I've been on some shows with Nicole, and I think she does understand the harms of the COVID-19 vaccines, thankfully, and we'll have to see how she goes. But my point here is that, that we have thousands of very senior qualified people with hundreds and hundreds of peer-reviewed manuscripts who've taken care of tons of sick patients who also present themselves in the media, and the choices seem to be odd. Last position is this director of the CDC. And, we have had real trouble at the Center for Disease Control. They have 12,000 employees, mainly MDs, PhDs, and other really well-educated people. They have a budget of $9 billion. $9 billion. They don't see or examine a single patient. They don't directly provide health care. They're supposed to be just providing recommendations to doctors like me. I mean, that's really a lot of effort for little output, I think. So the CDC directorship's been open for a while, and the most recent recommendation is an insider, Dr. Erica Schwartz, who has a very solid resume in public service. She was in the office assisting the Surgeon General under the first Trump administration. And immediately people in the health community started to attack her regarding, potential support for mandates or vaccines. And my viewpoint on this is that, listen, these offices have been open for 2 years. We need leadership. Hopefully the CDC can be trimmed down. And for most of these people nominated, it's not what they said in the past, it's what they believe now, given how things have unfolded. How many of you in the room have changed your view on something like vaccines or health care or what have you? It's fair, right? I've changed my views. So anybody who says they knew it all from the beginning and they were right, I think they're misrepresenting themselves. I mean, it's fair for all of us to change our views. So Erica Schwartz has been nominated, and what I've said publicly on TV is let's give her a shot. She is, out of all the people I mentioned, she actually really is qualified to hold a government job. She's held many of them in the past. And these are not highly paid jobs, by the way. They're not something that you would be terrific to have. You do much better in wherever you are now in healthcare as a doctor, a nurse, or a scientist. So here we are. Washington has kind of sputtered along. We haven't seen great advances in Make America Healthy Again. What the moniker has done is the moniker has encouraged us to, in fact, take control of our health, to show greater insight and discernment regarding the development of things that you see out there. And so that's a segue into the middle part of what I want to update you on, and that's what we're doing at the McCullough Foundation. McCullough Foundation's offices are at 635 and LBJ. It's a not-for-profit organization. It is in my name, largely for accountability, and we have a staff and a team of clinical scholars and have done well in terms of procurement of grants and, of course, donations. And McCullough Foundation has been the engine behind, I think, the important things that have really come through the pandemic. So the very first and most sophisticated protocol on how to treat patients with acute COVID-19 and prevent hospitalizations and deaths. And that came out just a few months into 2020. It's McCullough protocol. It's the most widely used protocol. It used all available drugs in a sequence combination that, evidence-based, science-backed. It became the backbone of the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons treatment protocol for the illness. And it started with nasal sprays and gargles and risk stratification into available nutraceuticals and supplements, generic drugs. And then when available, we certainly used the higher tech drugs when they played a role in the protocol. But we learned with acute COVID-19, it was too late to wait for hospitalization. It was all about treating early at home in high-risk patients to avoid hospitalization and death. And that protocol has been credited with saving hundreds of millions of lives worldwide and sparing, countless hospitalizations. It was just the critical thing. To this day, no single medical center in DFW even has an outpatient treatment protocol. The government never provided one. Governments all over the world never provided one. So McCullough protocol played a huge role. Once we started to see that the vaccines were causing as much or even greater harm than the infection because they're loading the body with the dangerous part of the virus, the spike protein, the McCullough Protocol Base Spike Protein Detoxification, published by McCullough Foundation. These are all peer-reviewed, evidence-based, not controversial scientific advancements. That protocol, and we tried everything. We tried prescription drugs. We tried all different types of things, centered upon the use of basically botanicals, natural products that dissolve the spike protein, help clear it out of the body, and that includes nattokinase, bromelain, curcumin, and then minor ingredients. And so this was a very, very big advance. And we told people, listen, we don't care where you get these, just get these and be sure you stay on them, because the people who are developing blood clots and cardiac arrests and all kinds of problems after the vaccine, it's because they have not cleared out the spike protein from the human body. There are some conditions that load the body with a protein or create sustained patterns, what's called pathogen-associated molecular patterns in the body that are damaging. SARS-CoV-2 virus and the vaccines are one of them. Another one is Lyme disease. Another one is syphilis. There are some of these things we can't get rid of without some assistance, and that's where McCullough Protocol-based spike protein detoxification comes in. McCullough Foundation has importantly published some other major advancements. We, funded through a grant, and we took a year to do this work, we have published now, and it will shortly be in the peer-reviewed literature, but it's been on the European Commission server, we have published the definitive work on the determinants of autism spectrum disorder. How many of you are touched by autism in your family in some way? Yeah, at least a third. Me too. We, after literally centuries of controversy over this, have synthesized the following. And as a doctor, I needed some framework myself to understand this. As a child, I never saw an autistic individual. Never. In my early practice, I think I generally knew about it. There was, in medical school, it was taught there was autism and mutism as some type of paired disease or psychiatric disease. But I didn't start seeing autism in my practice until the last 10 years or so, in increasing numbers. So I needed some framework for myself in practice, but very importantly, we wanted to clear up something that was a global controversy. So our analysis is as following. There are predisposing factors that one can have as a baby to be predisposed to this. So it's babies born from older parents, so men over 40, women over 35. Babies born prematurely, before 37 weeks. Common genetic factors. There are common genetic factors in 25 to 50% of the population that are slightly predisposing. So I'm Irish. One of the ones the Irish carry is called MTHFR. It's a mutation for folate deficiency. Prenatal exposures. If a mother is taking a heavy psychiatric drug for 9 months, like an antidepressant, an antipsychotic drug, or an anti-seizure drug, it could predispose the baby to potentially develop autism. Not Tylenol, not taking a dose of Tylenol. That was a giant misstep and an unfortunate day when Trump and RFK and Dr. Macri and Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. Oz came out and said, we know what causes autism, it's Tylenol. I'm telling you as a doctor with medical authority, and none of those people are doctors of medical authority, it's not Tylenol. It's not. Okay? Tylenol is one of the few safe things we can use in a pregnant woman who has a fever. And we want to treat a fever in a pregnant woman because she could lose the baby. So Trump and RFK did great harm by going out and lying to America about Tylenol. They have to get better advice than whoever told them to say that, okay? But importantly, in our work on the determinants of autism, if a child is predisposed and then encounters a large battery of vaccines given all at once, and around between age 1 and 2, it can be over 15 different vaccine products at once in these combinations. The vaccination process itself can cause inflammation in the brain afterwards, in the hours afterwards. The baby can have a fever, become fussy, sometimes even have a seizure, and then regress and develop the features of autism a few weeks or a few months later. That's been shown time after time after time. So we have it all synthesized in this very important report. Autism appears to be a post-encephalitic state. And it's not just autism, but it's a family of associated disorders. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, autism spectrum disorder, tics or involuntary facial movements, and seizures in children. Seizures. Far and away the biggest risk factor for these illnesses in children, which are permanent in many of them, is giving a big bundle of vaccines. Now, does it happen in every child? No. But sadly, in the United States, is 3.2% of children, according to the CDC, are developing autism. And more every year. Okay? 27% of them have profound autism. Profound. Meaning, cannot go to school normally, can't communicate, can't use the toilet alone. Their entire life. There's more children today with profound autism than there, disabled, than there ever were children disabled or died from polio. So despite the good intentions of vaccines preventing communicable diseases, there's been this terrible realization that side effects, in fact, are happening from big vaccines given in combinations. Now, it is possible for a child to never take a vaccine and still end up with autism. It can happen. Because any other cause of inflammation in the brain can trigger an encephalitis. There can be viruses that cause encephalitis. There can be toxins from bacterial infections. But far and away, autism develops in children before the age of 4 after taking a big bundle of vaccines. That's where we have landed. So McCullough Foundation published this report. Robert F. Kennedy and everybody on HHS is on our feed. We did a press release, and that was on October 27th of 2025. 19 days later, the CDC on their website overnight changed the language and has said, we haven't ruled out the connection between vaccines and autism. It can't be ruled out. Well, obviously, McCullough Foundation made a huge impact. Huge impact. Boom. So you can check out our work at McCullough Foundation at mcculloughfnd.org and see what we're doing there. We have some other really important publications over the finish line as well. One has to do with this risk-benefit of measles. So you hear about measles right now. Well, we always have a couple thousand cases of measles in the United States. By the way, there's about 600,000 worldwide. But I can tell you right now, because this big bundle of vaccines, including the MMR vaccine, is also associated with sudden infant death syndrome in little babies, that even though it's rare, more children die after measles vaccination than they do with measles illness. So it's a risk-benefit relationship. People said, well, Dr. McCullough, what should we do now? In our report, there are 12 studies showing a healthy child born today remains healthier if they take no vaccines whatsoever. And if vaccines are taken, they're far safer if they're taken later in life, certainly beyond age 4, and if they're taken individually. So if somebody has a unique risk, let's say they're going to be a firefighter or a police officer, they may have to deal with IV drug abusers or other things, a hepatitis B vaccine given as an adult can provide some modest protection against hepatitis B. Okay, that's fine. I'm a cardiologist. I took that vaccine. Don't have a problem with that. If someone grows up to be a gay, bisexual man and has tremendous sexual contacts, then the human papillomavirus vaccine can provide some modest protection against oral and anal cancer. The Gardasil vaccine, that could be fine for the gay or bisexual man. But not all these vaccines given to just normal, healthy kids in our community without these risks. Do you see what I mean? So vaccines make sense when there are unique risks. I'll give you another example. A child born without a spleen, or a child who's, let's say, had the spleen removed for Hodgkin's disease, they are at big time risk for pneumococcal infection, meningococcal infection, Haemophilus influenza B infection. Sure, should they take those vaccines? Certainly, no problem with that. So I hope we move to risk stratification for vaccines as opposed to vaccines for everyone. I completely agree, and I personally support Rebecca Hardy at Texans for a Vaccine Choice to be free of all these mandates for vaccines. We should never have mandatory vaccines. You know, the military finally dropped the influenza vaccine for the military. I had taken, as a medical doctor, those of you, how many of you are in healthcare? Medical doctors, nurses? Yeah, about a third of you. Yeah, probably like you. I took a flu shot every year because I had to be on medical staff. I took 40 flu shots. Well, what happens over time with influenza shots, you get some very modest protection against influenza, but it makes you more likely to get the common cold. And that's what was happening to me. I was sick all the time. I got to a point in 2021, I could not get well. So finally, I don't take flu shots anymore. My body's immune system is finally, hopefully, back on track. So the point is, with vaccines, there are always risks and benefits. McCullough Foundation is the leading organization publishing the peer-reviewed, evidence-based, science-backed, impactful work that is actually changing public policy. We're doing far more, honestly, than those in Washington, and we back it up with our testimony, and we have 2 books, myself and John Leake. The first one is Courage to Face COVID-19, Preventing Hospitalizations and Deaths While Battling the Biopharmaceutical Complex. That lays the groundwork, how the McCullough protocols were developed and how people like Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson and so many got involved early on. And the second one just came out last summer. It's Vaccines, Mythology, Ideology, and Reality. And that is a gripping 300-year historical account of what happened. How did people lose their minds over vaccines? Why can't doctors and nurses just talk about vaccines rationally, like we can talk about other drugs, like antibiotics or blood pressure medicines? Why do people take a religious stance on beliefs? Why are you a vaxxer or an anti-vaxxer? It's because vaccines became articles of faith. They became articles of faith. People accepted them based on a religious belief as opposed to a review of the risks and benefits. It's been going on for a long time. It's been going on for a long time. Now, we have an uprising of activism right now, thanks to so many people on faculty here at this meeting. But what's going on right now is nothing compared to what happened around 1900. 1900 in the UK was the birth of the Anti-Vaccination League. And there were people marching in the streets because parents were being imprisoned for not having their child get the smallpox vaccine, which was not a clean vaccine. It wasn't purified. Children were dying from the vaccine. So vaccines have actually always led to death in some cases. They always have risks and benefits. And if we've learned anything, that our medical freedom and our choice of vaccines is very, very important. In my view, almost everything is treatable, and some things are so sufficiently low risk that we don't even encounter them. I think the chances of any one of us ever encountering polio is so sufficiently low that we simply don't need to worry about it now. With modern sanitation nutrition and hygiene, we don't have the threats of infectious diseases anymore. Do you know, if this would have been a gathering 150 years ago, we would have been worried about tuberculosis. Somebody would have been, we don't worry about that anymore. There's no vaccine that we take for tuberculosis. So infectious diseases came under control, not because of vaccines, but because of nutrition, sanitation, and hygiene, those improvements. And we have screening detection, we have antivirals, antibiotics, corticosteroids. So we can handle things now. We don't have to have this fear of infectious diseases. On one of the social media feeds, someone got on my feed and said, "This measles outbreak is terrible, Dr. McCullough. I'd rather have a child with autism than have them get measles." And I thought to myself, oh no, oh no. You know, I know some people in my circle that have profound autistic children who are now 20, 30, 40 years old. They have lifelong needs. They're screaming, all through the night, banging their head against the wall. No, believe me, measles is a benign illness. Even in the most severe cases, we can treat it. No person should die in modern medicine today with measles, mumps, or these illnesses. And I imagine if we even encountered polio, we would have ways through plasmapheresis or other treatments to be able to even manage somebody through polio. So with vaccines, use your judgment. We're being absolutely bombarded with vaccines. And also, use your judgment with respect to vaccines for your pets, because this same irrational exuberism for vaccines extends to your pets as well. So I was over in Fort Worth. You probably saw on my Instagram feed. I was over there 2 nights ago for the rodeo. How many went to the rodeo over there, the Freedom? Yeah, you were there. So one of the people in my group was Ronnie. You probably saw Ronnie. And Ronnie said, listen, he's got 200 acres out in East Texas, and he has all these animals and cattle. He said, no vaccines, none of this stuff. He said, just modern farming techniques, and the animals are fine. They're fine. They don't need all that stuff. So the last segment I want to talk to you about is the Wellness Company. The Wellness Company is, I think, the most exciting development that's come out of the pandemic. It's now a global company. It's a vertically integrated company that has health and wellness, nutraceuticals, pharmaceuticals. We own our own pharmacies. We make the products in the United States. We have a large telemedicine group providing telemedicine care across the entire country, 24/7, very affordable. We have emergency medical kits. And we're telling people, listen, don't wait to the next crisis. Get an emergency medical kit so you can be ready. If you have a bladder infection, a bronchitis, if you get an episode of COVID, have the medicines pre-prescribed. We work this out with the FDA. It's perfectly fine to do this. These are very affordable. Get an emergency medical kit at home. Some of you are preppers. How many people in the room are a prepper? Do you like to prepare for oh gosh, the prepper, you get a field kit. This is a thing that comes in a big box, and it's going to float in a flood, and it have everything in it. But even going as far as EpiPens and things to handle serious cuts and wounds, and antifungals, antivirals, antibiotics. It keeps going and going. Medicines to control nausea, to control vomiting, diarrhea. Why not have these things ahead of time? One visit to the urgent care is far more expensive than having a medical kit. So the Wellness Company has innovated with that. And you see us on TV because it's important to be a successful company. We have to be able to present what we're doing. We have very innovative products. And we have this power now with our own pharmacies to be able to make the products, get them out to people quickly, and we continue to grow. One of the reasons why I wanted to bring it up is that we're hiring, and we have the largest care management contract for Medicare in the United States now. So we've opened an office in Richardson, so it's on Glenville Road, which is 75 in Gallatin, so you can kind of reorient there. And I'm going to be relocating my medical practice to that building. But we have several dozen employees now. We're going to get to probably 150 employees before the end of the year, 600 employees probably to the end of next year. And we're hiring people like you who understand the importance of medical freedom. You understand the importance of good, brief medical advice and how to guide people through their healthcare journey. It's a victory to not end up in the hospital, right? It's a real victory. How many of you in your family have had somebody hospitalized in the last year? Yeah, I did. My mom had a stroke. Yes. So you know what I'm talking about. If you can manage health yourself, and at the Wellness Company, we like natural first, drugs last. Now, we can do both, but natural first. So if there are natural approaches to things that patients can manage through this and not end up on drugs, that's a great victory. And certainly staying out of the hospital. And so at the Wellness Company, that's what we're all about. We're hiring, and Lori Brander is in charge of HR. So if you go on LinkedIn, look for Lori Brander. If you want to check out the Wellness Company, go to twc.health/focal points, and you can see what we're doing at the Wellness Company. By the way, the Wellness Company is the only healthcare company that has clearly expressed its view that the risks of the COVID vaccines far outweigh the benefits, and the COVID vaccine should be off the market. We're the only company, by the way, the only one. We're the only one who has expressed concern that excessive childhood vaccination is probably leading to childhood chronic diseases, including autism, but also allergic diseases and other conditions. We're the only company. And we're the only company to truly, to have the size and the scale and the capabilities to actually make America healthy again. Remember, nobody in Washington can actually make the country healthier. You can do that with your family, and if you have good partners, like good doctors and nurses, and Wellness Company is a great partner to have nationally, you can make yourself healthier. You can make your family healthier. So Make America Healthy Again is a great moniker. There's no doubt about it. It's a great moniker. It's a great contribution of Robert F. Kennedy. Great credit to Trump to recognizing that. But it's not those individuals that's actually going to do it. It's going to be you. And we are seeing a secular change in people's opinions. People's trust in conventional medicine is down. People's acceptance into natural approaches is way up. Okay? People's trust of vaccines are down. There's a recent paper in JAMA by Vesuvian and colleagues that reported among parents today, 60% of young parents are not going to put their kids through the full childhood vaccine schedule. 60%. So you're in good company as we're seeing these changes. Another big one is a Rasmussen survey has reported in the last few months, 56% of Americans believe that the COVID vaccines have led to large numbers of deaths. 56%. And they're correct. By my estimate, our CDC won't tell us, but by my estimate, less than 1% of people are taking boosters. And this week, I guess one final update is Senator Ron Johnson held another hearing. Ron Johnson is an American hero. He really is. He held a hearing, and Carl Jablonski from the Children's Health Defense was the lead witness, but published a report that our FDA, despite insiders at the FDA raising the warning that the COVID vaccines were causing heart damage and blood clots and terrible problems, our FDA suppressed that information to have more people yet receive these dangerous vaccines. And that was in March, April, and May of 2021. This is an official U.S. government, Senate, Homeland Security, Permanent Subcommittee for Investigations report. So it's not just hearsay. This is a solid governmental report. So with all of this, I want to leave you, with these updates about what's going on in Washington, McCullough Foundation and Wellness Company, and invite you to join me and join others in spreading the word, working together so we can achieve our optimum health and freedom from hospitalization, to enjoy longevity and a great lifestyle and a great long and healthy life, and certainly be ready to navigate whatever else is going to come up in this time of great controversy. I'm Dr. Peter McCullough. Thank you so much for listening.
Your feet for Peter McCullough. As Dr. Peter was talking about, we definitely want to continue to get involved. So make sure that you're checking out the booths today, you're getting involved, you're finding the ways to prep and prepare for the next thing that's coming, because believe it or not, there is another thing that's coming. Last time they tricked us, the next time they won't. So we're all going to be prepared.
May be wrapping up, but the war on the world has just begun. The truth is knowable, and I want everyone watching the Health Freedom Summit. By the end of this, you will be clear. Every single person needs to have a shovel in one hand and a sword in the other. Now is a really important time to act. Collectively, I believe that we already have turned the tide on this and can meaningfully push back.
On your feet for a longtime freedom fighter, Stephanie Lynn.
Are we on? We're live? Okay, wonderful. It is our human birthright to be self-sustaining in our fertility, to be able to form intimate partnership, families, generations. To generate life is the oldest form of human sovereignty. It is the human story deciding again and again to go on. This is a speech about fertility, and before most of you assume this is not relevant to you, I plan to demonstrate how global demographics and the modern fertility crisis is not just a problem for a few people who are looking to add to the size of their family. This is an issue that should be of concern for the whole human family. When Elon Musk was recently asked, what do you see as the biggest problems facing humanity from your view, this is actually what he spoke to. Replacement-level fertility is the invisible architecture beneath modern economic prosperity. Without it, we do not have human capital required to staff, maintain, or repair systems at scale. And so we had this amazing era from about the 1950s to 2020 where we had cheap labor, and that made a huge difference in how cheap everything was. We also had cheap energy, and we had long, secure supply chains. This era is now over, and it will never be repeated. To be clear, the era of cheap everything is over, and it will never be repeated. Economic policy without demographic replacement is missing the most basic element of resilience planning. You cannot future-proof systems if you don't have enough people to fix things, to staff things. This is something that ancient rulers understood intuitively. King David ordered a census. Caesar Augustus ordered a census. They had an instinct that the strength of a civilization rested in part on the number of the people. The population required to sustain modern complexity is no longer being replenished, and yet policy continues to act as though it is. This is a fact that has been ignored by our so-called kings of modernity. It is a staggering oversight, because demographic replacement is not something that can be fixed. With technology, with AI, with fiscal policy, or global coordination, none of these things can compensate for a world devoid of people. Institutions such as the World Economic Forum continue to assume that complexity can be preserved through governance, even though our societies are in a demographic freefall. This is not a secondary social issue, and yet people are still working with frameworks for a world that no longer exists. And this is the point economically that you really have to understand, which is that modern, complex economies are specialized economies. Specialization only works at scale. So the era of cheap everything was a demographic anomaly. It is over. And I fear that our complex economy will now not downshift smoothly. If depopulation continues on its current trajectory, the outcome will not simply be deglobalization and despecialization, but in many places, de-civilization. The mechanism is brutal but simple to understand. Demographic collapse breaks the scale conditions that makes hyper-specialization possible. Failures then compound across the entire system. So let's get into the specifics of this issue. Before the 2020 global crisis, birth rates were already crashing worldwide. The total fertility rate, roughly speaking, is the average number of children that are born to a woman over her lifetime. Half the countries in the world, including the US and all of Europe, are below population replacement levels. Wider downward fertility trends were already in crisis levels before 2020. The World Bank and UN data show a planet entering demographic contrition with no known recovery mechanism. The decline is not cyclical, it is not temporary, it is not pandemic related. Fertility has fallen below replacement levels across Europe, East Asia, North America, and Latin America, and is now declining rapidly everywhere else. Globally, overall fertility has been falling for over half a century, even if individual countries sometimes fluctuate in a positive direction. To select one nation for sharper focus, consider Britain. In 2008, the UK population peaked at 128 million. By 2022, it declined to 125 million. And if this trend continues, they will only have 63 million people by 2100. So imagine if your school had 50% less volunteers, your church and neighborhood had 50% less people. Numerous published studies demonstrate that these trends affect more than personal choice. The CDC reports that 1 in 8 women in America have had trouble conceiving. Male fertility is plunging too. The trend is global. In the book Countdown, world-renowned epidemiologist Dr. Swan describes how sperm in the Western countries have dropped by more than 50% since 1970s and are declining by 1% each year. If you look at the curve on sperm count and project it forward, it reaches 0 in 2045. Meaning the median man would essentially have no viable sperm. She is one of many specialists suggesting that the current state of reproductive affairs cannot continue much longer without threatening human survival. We are in a global existential crisis. This is the level of crisis and systemic risk we were already at when the fertility crimes of the era emerged, a nightmare that turned from its consumption of the developing world and engulfed the West. Today, I'm going to tell you a few stories. The first story is, this is a great graph, we missed this. This shows how we're all below replacement levels even before the pandemic. They've been dropping steadily for over half a century. So this is a story in one image from Google Analytics. This is an image of Google's reporting on the amount of women who Googled the term miscarriage after the vaccines. It's their system showing you how many people on a given day looked up this search term. So that's an image in one picture for you. You can also see here a spike. When the vaccines rolled out, women using this search term. The second story I'd like to tell you is one of the Pfizer files. This is a story of incredible men and women working behind the scenes to bring information to us. The FDA required Pfizer to publicly collect available data on adverse reporting events when the vaccine was released. So confidential document 536, cumulative analysis of post-authorization adverse events reports, contained case reports for the first 68 days of vaccine rollout. The government gave Pfizer billions. They mandated Americans to take its product. They prohibited Americans from suing for harms, and yet refused to let Americans see the data underlying its licensure. Prior to authorizing or licensing COVID vaccines, the FDA promised full transparency for the process. But when the FDA received all of this, they then asked the courts to keep these documents hidden for 75 years. They wanted everyone in the room dead before this data ever saw the light of day. A federal court, so we FOIA requested them in our spare time. They were FOIA requested, and there was a successful lawsuit by the Public Health Medical Professionals for Transparency. This group was comprised of professionals from institutions such as Harvard, Yale, UCLA, who demanded timely production of the documents. They were so massive and so technical that they were impossible for any journalist to wade through. So Naomi Wolf and Chris Flowers here, this is us. We were there with Dell Bigtree and a whole bunch of other freedom fighters at the World Health Organization Week. Here we are in Geneva, Switzerland. And Flowers organized more than 3,250 volunteer doctors and scientists who waded through this mountain of documents to produce the historical effort known as the Pfizer Papers. I'm going to highlight a few features before we discover from these internal documents all the reproductive harm that they do. So the documents reveal that Pfizer and public health agencies manipulated the clinical trial data to delay reporting deaths and of trial participants so they could meet the safety claims of being safe and effective. Another shocking admission was that Pfizer defined exposure to the mRNA vaccine to include skin contact, inhalation, and sexual contact, especially around conception. They understood the mechanisms of injury. They understood the pharmacokinetics of how these vaccines biodistribute the lipid nanoparticles, the spike protein, and the petroleum byproducts to every organ in the body. Lipid nanoparticles were designed to traverse every membrane in the human body. It wasn't an oversight. It was a feature of how the vaccines were designed. We knew early that these agents had particular concentration in the ovaries and that they influenced reproduction. The documents explicitly stated that vaccine men should avoid intercourse with women of childbearing age due to a possible risk to the woman. They show a comprehensive effect on human reproductive capacity with harms to sperm count, testes, sperm mobility, harm to ovaries, menstrual cycles, and placentas. Pfizer breaks down all of these adverse events and concludes that women sustain 72% of them. Naomi reports that she was reading these internal documents and she kept thinking, why are they so focused on sex? Isn't this a respiratory virus? They're very focused, in fact, on reproduction. Here's a fraction of the 20-something different ways that Pfizer admits that the mRNA jab can dysregulate or affect women's reproductive health. Heavy menstrual bleeding, 27,685 cases. Menstrual disorder, 22,145 cases. It just goes on and on. You can see the numbers here. A chart in the document shows that 15,000 women experience bleeding every day, 10,000 women were having 2 periods per month. Women who were past having periods got them again. 6-month-old babies were bleeding into their diapers. 7,500 women were not having periods at all, which means that they were effectively sterilized. Every single one of these reports represents damaged fertility. It represents broken marriages, destroyed lives, and Pfizer just lists them calmly, one by one. Then they have a document, pregnancy and lactation report, indicating severe injuries and death among babies. This section covers pregnancy and lactation, reveals that 20% of the 413 reported cases of the events were adverse. This included 25 miscarriages, 5 fetal deaths, as well as uterine contractions during pregnancy, preterm deliveries, premature rupture of the membranes, and fetal growth restriction. The most amazing part of this story is that Pfizer claims to have lost the records of 234 pregnant women who participated in clinical trials. During the first 12 weeks, they recorded that 270 women had adverse events. They followed outcomes for only 32 of those women, claiming that the rest of the data was lost. Of the 32 pregnancies, 28 reportedly ended in fetal death. That is over an 87.5 fetal death rate among the pregnancy with known outcomes. So of the 36 pregnant women, we had abortion or miscarriage. In the field of fertility and obstetrics, we understand that inflammation during this sensitive time causes fetal demise. Pfizer's official recommendation to the public while having this alarming data was, this is their official statement, and I quote, "There were no safety signals that emerged from the review of these cases for use in pregnancy. and while breastfeeding. Are you guys familiar with the Georgia Guidestones? Wasn't that marvelous when they were bombed? Not that I'm endorsing that. I want to know who did it. That was amazing. So the Georgia Guidestones, for you guys who don't know, was this like monument. And it said that the world should only be populated with 500 million people. Now, to be clear, that is a reduction of the population of 8.3 billion. The reality of intentional depopulation is difficult to consider. However, you will not be sufficiently clear in what is happening and going on until you admit the reality of this perverse agenda. Food and water additives, aerial spraying, contaminated viruses, man-made weather catastrophes, and endless war come into greater focus when you consider this agenda. Multiple official documents, including Agenda 2030, the Kissinger Report, and others, detail depopulation as a prioritized foreign policy. Specific nations are targeted, but the general goal is a world with less humans. These agendas do not speak in terms of our children. The diminishment is framed as necessity, as management, as balance. But to be clear, these are your children that they're talking about, your sons, your daughters, your grandchildren. So while it is true that there are meetings, reports, fertility crimes, and cover-ups, much of what the fertility crisis is due to is actually something called the accumulative toxic load. And in 70% of cases, this can be restored through a basic equation of good things in, bad things out. So more dense nutrients, more things that support conception, and then bad things out. Also, another point to note is that a lot of women start paying attention to these things after they get pregnant, and the time to invest in the health of a child is actually before conception. So I have 5 children, and one of my children has Down syndrome, and it's obvious when you consider that from the moment of conception, now that she has this genetic abnormality, her health trajectory is going to be very different now that she's a person with a genetic disorder of Down syndrome. And it's clear when you use this example to realize that the time to invest in the health of the child is actually before conception. Many excellent articles by the Children's Health Defense speak to this accumulative toxic load that we have to deal with, which includes pesticides, plastics, toxins, heavy metals, antibiotics, vaccines, preservatives, artificial sweeteners, and air pollutions. We also have EMF effects, which we've spoken to during this conference. Cell phones, laptops, electric cars, power lines could all be contributing to factors that overwhelm the body with oxidative stress. So one thing that I wanted to ask is, so this describes reducing the burden. We need to identify the load, reduce and detox, and then rebuild and protect. So I actually have a fertility health coach certification program. This uses advanced lab ordering and coaching in order to help families restore their fertility. And I'm curious, is there anyone here, as we've been talking about fertility issues, that because of your story or just a general interest, would anyone here have interest in helping families by becoming a fertility health coach? Multiple people? Oh my goodness, this is incredible. Great. Can you guys come up to me after the speech? Because this is a $2,000 program, and if you'll go to it, I'll give it to you for free. If you would like to help families and to help them overcome their fertility issues, to be on the front lines of fertility. How many people? You? 3 people? 4? You? Amazing. So many. That's incredible. Wonderful. The host, Jared, have actually partnered with us to give away this $2,000 program for anyone here who feels a calling. Now, to be specific, this isn't to heal your fertility. This is to step on the front lines of the fertility response and to help other families. So thank you guys so much for your service. It is much needed. That is phenomenal. Well, here in closing, thank you. I just want to say that what's at stake is not theory. It's not policy. It's whether the human story continues through us. As I've laid out tonight, as we've talked about demographic contraction, fertility is not a niche concern. It is not a private struggle belonging to a few. It is the foundation beneath everything that we build, everything that we sustain, everything that we hope will outlive us. And we are now in a moment of civilizational consequence where we are deciding whether or not we will continue, not rhetorically, but biologically, practically, generationally. Reclaimed fertility is a tremendous way that the human race is self-resilient against catastrophe and self-reliant. And in all of this, we find that the body knows how to renew the world. It is a radical act in this time to remember that and to live towards that in faith, hope, and love. So in closing, I'd like to leave you with a poem of hope by Gerard Manley Hopkins entitled God's Grandeur. Also, before I do that, we detail a lot of fertility crimes inside of the Health Freedom Summit. For example, there was a sterilization effort where 2.3 million women were sterilized by lacing the tetanus vaccine with additional fertility drugs, HCG, so that they were sterilized without knowledge or consent. There's unbelievable receipts, multiple deaths. It's a very exciting story. If you go to healthfreedomsummit.com, we disclose a lot of the fertility crimes that have been taking place all over the world. Many of these fertility crimes have now come to the West. So for those of you who raised your hand, please come and find me afterwards. And I'd love for you to join the front lines of the fertility response as we seek to heal our fertility and to have the creation of children be part of the way that we partner with the Holy Spirit in the renewal of the world and of all things. And I also would like to say, before I read this poem, that, well, first of all, how many people here know that this battle is spiritual? You know it. You know it. And in all of the work that I've done over the past couple of years, just getting down to what is going on here, I don't think that you can fully understand it until you understand that the Holy Spirit is about to come with power. The glory of God in the great harvest is about to descend on the earth. And when the Holy Spirit comes, it's not going to be like other revivals where he comes and then goes away. It's going to be a sustained ascent into the kingdom of God, where the angels come and they say to one another, the kingdoms of men have now become the kingdoms of our God. The glory of God is going to come with such presence that people are going to come and they're going to give their boats and their bitcoins. There will be nothing on earth as valuable as the glory of God. The demonic agenda behind everything, you have to understand, is to have there be as few people on the earth when that happens. Kill as many as possible, prevent as many babies from being born as possible. That's what the agenda is. That's the demonic agenda, whether the people implementing these plans know it or not. That's the agenda. Okay, now, God's Grandeur by Gerard Manley Hopkins. The world is charged with the grandeur of God. It will flame out like shining from shook foil. It gathers to a greatness like the ooze of oil crushed. Why does men then now not wreck his rod? Generations have trod, and all is seared with trade, bleared, smeared with toil, and wears man's smudge and shares man's smell. The soil is bare now, nor can foot feel being shod. Yet for all of this, nature is never spent. There is the dearest freshness deep down things. And though the last lights off the black west went, oh, morning at brown brink eastward springs, because the Holy Ghost over the bent world broods with warm breast and with a bright wing.
Stephanie Lynn.
Thank you. Oh, thanks so much.
All right, I'm going to have you guys stand up for just a second because that was really heavy. I don't know about you. I'm just like really concerned now about some of the things that are coming down the pipeline. So just need to shake it out a little bit. Maybe high five your neighbor a little bit again. Who's enjoying themselves so far this morning? Amen? Absolutely. Well, I want you guys to stay on your feet because we do have an amazing person coming on stage next.
I took the shot and I seem to be okay. I hope maybe you got a placebo or you got a very low efficacy vaccine, but you can't really say that until you're 10 years out. You know, we've lost our extended family because we've abdicated our trust to this person that's standing over here in a white coat. I think that the most important thing that we can do right now is get our lives right with the Lord.
Welcome to the stage, Dr. Sherri Tenpenny.
everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jared, how much time do I have? Because I could talk all day. How much time do I have? Oh, that's up there. Okay, got it. Well, last night, how many of you guys have heard me talk before somewhere? Okay? On a podcast or at a show or something like that. A lot of people, right? Well, last night, Jared had a little, we were staying over at the Four Seasons, and he had a little get-together downstairs of just the speakers, and we were sitting there talking about a whole bunch of stuff, and he said, so, Dr. T, are you going to talk about the slides that you sent me, or are you going to go off script? Ooh, that's dangerous, right? And I said, you know what? I thought about it all night, thought about it this morning, I thought, I'm going to go off script. Because these people have heard me talk about vaccines forever. For going on 26 years, I've been talking about this stuff. And it doesn't change. It's always terrible news. It's always awful stuff in the vaccines. It's always, not great news about detoxing things, because once you vaccinate, you cannot unvaccinate. You can get better, you can improve your symptoms, but you can't stick a needle in your arm and suck the stuff out, right? So I decided to do something a little different. This is something I was kind of working on that can apply to everybody, that not only maybe has had a stroke, but had a concussion, had a traumatic brain injury, has early onset Alzheimer or dementia, has some sort of severe, like you had a bad accident at some point in time and you recovered from that. Whether it was a car accident, fell off your roof, fell down your stairs. But I wanted to talk about this. Because, vaccines cause all kinds of brain injury, and that's the list of vaccines that we know have neurological events. Hepatitis B, DPT, MMR, Gardasil because of the large amount of aluminum in it. And did you guys know that Merck is going to stop making Gardasil at the end of this year? Yeah. I've always said that one of the reasons I've been doing this for so long is I've always felt it was a grassroots movement. If there were a huge manufacturer of light bulbs and people quit buying light bulbs, the manufacturer would quit making them. So if there's a whole bunch of vaccines that they made and people stopped using them and started refusing them across the board, well then they'd maybe stop making them. I mean, back at the World Economic Forum 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago now, the president of Moderna was saying, we don't have any problem with manufacturing vaccines, but we've got a huge amount of supply, but nobody wants them. We can't even give them away worldwide. So we need to do that with every vaccine. And I was listening to Peter talk, and I disagree with what he said, that when you are just because you're a little bit older doesn't make it safer. I mean, if you're 2, it's unsafe, but if you're 6, it's safe. A little poison's still poison, right? And I've testified in court for vaccine-injured adults that, age is no respecter to vaccine injury. It can happen in any vaccine at any age. So so years ago when I first started doing this, I used to say, wait until they're older. I don't say that anymore, because kids that are older can get just as injured as babies. And the same thing with adults. And whether it's a flu shot, pneumonia shot, shingles shot, any of those things, just keep in mind a little poison is still poison, period. So influenza vaccines, causes Guillain-Barré and a lot of different things. And then the COVID shots, we all know that when the COVID shots came to the market, there were, when the first tranche of documents were released at court order, there was a 35-page document. It was the very first one that was released, and the last 8 pages of that 35-page document was the list of more than 1,200 side effects, complications, and conditions caused by Pfizer shots, and they knew it before it was even released to the market. 1,200. So over the years, when people have come up to me and very kind of quietly said, do you think the shot could have caused X, like fill in the blank? The answer is yes, because of what they knew it was going to cause and how destructive it was going to be. So that's been around for a while. And so these are the types of conditions that can be caused by all of those other shots, excluding the COVID jab, Guillain-Barré, ADM, transverse myelitis, narcolepsy, multiple sclerosis, seizures, encephalitis, encephalopathy, Bell's palsy, optic neuritis, and autism. And, you know, we've been saying this for years. It wasn't just discovered that autism is the result of encephalitis. And all the package inserts of the childhood vaccines list encephalitis as a possible complication, right? So if you have brain inflammation, the result of that can be all of the conditions that you can list inside of autism spectrum disorder. Nobody just discovered that. I mean, we've known that for 20 years. And that's really true about what autism is, about brain injury, encephalitis, encephalopathy. And so COVID jabs can cause all those things I just showed you on that list, plus all the rest of these. Cognitive impairment, because the COVID jabs, the spike protein can cross the blood-brain barrier. You know, in July of 2021, the shots just came out, December of 2020, and January, February of 2021. By July of 2021, I had discovered 40 mechanisms of injury of how the COVID, already published, of how the COVID shots could make you chronically sick or kill you. Did a great big webinar about it. Did a second one in July where I found 20 more mechanisms of injury. So there were already 40 that were published, and I reported about it in July of 2021. So, you know, so I've watched now for the last 5 years as all these big things are discovered. It's like, yep, knew that. Yep, already reported about that. Yep, already knew that. We knew that all along. So the cognitive brain impairment is because the spike protein can cross the blood-brain barrier and the lipid nanoparticles can. And all the rest of those things, including strokes. And there are I did a lot of research looking at the medical literature in PubMed about strokes and the COVID jab. And there were a lot, and the conclusion on some of the articles was, we're only reporting on the ones we know about, because many people had strokes and they blamed it on something else. You know, you had a carotid artery, something going on, or you had atrial fib, or we don't know what caused it, but it certainly wasn't the COVID jab. You know, and that's the way the vaccine injury has been as long as I've been doing this. It's anything but. You know, if somebody comes in with a vaccine injury, they will spend months and millions to be able to determine that it was anything but the vaccine. There was one point in time I wrote an article called, it was called Vaccines and the Bluefoot Syndrome. And it was kind of a parody, and I wrote this article. It was about a young parent whose child developed this bright blue foot. And they took him to the doctor, and they were saying, we don't know what causes it. It's severely painful. There's nothing you can do to treat it. We have no idea what it comes from. We don't know how long it'll last. Insurance doesn't cover any sort of treatment. We don't know what caused it, but we know it definitely had nothing to do with the frozen turkey you dropped on his foot. And it's the same thing with vaccines. We don't know what caused it. Your insurance won't cover it. We have no idea, but we definitely know it had nothing to do with the vaccine he got 48 hours before they started this thing. So it's the same sort of issue with ischemic strokes. So what is a ischemic stroke? It's a type of stroke that's caused when a blood clot is formed in the artery traveling somewhere into the brain that cuts off the blood flow to that part of the brain. Without oxygen and nutrients, brain cells in the affected area begin to malfunction and die within minutes. That's why the sudden onset of a droop on the side of your face, or a limb that you can't move, or you can't talk, you get garbled speech, and why it's so acute, such an acute process, because it takes just minutes or less for that area of the brain where it doesn't have oxygen, doesn't have blood flow, doesn't have nutrients to malfunction. And that's really what happens, is it malfunctions. And so it happens really quickly. And that's why I said that's why it requires immediate attention. And it looks kind of like that. I mean, that is a picture of an MRI which is a brain scan they use magnets for, an MRA. And MRA is when they inject dye so they can actually see the outline of the blood vessels is with an MRA. And so this is a brain angiogram where they evaluated the stenosis and there was a stroke that was there. And so you can see the inflammation and kind of what happens. So you can imagine that those brain cells, and I just say they're damaged. They aren't dead, they're damaged. And then and so that area of the brain, whatever it was connected to, is what a problem is. So I wanted to talk about this because I had a stroke in August of 2023. Nobody knows to this day, don't know why. It may have been from a shedding incident of being around vaccinated people, because all of the symptoms that started on an airplane. Actually, it started when I went to get off the airplane. I was flying from Cleveland to Las Vegas to speak in a conference. And when I went to stand up to get off the plane, I was like, ooh, I was so dizzy, just dizzy, and like kind of wobbling all over the place. I'm sure that cab driver that took me from the airport to the Venetian was sure I was really drunk. Really, really drunk. You know, and the cab drivers in Vegas, they see a lot of really drunk people, right? Because I was just like wobbling all over the place. Got a little bit better, got back, gave my talk, and then the next day flew back to Ohio, and about 4 days later couldn't move my arm and couldn't walk. And fell 4 times, one of them pretty significantly. And I kept saying, this is not happening to me. This is not happening to me. I'm not going to the hospital. I had already done research about, you know, the TPA thing that they do in your brain, that they're supposed to give you a blood clot buster treatment, and it works 50% of the time, and the 50% of the time that it doesn't work, it turns an embolic stroke where there's a blockage into a hemorrhagic stroke where it breaks the blood vessel and the brain and the blood goes all over your brain, which is 5 times worse. So my staff was really mad at me, and they were really upset with me, and I said, no, I'm going to do it my way, like I do most everything. A little bit of stubborn in there, you think? And so I went to my ECP clinic because I had read a study when we opened these ECP clinics, which is external counterpulsation, which is a bed that they have cuffs that go around your calves, your thighs, and your lower abdomen, and there's a compressor that measures your heartbeat, and like your heart beats, and then the cuffs inflate. So it's heart cuffs, heart cuffs, heart cuffs. And it kind of sounds like that. And I had read a study, maybe 2 years before I started this, about people that had strokes. And that they had done a study where, and I don't remember, I'm just going to make this number up, that there were like 30 patients that had an embolic stroke in each group. So there were 60 of them, and 30 of them, they started with ECP within the first 72 hours of having a stroke. The other set, they waited for 2 weeks to start ECP after they'd had the stroke. The ones that they started the ECP within 72 hours, almost 100% of them had recovered. The ones that they waited 2 weeks, 76% of them that recovered, which is still a pretty darn good number. And I remember when I read that study, I was so angry. Because having been a former ER doc, you know, I was emergency medicine for 12 years and the director of an ER for that length of time, I thought about all the hundreds and hundreds of people that I saw that came in there with strokes. Because a stroke most often occurs overnight. You know, and a higher rate of that is in men, where overnight they go to bed the night before, they're just fine, and because they get a little dehydrated and they get a little more sludge in their blood overnight, when they get up in the morning and step out of bed, they fall on the floor, and that's when they know that they've had a stroke. And so, you know, on night shifts, we saw this all the time, people coming in with strokes. And I was so mad thinking of all of those people who ended up in nursing homes and wheelchairs and couldn't brush their teeth and couldn't comb their own hair because we refused to say that this treatment had any therapeutic use to them. So, knowing that, when I had my stroke, the stroke, I never call it my stroke, I don't own it, the stroke, it's like, well, I'm getting on those beds right away. So I had to have somebody drive me to the clinic. I could barely walk. help me and get me up on the bed, and I was doing 2 treatments a day for like 10 days. And I'm sure that increased perfusion stepped me quickly back onto the recovery path really fast, because that was me. And I said, this isn't happening to me. No, I was just in complete denial. Believe me, when I say I was in complete denial, I was. And my staff called up Tracy Strope. Some of you may know Tracy. And her really good friend, Michelle, who came to my house. They dropped everything. They came to my house for 2 weeks and fixed me food and made me eat supplements. I mean, seriously. And put me to bed on time and didn't let me work on the computer. And they just held me a captive, like I was a prisoner. And I was sitting on the couch, trying to, move my arm and stuff like that. And every 2 hours, Tracy was feeding me something. I said, when I get off of this chair, I'm gonna weigh 200 pounds. And sure enough, 3 weeks later, when I got off the chair, I had lost 17 pounds because she gave me the right foods to eat and the right amount of supplements, we're gonna talk about in a minute, and made me go to bed on time. Like 10 o'clock was bedtime. I was going to bed at 10 o'clock, drink lots of water, and let my brain rest and recover. I'd lost 17 pounds in about 3 weeks just from sitting there. In fact, I'm thinking about having her come back over to my house and making me sit on a chair for 2 weeks so I could do that again. So let's see. Let's see if this will play, Jared. This is what I was talking about. Will it play? Oh, it does. So I want to give you an example here. So, see my right arm, how black and blue it is? I fell and hurt it really bad. So I couldn't move that arm. And the whole time I'm sitting there thinking, this is not acceptable. This isn't happening to me. It's like I couldn't lift my arm, couldn't move my hand. And I used to play piano years ago. I had to decide at one point in time if I was going to be a musician or a doctor. And I thought, I'm going to sit down at the piano because this will be good for me. And I kept working and working and working. Every time I sat anywhere, I was working my hand, making it work again. Because at the beginning, I had so little strength, I couldn't even push one key on my computer to be able to do a cut and paste sort of thing. So, it's like this. And my puppy Tegan, you guys have probably heard me talk. He's such a good puppy. He's got a heart on his head. So how can you not love a puppy with a heart on his head? Oops, that was supposed to stop there. So this entire time I'm saying this is unacceptable, which is the moral of this story to everyone listening today and maybe listening in the future, is whatever happens, it's unacceptable. And you can't just, about 4 months into this process, I had gone into my doctor's office. I was still walking with a cane then, but I could walk. And I was just like mad. And I walked into, Dr. Clapper, who's amazing, and she works for me. So I went into the clinic, and I walked into her office, and I said, I'm so sick of this. And I said, how much, is this gonna be the rest of my life? She goes, sit down here for a minute. So I sat down and she said, do you have any idea how far ahead of the curve you are? No. I said, I've never done this before, you tell me. She said, most people, they have a stroke, they go to the hospital, they go to a rehab unit, they do a couple of weeks of therapy until their insurance runs out and they're not gonna do any more therapy, and then they just kind of go, well, shit happens, and this is the rest of my life. And they stop doing anything else and sit and they just mark time until they die. I said, you gotta be kidding me. People don't get inspired to say this, about the neuroplasticity of the brain and about how those damaged cells can heal and that you can do things to make those heal. And if they don't heal, how you can rewire the brain because of the they don't. She said, nope, people don't generally do that. So that's why I wanted to start talking about this, because people have strokes, they have concussions, they have traumatic brain injuries, they have early Alzheimer's or early dementia, they have all sorts of things that are malfunctioning in their brain, but you can get over it, or at least you can improve it. And almost 3 years later, because that was August of 23, the only residual symptom that I have is the stroke started in my left leg, is I'm still struggling a little bit with this ankle. And I'm gonna get over that too, because it's just like, this is not acceptable. I'm not living with this. So it's time to get busy. So this is one of the most important slides of this whole talk, and it applies to anybody who's ever had any kind of an injury. Whether it's a sports injury, or you fell down some steps, or you fell off, anything, any sort of injury that you've had, or any kind of a brain injury that you've had, is you need to do a complete body self-examination. Don't wait for the doctor. Don't wait for the physical therapist. Don't wait for the chiropractor. Don't wait for the naturopath. Do it yourself. Now, you don't need to know the name of the muscle, the name of the nerve. You don't need to know how it's innervated. You just need to stand naked in front of a bathroom mirror and go, okay, my good arm can do this. Can I do that on this side? No, well, I need to work on that until I can do that again. The same thing is, can I put my hand on the top of my head? I can with my good arm. Can I do it with my bad arm? I can't. How am I in the world, am I ever gonna blow dry my hair if I can't make this arm get up here? So I just kept working at it and working at it and working at it, because I knew that that was a muscle group that was bad. You know, when one of the things I did, the stroke was in August, the end of January, I went to Provo, Utah, to a neural rehab center called Cognitive FX USA, Cognitive FX USA. And I was there, it was a really intensive program. It was like the hardest thing I ever did. When I came home and I was telling some of the people, some of the exercises they put you through, when I came home and I was telling my friends, they go, I couldn't have done that, and I don't have a brain injury. They would do things like, I'll just give you one example. Every morning you started with exercises, and then when you worked with a therapist, they had a ball. It was about the size of a grapefruit, and it was white. But when you bounced the ball, when it came up, it was either red or blue or green. So you had to bounce the ball. If it was red, you caught it with your right hand. If it was blue, you caught it with your left hand. If it was green, you caught it with both. Now, at the same time you were doing that, you were walking backwards tandem and doing a math problem. Yes, that was one of many sort of things like that that they had you do. They're like, holy cow. So it was really rigorous. The last day I was there, I said to the therapist, now remember, I've been there 2 weeks, this intensive therapy, all these therapists, the doctor, everybody. The last day I was there, I said, you know, we start the morning on this treadmill, and I can walk, but I can't walk fast, and I can't run. How do I learn how to run again? And they said, well, the first thing you need to do is learn how to hop. Hop, really. So I went home and looked up the muscles that had to do with running, and the main muscle is your hamstring. So I get home, and I'm standing on my kitchen counter, and it's like, well, maybe I can hop. I can hop on my good foot. I went to hop on this foot, and nothing happened. Nothing. I've seen all these people. Not one person evaluated the fact that I had total weakness in my left hamstring. Nobody. So that's why standing in front of a mirror and doing a self-assessment, you know, start with your toes. Can you wiggle your toes? Can you do circles with your ankle? Can you stand on your toes? I couldn't stand on my toes. When I would stand on my toes on the left side, it would go and sink back down. You know, can I kick up? Can I kick back? All of those things, just do a thorough self-assessment to see what works. You know, the little thing that I showed you about playing the piano. Well, physical therapists and occupational therapists, after you've had a stroke and your hand doesn't work, what they're most focusing on is grip strength and whether you can do this. And one of the occupational therapists, her entire assessment of me was she gave me a clothespin and said, here, pinch it. That was it. That was my occupational therapy session. But they just care about touching your fingers and grip strength. When I sat at the piano, I went 5, 4, 3, 2, no lateral movement in this thumb at all. And it's the weirdest feeling in the world when you look at a body part and it doesn't move. But it was like they completely missed the fact that there was no lateral movement. So every time I was sitting on the phone or whatever I was doing, watching something, I was tapping to get lateral movement back. You can all do this. It doesn't take rocket scientists, and you don't need a doctor to tell you what to do. Just do a self-assessment of all of your muscles. You don't even know the names of them or anything. Just compare it to the good side, and if the bad side or the affected side isn't working, get busy. And start working on it, making it work. Stand on your toes. Do whatever you need to do, because of the neuroplasticity of the brain. That will lead to rewiring to where those muscles will start working again. So this is every muscle group, a full body assessment, find out what's working and not working, and standing in front of a mirror. And I was frustrated what had not been picked up by everyone, not even me. I had picked up a lot of things that had to do with this arm and this hand, but I didn't know about my leg. So you create your neurological connection between your brain and your muscle groups, and don't wait. The sooner you do it, the better. And if you have a bad stroke and you're wheelchair bound, you still have muscle parts that move, because strokes are unilateral. They're one-sided. So you can, if you're in a wheelchair, if you're in a bed, if you have to use a walker, you can still do all of this stuff to retrain and re-educate your brain. And the other thing they did when Tracy and Michelle, that picture had Michelle in it, they came and cleaned out I saw hundreds of dollars worth of groceries going out the door. But they threw out everything that was even partially questionable, that had to do with seed oils and trans fats and junk food and gluten-free. They made me gluten-free, dairy-free, alcohol-free, and really, that's how I lost the 17 pounds, right? All the junk went. And she was feeding me things like avocados that were good oils and good fats for my brain, and feeding me all gluten-free stuff in small quantities frequently. And then you can add in healthy oils and foods that are high in omega-3s, and antioxidant foods like all the berries and dark chocolate, which is a special sort of treat, right? But that really does have it's high in antioxidants. And then the green stuff, lots and lots of green stuff. And I did my new podcast, it's called the Tenpenny Files, that I do it 5 days a week. I interview authors and documentary filmmakers. So since November the 13th, I've read 113 books. Seriously. And I've read through them, and several of them I've read every word. And one of my interviews I did was with Chef Pete. Do you guys know Chef Pete? Chef Pete is a really famous chef out of Australia. He's a really great guy. He's been on my show several times over the years. And he came out with a new Maha cookbook, and that's why I had him on the show. But what was really interesting talking to him was that, people think of going to the grocery store as just a task they have to get out of their way. If you ever go to the grocery store on Sundays, don't. Everybody's angry. Walking down with those carts, you have to avoid them because they're going to run over you. Everybody's so mad because they got to get groceries for the week. And he said, what you need to start doing when you go to the grocery store, think of it as a scavenger hunt. That you're looking for something brand new that you haven't tried before, and try with and at least once a week, pick out a new spice that you don't have in your cupboard, and try a new fruit or a new vegetable that you've never eaten before. Buy one, because you may not like it, but experiment with it and play with it and he said, it's like making food fun. He said, which reminds me of, remember Sheldon in The Big Bang Theory about making flags fun? I don't know if you guys ever saw that. It was a big show. But he said, you need to make food fun. And so I started doing that, and it really is a whole lot different thing. And I'll tell you, one of the other things I did was I went out to my Chat GPT, I call him Chad, and I asked Chad to create a 1-week diet plan for me using low inflammatory foods. That's 1,200 calories, and then out of that, create a shopping list. Now that's a good use of AI. and I printed that out, and you can go to the grocery store, so every day you know exactly what you're gonna eat, the exact amount of calories you're gonna eat, and you try new fruits and vegetables and have fun with them. So I encourage all of you to stop looking at going to the grocery store like, I gotta go to the grocery store, but like, hey, I'm going on a scavenger hunt. I'm going to look for new things I've never eaten before, never tried before, new ways to fix vegetables, new spices I've never had. And he said, because most people have 30 foods that they eat in their entire life. And once in a while, they may try something new, but everybody eats the same 30 foods most of their life. And this is a way to move you out of that and expand. And he said he did the math, because when he took it, he said, 'cause I was always good in math. And I looked at all the different cuisines of the world, you know, Chinese, Korean, Japanese, all this stuff. And he said, I did the math, and he said, starting at 30 years of age, you could eat a different food every single day of all these different cuisines your entire life and never eat the same meal twice. That's how much variety is out there in God's garden for us. That we need to, and he said people can explore to just step outside of that by starting with a new spice or a new herb that they've never used before and play around with it. So this is just to inspire you to have fun with food. And then brain health supplements, magnesium and zinc are super important. Turmeric for the inflammation. B vitamins really help all of your cognitive things. Iodine is so important. I don't know if you guys know Dr. Michael Nels. Dr. Michael Nels wrote the book, The Indoctrinated Brain, like during COVID. He's coming out with a new book. I've already read part of the book, and it's called The Conspiracy Against Iodine. And I've already interviewed him on the show once. I'm going to have him back on again. And he said that if people took 5 to 10 milligrams of lithium orotate every day, because the prescription level of lithium is 50 to 75 milligrams and lots of side effects and complications. But 5 milligrams of lithium orotate every day for their whole life, he said it doesn't happen quickly, but over time, he said, I'm convinced the entire pharmaceutical industry could go away. And people don't talk about lithium. They don't even know about it in terms of a mood stabilizer and cognitive help and how it heals your brain. So we put together, you know, lithium is so, so important. We put together a little thing that we sell the little lithium in our store. If you want to get it, it's called bit.ly/OptiNeuro, that you can get started with that. And I'm telling you, I sleep so much better since I've been starting with this. And it's non-toxic, no big problems with it. It's just like taking magnesium or zinc at that low little dose of the 5 milligrams or so a day, 5 to 10 milligrams a day. Now, the other thing that I took was specialized pro-resolving mediators that Tracy Stroup she's big on this. And they're like a specialized high-dose omega-3. They're neuroprotective. They turn off and end prolonged inflammation. At the beginning, when I had the stroke, I was taking 10 to 12 capsules a day for the first couple of weeks to shut down all the inflammation on those injured cells. And again, that and ECP and eating right and cleaning out my closet, or cleaning out my cupboard, is what started the process to get well. I mean, if you start early on, you don't wait. If you do these things in that physical self-assessment, that's what you really need to heal your brain. And you can do that for any type of brain injury, whether you've had a concussion, whether you've had post-anesthesia stuff or post-chemotherapy things, any of those things that you've got brain inflammation that can help. And then the wellness blanket. And I know Tammy is here. But Tammy is the maker of the wellness blanket. I first learned about the wellness blanket at Dr. Ardis's conference, at the Aegis conference, and she had a booth there. And she said, sit down here and let me wrap you up in this blanket. So I sat there for 30 minutes. She told me the whole spiel about the blanket. And then I got up and I said, what should I expect? She said, I don't know, see how you sleep tonight. Really? Okay, that's 8 hours before I go to bed. We'll see. I slept the best that night, even without the blanket, that I had in months. So now I have a wellness blanket, and I love it so much. When I travel, if I'm going to be gone into like at least 3 overnights, I take my big oversized suitcase so I can travel with it. I fold it up and take it with me. And I use it like a burrito. I lay on one side of it and fold the other part over the top. And Tammy's here. She's got a booth here. You should go and talk to her. The results and the testimonials that we get from this blanket are just amazing. And then start walking. You know, I would win the prize for probably the biggest couch potato in Northeast Ohio. I'd probably win the prize. So I hate to exercise. Been that way my whole life. So, but that was the thing that I started doing, was walking and walking and walking. So it's so important to move, because you increase the blood flow, you increase your lymphatics, and you make those muscle groups work that aren't going to work if you're just sitting in a chair. So that's important if you're getting early dementia, early Alzheimer's, any of those things, to improve circulation. And you don't have to get on a treadmill and run, you just need to walk. And then brain health exercises. This was one of the things that Cognitive FX sent me home with. And I love this app. I still use it a lot. It's a type of app that you could use forever. It's called NeuroNation. I don't remember if it's a free app or if you have to pay for it, but it's worth it, because it has so many games and so many different ways that it tests your brain and improves it. It has different levels, different challenges. That you can do the challenge by the speed of how fast you do the memories and stuff like that. But it really does improve your cognitive skills when you use it regularly. And I think it's really probably one of the better apps. There's a lot of apps out there for improving cognitive function, but this one is really, really good. And then there's this thing that I call the magic glove. Now, it's kind of a funky picture, but I think that everybody should do this. Everybody over the age of 50 should do this, whether you've had a brain injury or not. So how it works is you've got this thing on your hand, and it's got like little cups, I guess, on the end of each finger. And then you can see like the things there, they're the balls that run towards you on that computer screen that you have to touch: the blue, the red, the green, or the purple. And you can do it at different speeds, at different levels, different things. I'm telling you, when I first started using it, when I first had the stroke, I stood up and went, woo! You could just tell your brain was really working. And I made a really big case of the fact that I think that every single person over the age of 50 should do this every day to stimulate cognitive function, because it's amazing how well it helped. And there's a little thing off the back of the glove that connects to your computer, super lightweight. You can use it on any computer, any laptop. It works just fine. And I don't get anything from these people. I'm just sharing with you what really, really worked for me. They have it in 400 rehab hospitals, 10,000 homes in 41 countries. So you know a lot of people are using it. And even after you've had if you're having trouble with moving your hand, if you've had a stroke, this is the rehab for you. And you can do it in the comfort of your own home. You don't have to go anywhere. Nobody else has to help you. And then you always want to detox. So we always recommend the Pure Body Spray that can detox your system from drugs and chemicals, environmental metals. And NatoClear, I've looked at a lot of different nattokinase products on the market, and I really believe in this one because it really degrades those foreign proteins that get into your body from vaccines or from COVID or for any of those things that you did. So other things I did was IV stem cells, IV vitamin infusions, osteopathic manipulation, a lot of chiropractic manipulation. I did a little bit of acupuncture. I probably should have done more of that. Topical DMSO, I put it on my carotids. It's supposed to make your blood flow better. I think all it did was make my chin wrinkly. Seriously. I really didn't see any difference. And I know the Midwestern doctor writes about it a lot, but I really didn't see anything except I got a wrinkly chin. And then those piano exercises, if any of you played piano even years and years ago and you're no longer a concert pianist, if you've got issues going on with your hand, you can do basic scales. You can do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and things like that because of think about it, if you've ever seen a picture of a homunculus is like a brain map and tells you how much of your brain goes to your thumb, your index finger, and stuff like that. So you are super, super exercising your brain by some basic scales. I did 20 dives of hyperbaric. I did stretch lab because I felt like I was stiff. I did physical therapy after 2 years. I felt like I still had some things that I needed to have a real physical therapist assess me with. So after 2 years, I went to this physical therapy clinic, and I learned a lot, and I was a lot better. The moral of that story is it's never too late to start. If you haven't done, in the rehab center out in Utah, they said they saw people that came in there 7, 8, 9 years after their stroke, and after they went through this heavy cognitive stimulation, they all improved. So if you've got a friend, a family member, a spouse, a neighbor that's just kind of said, well, this is just my life now, it doesn't have to be. They can start all of these things, and you don't have to do them all at the same time. This was stuff I did over 2 years. And the most important thing I did was lots of prayer. Not only for myself of what I was doing, but I know I had hundreds or thousands of people that were praying for my recovery to get better. And, I say that I did the physical work, but God did all the heavy lifting, to get me back to where I was. So the take-home message is healing is not linear. Ask for help even if you've never asked for help before in your life. If it's like, I can do it by myself, ask for help. The Bible says it's better to give than to receive, but the blessing is really in the learning how to receive. Because if you don't learn how to receive, you steal the blessing of the person that's trying to give. So learning how to receive is really important. Never give up. I'm still working on it. I'm going to overcome this problem with this ankle. I really am. You can see improvement even if it's years later. Slow progress is still progress. So count your daily blessings and the little steps that you get ahead. And one last thing. I don't know why that's doing that. Remember that when you seem to be at a standstill, keep working anyways. Things are happening in the world of the unseen, in the spiritual world. Cells are being restored. Nerve pathways are regrowing. Acknowledge your efforts, that I'm making progress. Celebrate your progress. Remind yourself persistence pays off. Give thanks every day for the Father above who's helping you, because he still has you here for a reason. So those are the 4 books that I wrote. 3 of those books I wrote in terms of self-recovery. Today from 1:30 to 2:15, I'll be doing some book signing out in the front in the lobby, because I have to leave about 2:30 to go back to the airport. But Rejoice in Hope, Be Patient in Trouble is part 1 and part 2 of a 3-part devotional that I'm creating. And I wrote those when I had, as part of my stroke recovery. Pertussis Through the Ages is probably one of the most important books I've ever written. It's a small little book. It's only 80 pages, but it's particularly for grandparents your kids are making you get a pertussis vaccine to see your grandbabies. This book has your answers. Those are all of our podcasts, and so thank you very much. Thank you.
On your feet for Sherri Tenpenny.
Thank you.
Dr. Sherri Tenpenny. Absolutely incredible. So there's a couple things that we want to go through here. Can I get my slides, please? Perfect, thank you. A lot of you have been taking a lot of notes. I've been watching kind of from afar, and you're taking notes, you're scrambling things down. So one of the things I'm going to encourage you is everything that we're learning today, we're trying to come up with solutions, right? So you're hearing problem, solution, problem, solution. One of the major things that we get at the Freedom Summit in any event that I go to is ultimately, how do we have these conversations with our loved ones, with our kids, with the community, with our church groups, wherever it is that we're going? How do we continue to have these conversations so that they can get on the same page and we can kind of carry them along? Because again, when we attack somebody, those walls go up, and ultimately we're starting to see people back away, right? And we get into an argument instead of a civil conversation. You're never going to change somebody's mind when we're having an argument with them. It just doesn't work. I mean, I see that with my spouse and with my wife. It never happens, right? We have to be able to come to terms of agreement, have a great conversation. Honey, where are you at in this conversation? Where am I at? And how do we come together to bring them along? So what we've done over the course of the last 7 years, literally I've been doing these things since 2018 was our very first summit in Minnesota. It was the Vaccine Safety Awareness Summit. And what we did, it was designed to inform people about informed consent in and around childhood vaccines. As a chiropractor in Minnesota, I was seeing all these injured kids coming into my practice and going, how can I start getting the word out so that parents understand what is the risk of these vaccines that are going into them? So what we've developed is Wellness My Way Plus. We've taken every single season that we've done a Freedom Summit since 2018, and we packaged it into this membership website for you guys. It's called Wellness My Way Plus. Now, the way that you're gonna get to it is on your guides, you have a QR code. So all those handouts and all those guides that you had were handed today, there's a QR code right on that first page on the bottom. It's a blue little thing. It says, check out us more. Scan that code. You're going to see it here in 2 seconds. This is the first place that you're going to go to when you get to Wellness My Way Plus, when you see the subscription here in just a little bit. What it is, you're going to see all of our events from 2018 all the way through today. And believe it or not, you are going to be able to get today's replays as well. So we're going to have an encore replay about a week or two from today. It takes us a little bit of time to get all the production and all the video content and everything where we need it to be. You'll receive an email on when that encore will play. That'll be free to you for a period of about a week to 2 weeks. So you'll be able to share that. You don't need to worry about taking videos today. You'll be able to enjoy it in the comfort of your own home. So just please relax, enjoy, take it all in today so that you can walk away with here with as much knowledge as you possibly can. Now, as you get into Wellness My Way, not only are you going to see the years, you're going to see every single year listed out, again, including Dallas today, and what we're doing here in Texas. But one of the most important ones that I want every single one of you to be aware of and actually really dive into is this one. This is a course where we've actually cherry-picked a lot of our speakers in order to start having these critical conversations about how do we start shifting people's mindsets and having emotional content conversations on how do we get people to really wake up to the health freedoms and not have such a war when we bring up that type of topic. So this one is called Introduction to Health Freedom. This is a subject matter that we've seen played in Bible studies. We've seen it played at moms groups. We've seen it played at women's groups, dads groups. It's an introduction on how do we start talking about these concepts of health freedom. Normally at our events, we sell this thing for $99. Because we want to bless you guys here in Texas, it's $29 today. So this is the QR code. You can take your phone out, literally scan that QR code. It's going to bring you exactly where you need to go to not only get your replays, but to get you access to the Wellness My Way Plus platform so that you can start having these critical conversations. If you're interested in vaccines and all of the knowledge around vaccines, our very first year in 2018 was highly, highly focused on childhood vaccines, the vaccine schedule. Mary Toko did about a 4-hour presentation on childhood vaccines. So absolutely incredible knowledge that you'll get from this. So you'll see this slide throughout the day, but this is one of the best ways that you can stay engaged, making sure that you're having those critical conversations with the people that you love and that you care about, and ultimately we continue to move the message and movement forward.
Everything that I learned wasn't necessarily exactly what I thought it was. I'm talking about an awakening in what nutrition means to your body and healing, and what your emotions mean to your body and healing, and what frequencies and your nervous system and all these different things.
I'm tasked with bringing some good news, but bringing truth. For God to bring truth and healing, He actually has to show the problem. The future is very, very bright if you have Jesus. However, there is a dark season coming up too.
On your feet for Dr. David Erb.
Beautiful. Awesome. Excellent. Beautiful. Look at all these smiling faces. Yes. Raise your hand if you're a patient in our office. Whoop, whoop. Yes. Thank you guys for being here. First of all, let me start with that. It means so much to me to have every single one, whether you're a patient, not a patient in our office, that you showed up today. Like, it means the world. For all of us that, all of us went through COVID, all of us. For those of us that were in offices that weren't masking up, that were supposedly on the front line of this thing, to have people support us and show up and keep showing up, no one will ever know what that meant, especially to my heart. So I just want you guys to give a round of applause to yourself for showing up today. Also, for you guys that are online, thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in. This is going to several countries. thousands of people. After today, thousands and tens of thousands of people will watch this. And so we're excited that you're here. We're excited that you're part of this as well. Also, I want to take a minute as I get started here to take a minute and honor the people that there's two people. There's a lot of reasons this is going on today, but there's two people who sacrificed more than anybody else in this room or this building that today happened. And it was Dr. Jared and Angie Oschendorf. They started this thing a decade ago in Minnesota against everything that could be done. In fact, nobody in this room will know what came against them to make today happen. Do you understand what I'm saying? So just a round of applause for those guys for sacrificing. So good. So let me just tell you this. I get so excited. I love to speak. I love to encourage people. It's kind of my thing. But I can tell you, this is my group. Like with you, raise your hand if you love Jesus. Whoop, whoop. Like you love Jesus, you cut yourself in, you bleed red, white, and blue and love America. This is my crew right here. And so I get into a room like this and I get fired up. I just can't even stand it. The only issue is whenever you start doing something called Global Freedom or Freedom Summit, a Freedom Summit, this is about global freedom here. And guess who shows up to literally stand up in the gap for their freedom? The red, white, and blue, Jesus-loving, flag-waving Americans. Amen? I love that. The only issue, though, is the people that should be waving a flag, loving Jesus, aren't necessarily here. They're where? They're out there. Here's what's going to happen today. I am going to give you information and deputize you, and you knew it was coming. But raise your hand if you've talked to somebody about a health issue, vaccine, medication, surgery, being healthy, eating better, exercising, getting adjusted. Raise your hand if you've talked to somebody and it didn't go as well as you wanted to. Raise them high so I can see them. Yeah, it's like an altar call. You just got Jesus. Did you see that? Did you look around and see that? We've all had that. So what I want to do today is I just want to deputize you. I want to give you stuff that gives you actually footholds that you can launch up in confidence, talk to people, and bring them to life. Literally, this is all about that. So let me just start with this. I had my own moment. Some of you guys haven't heard me speak before, so let me just kind of bring this in. I did not start in this place. Anybody ever have a belief system different than the one you have right now? Just let me see. Let me tell you how different I am now compared to the way I was then. I worked at the busiest emergency room in the United States. I was on my way to medical school. Anything medical, I believed if it was not medicine or a medical doctor, I thought you were a quack. And it was in college, I was much younger, but when people came in, I believed it. I just was spitting out the things that I had been told. And as a result, I'm the guy, it's so weird, I get emotional every time I talk about it. I'm the guy that held your children down to vaccinate them. Yep. And I thought that if you didn't vaccinate your kids, that they should be taken away from you, and I probably would have said that to your face and called somebody. And I'm not gonna pick up shame, but that was where I was. Got it? Until one day, I was working in the emergency room, again, much younger, and a kid had come in who had just gotten a vaccine, and I was not a nurse, I was not a doctor, I was a tech, and I was meeting people for gunshot wounds and car accidents, and I met them in EMS, and it was a little 3-month-old little boy, and he was a twin, identical twin, and his mom shows up, boom, and then she's got the identical twin here holding him, and she's falling apart. And this child is there and here, and she doesn't know it. I've seen enough death to know that one's no longer here. And they're exactly the same. There was no trauma. I've been seeing gunshots and guts and decapitations and craziness all day long, and there is nothing wrong with this dead child. Perfect. Just like this one. One's alive, one's dead. There was a bus accident. Every room was full. There's people waiting there's people screaming, and I was organizing everybody in triage, and the head doctor goes, there's no time to go all the way to the basement to get a 9-foot morgue cart. Just take him down to the morgue. And so I was like, well, what do you mean? He goes, just wrap him in a sheet. Just take him to the morgue. I was like, okay, all right, I'm in a hurry. So I wrap him in a sheet. How do you hold a baby? How do you hold a baby? Like this. But he's wrapped in a sheet, which means his face, his head, everything's covered. So I can't hold a baby like I'm suffocating a baby. So I was like, well, I'll wrap another 2 or 3 sheets and I'll just hold him like he's laundry. I'm in a hurry. I was okay, first 20 steps. But it's all the way down the other side of the hospital and in the basement, down several floors. So I'm walking, and I can feel him right here. Doesn't matter how many sheets were there, I could feel this baby right there on my hip. And I'm walking past babies and families, and nobody knows what I have. I get in the elevator, and someone goes, "Can you hold that?" I was like, "Nope, I'm not going to hold it." And they ran, and they came in. It was a whole family. And I'm sitting here holding this death of innocence, and all of a sudden, the understanding of what has just happened put an entire fissure. It cracked my whole belief system, and the infrastructure of what I believe started to just completely leak out through that fissure of understanding. Does it make sense? Anybody have a moment like that? And I started to question things that I never had questions about before. Never. And then I had my own health. That was a moment. Everybody say moment. Say moment. I had a moment. And then I had my own health issue. And I've been this athlete my whole life. I broke the state record on the swim team, which is not saying a lot, I'm from Oklahoma. But football, track, soccer, the whole thing. And then I've never had an issue. I've never been sick. I've never hurt. I'm healthy. And out of the blue, my heart rate goes to 240 beats a minute. Like this. That's about 240 beats a minute. And it would do it, and it would stop. And I mean literally stop, and it wouldn't start beating again for a little bit. Thank God it did. But it started doing it all the time. And it gave me anxiety, and I couldn't, so much I could not say it wasn't happening. We ended up at a cardiology office. Anybody had the stress test on the treadmill and the EKG and all that stuff? So I did that. I was, again, still in college. Very nice cardiologist comes in. Kind of reminds me of Dr. Peter McCullough, by the way. Love that dude. Comes in. Anybody have the long wait in the room waiting for the doctor? Anybody? Why is there always a loud clock in there? It's so loud. It's like so loud. And crinkly paper that's so loud. 45 minutes. The guy's so nice. He comes in, opens the file, and he sits there. It sounds like it was like 3 hours just looking at it, like probably trying to figure out how he's going to say it. I'm thinking, what? I've never had a health issue. What is he going to say? Couldn't really find anything. We're not sure what it is, but, we'll go home. No, he says the opposite. He goes, yeah, bad news. It's the worst we've ever seen in somebody your age. Your heart's dying, and you may not make it even the day. So you're not going home. We're going to keep you here. We're going to do heart surgery right now. I started backing up. I see some of your faces. That's exactly the way my face looked. I was like, hold up. That was not on my day planner. And then he started talking about the medications. The only medications I ever took was something for a fever my mom gave me, and then a round of antibiotics. So I was thinking like a round of antibiotics. So I told him, so how do I take these meds? How long do I have to take this? And guess what he said? No, this is for the rest of what? Say it. The rest of your life. And I couldn't even hear anything. I literally got up. I started walking out. Nice guy, kind, probably goes to church with somebody lovely. And literally, he was like, you cannot leave this place. You don't understand that you're dying. And I walked out. I didn't do it. And this was my moment. This was my personal moment where somebody told me about chiropractic. That's how I became a chiropractor. Here's the guy that thinks chiropractors are quacks, right? But I didn't want the surgery. I didn't want to take the drugs. And between my wife and another person, they took x-rays. And within 8 minutes of taking these x-rays, no symptoms. I didn't look like Quasimodo. I had no decreased range of motion. But taking an x-ray, it was crooked, choking off the nerves, going right to my heart. And every moment, even without symptoms, the heart was what? It was dying, it was breaking down. And the guy looked at me, he goes, listen, I'm not gonna talk you out of the surgery or drugs. He goes, but if you leave this choked off nerve going to an organ, what happens to it? It dies. And I thought, you know what? It makes so much sense. And my first question was, well, then why didn't what? Why didn't the other guy say that? But it didn't matter to me. I just didn't want to have the surgery, so I let him start adjusting. First of all, he adjusted me. He didn't pop me. He didn't crack me. He didn't twist my neck. He lovingly took pressure off, and that glorious, beautiful, healing nerve supply went back to my heart again. And in less than 2 weeks, this irreversible medical condition was completely healed. And I've never taken the drugs. This is my moment. Come on. It was my moment. And like so many of you guys in here, God had wrecked my plans. And I had to do something else. And it put me on this trajectory. And I've dedicated my life to seeing people come free from chemical religion and being bound in thinking that there's something else holding on to their health other than Jesus Christ and Him crucified. And let me tell you something, I'm going to give you that today. And I'm going to do that today. I'm going to do that today by talking about cattle chutes, vitamin C, and biomarkers. Didn't see that one coming, did you? So let me get into it. First and foremost, if you do not follow me on social media, maybe somebody here, if you don't follow me on social media, if this works. Anybody? There we go, go back. If you don't, yeah, that's Oklahoma. If you don't follow me on social media, this is Dr. David Erb. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X. I try every single day to be committed to putting stuff out there that encourages you, that gives you information, that empowers you so you're not a victim. So go to that. Regularly download that. Watch the videos, okay? So that's where you find me, okay? Next. I've also committed myself, and my wife is committed to this as well, thank goodness, to reforming healthcare. And God has given us a mandate and a commitment to build a healing sanctuary. You would say it would be a hospital, a healing sanctuary that is based on God's design, not symptom management, root caused, and getting people back to health. Can I get an amen? Before you clap, I only need $16.5 million. I could take a Zelle from anybody, so it's fine. No, but I want you to pray about that. Also, if you want to, actually, if you do want to donate, and this is not to ask, but if you do want to donate, just click that. You just point your phone at it. But here's the thing. We wrote a book, and it's called Breaking Free from Chemical Religion and Finding Your Way Back to Health. We've never taken $1 from that book. If you buy books out front, 100% of it goes to that healing sanctuary and getting human trafficking victims out of it and back to life again. And it goes to Stand for Health Freedom to help you keep your God-given rights so that you have your health and your freedom of health. And none of it goes to profit. It all goes to charity. So I think that this book is not just a roadmap, but an encyclopedia of how to have confidence talking to your friends and family to get some form of leverage of love, because otherwise without love, you're a banging cymbal and a clanging gong. To have love and be able to walk into the lives of other people and reach and bring them out of it. Can I get an amen for that? So let me get started. So let me get right into this. Number one, if you've ever done public speaking, you want to have stuff ready early, and I try to do that. As bad as I am, don't say anything. There's my wife right there. Everybody wave at my wife. So, but 3 weeks ago, God woke me up at 3:30 in the morning, which surprised me because I thought He loved me. But so I woke up, and He gave me this picture. This is the picture you saw of the cow. And I'm thinking to myself, Lord, this is kind of weird. I can think about cows another time of day if you'd like me to. But I didn't understand. And then He started to tell me that this is your talk. And I'm like, okay, this is what you want me to say, but what's up with the cows? And here's the thing. He started to develop in me the understanding. He goes, these are my people. This is what's happening. He goes, and then if I'm really transparent, and first of all, is God bigger than your offense? Is God bigger than your offense? Yes. And so I was a little offended. I'm like, well, I'm not a cow. I don't want to offend people that they're cows. He goes, no, my people aren't cows. He goes, but they are the sheep of my pasture. I was like, well, that was a good one. Okay, that was a good one. And when he said that, he gave me the picture, not like this, but of cows out in a green, I want you to imagine, can you imagine for a second a big green pasture? Big open. What can a cow do if it's out in a huge open pasture for acres and acres and acres? A cow can go over here. Cow can go over here. Go take a nap under a tree. Go take a dip in the pond. It's got lots of decisions, can't it? Cow in the great wide open can do whatever it wants. But whenever you need to take a cow and do things to the cow, maybe for the cow, that the cow doesn't want, you've got to take the options away from the cow. And how do you do that? I'm from Oklahoma, as I said, and how do you get cows out of a pasture? You actually herd them, usually through fear, and you get them into a smaller area. And then once you get them into a little bit of a smaller area, you kind of herd them again and get them into a little smaller area, and you really push them, and you get them to one by one in a cattle chute. Make sense? Into a cattle chute. Then you can do whatever you want with them. So the real question then becomes, then how do we lose our options? How do I actually lose my ability to make decisions for my own life and end up as God's people in the chute? And this is what I want to take you with you today. And my goal is that you leave, you don't have fear. But I do want to actually ask for a little bit of grace. Because if I do this right, I'm gonna have to offend you a little bit or challenge some belief systems you have. Even my people, even the Jesus-loving, red, white, and blue, health, freedom-loving Americans, I'm gonna need to challenge you a little bit. Is that okay? You say that, but if I rub a cat the wrong way, the only option the cat has is just what? Turn it around. And I'm gonna keep rubbing because I'm gonna rub no matter what. But on this, he started to show me you need to tell them, you need to give them the understanding of what gets them into the chutes, what takes away their options, what takes away their ability to choose in their life. And yes, this is healthcare. I'm gonna really hone in on this, but it's also what processed food has in it, and it's what finances and all this interest rates, it's life in general. It's, you know what it is? It's also technology. You start going down this road, and now you can't live a life unless you've got a watch that tells you when you've got a thing coming up or whatever else. True or false? Yes or no? We talked about Wi-Fi earlier with Dr. Seema Nanda. You write that? Raise your hand if you're willing to live without a phone and Wi-Fi from now. Oh, come on. You liars. We're in a church. Lightning. Don't strike us, Lord. It's fine. But there's ways, there's decisions that you make that actually put you here. And let me put it this way. What could that be? Well, I know. It's like most people don't realize that the number one cause of death in the United States, and this is an arguable point, I get it, is actually an iatrogenic death, which means medicine killed you. Now, before COVID, half you guys would be like, that's a good point, I don't believe him. But after COVID, you got everybody here's going like, yep, 26 million people from the vaccine died, blah, 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 right? But what about a CT scan? Now again, I'm gonna throw this out there. This is not for fear. This is a challenge to make you question a system. I'm not saying there's not times for CT scans or any other scans or medicine or surgeries. I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to make medical decisions. There is time, and thank God. I cut these 3 fingers off 4 years ago this month, and I got them back partly because of a medical surgeon and partly and mostly because of Jesus, okay? However, thank you, and I got them back, amen. But listen, what about a CT scan? How could that get you into the chute? Well, did you know that when you get a contrast in a CT scan, they put contrast in, yes? Most of the time. Did you know that most of the time it has iodine? It's an iodine-contained contrast. Did you know the iodine that you get in the contrast actually causes an autoimmune response to your thyroid that literally 90% of thyroid issues are autoimmune, if you didn't know that. We're doing a talk on it at our office, 6 o'clock on Monday. Both offices, please come. However, you may not see that for 4, 5, 6, 10 years, and then when you have a thyroid issue, you never thought it was from the CT scan. But that's okay, because as your body's going through the stress of it, guess what happens to your cholesterol level? Because of the stress, it's gonna creep up. Not because it's causing heart disease, because it's keeping you from it. But you didn't know that because you just happened to go to your medical doctor who saw your statins or your cholesterol go up, who put you on a statin drug, yes or no? And what you don't know is if you take a statin drug, first of all, they don't help anybody. I wish I had the time to put the receipts out on that one. However, what it does do is it destroys your body's ability to produce insulin by up to 25%, decreases your body's sensitivity to insulin by 18%, which means you're gonna be pre-diabetic or full-blown diabetic, and then you're walking into diabetes now caused by a CT scan, that's caused by a thyroid issue that now leads you into heart disease, that now led you into a cancer, and it killed you, but you don't think it was that because they called it something else. And it puts you in a chute. It puts you in a chute. You are not supposed to be there. You're not supposed to believe that. And here's the thing, what you have to understand is this. There is a subconscious downloaded program that everybody in this room has had like a iOS system for your phone. You know what I'm talking about? You update it. It gets downloaded and re-updated all the time. And it's subconscious. You don't know that it's in there. And let me tell you what this one is. You don't want it in there because it's how we lose our health. And you have been downloaded that it's 3 main things. And you've never thought about it this way. I'm going to open it up, and I never want you to forget it. That number 1, it's your age. Hey, it's just a general wearing out as you age. What? Do you believe that? We got a better covenant than Moses did. Moses was running up mountains and doing crazy stuff. My mom is 83. She does 2 marathons a month and does a 5K every single day, 7 days a week, even when it's raining and snowing, and when she just got back from Europe. And she's 83. Don't tell me that it's age. And then if it's not just age, and you would believe that, then you go to the next thing they'll tell you that it is, and it's your genetics. Oh, it just runs in my family. Which is why on every single doctor's office you walk into, it says family history of. But we spent $3.2 billion under the Clinton administration years ago to disprove the theory of genetics. And there's a guy, Bruce Lipton, wrote a book called Epigenetics, Above Genetics, and he says if you had every single gene for cancer, that you don't have to have cancer because it's either that you express the gene or you don't express the gene, and you don't have to express the gene, which is why when people were going to get those BRCA tests for breast cancer, I was flipping out, throwing stuff. I couldn't even believe it. Non-diagnosed women getting a positive BRCA analysis, going to have a double mastectomy is blasphemy in the name of God. And I'm not, listen, there's maybe some of you guys in here who had family like this. Please don't see judgment. What I see is just people not knowing. So if it's not age and it's not genetics, you know what it probably is? You know what it probably is? This is what you've been taught to. This is your download. You know what it probably is? You've got somebody in your family like my great uncle, smokes no-filter Camels every day, drank Jack Daniels every day, literally hasn't eaten anything green since the 70s, and plays golf and goes to the bar on the weekend and womenizing, and I mean that in every single way, and 94 years old, and he never did anything right, and yet I got a friend from high school that in his 40s, lean, muscular, eats perfect, never cheats, exercises, has a great life, great marriage, perfect life, and then dies early. So how could it happen to this person that did everything right, and this person didn't do anything right, and they're still wrong? You know what it is? You know what it is? It's probably luck. So what are the three things? Three things are age, genetics, and bad luck. That's how you lose your health. And let me tell you why that's so damning. Because if it's age, genetics, or bad luck, there is nothing, not anything that you can do about it. And you are a victim. You can't do anything. And you better listen to your medical doctor. You better sit down and shut up. You better put your seatbelt on. And you better take that drug because there's nothing else you can do about it. That is why COVID was so bad. You want to know why we got the trap closed in on us? Because of that downloaded software into your belief system. And I'm telling you right now, in the name of Jesus, I'm going to break that in the next 15 minutes. So here we go. So he showed me this, and then he showed me this. And he said, my people get into these chutes, and they don't even know it. And the chutes, once you're in there, could be, one of those could be mental health. Could be mental health. You don't, if your kid told you that they were thinking about suicide, of course you want them to be best. And if they told you to give them the SSRI, then great. Except for you, what you did know is they're twice as likely to commit suicide if they're on that. And by the way, 21-page article in Frontiers of Psychiatry says definitively 100% that if you've taken an antidepressant or anxiolytic, that it destroys basal ganglia that controls small motor movements, and you will 100%, if you take it long enough, have Parkinson's. It puts you into the chute, right? One of those could be the industry of cancer. One of those could be whatever, diabetes. One of those could be whatever. But at the end of those are dark entryways, and they all lead to the same place. They lead to slaughter. They lead to life. You're not supposed to be there. You're supposed to be on that green field. Does anybody remember that green field I just had you to think about? That's where you're supposed to be, not there. But we've got to walk away knowing that we're not supposed to be in there. And then God did this. It was that morning at 3:30. At this time, it was about 3:45. And God gave me an address for a scripture. He said, Proverbs 24:11. And I was like, okay, I don't know what that is, Lord. What is that scripture? And he's silent, which means get up and go look it up, silly. So I did. It was so crazy because I did not know what that was. And this was the scripture right here. Deliver those drawn to death and hold back those that are stumbling to slaughter. And I'm in the dark by myself. I've got goosebumps and I literally start to weep. And then he highlights the word deliver. And the word deliver, just go look it up, it means to take something from where it is to a completely different place, like UPS does. Taking them from that and taking people to another place. And sometimes it's hard when the cow believes that this is where they belong. This is where I'm supposed to be. Do you know how I know that? Because look at all the other cows. All the other cows are supposed to be here because now everybody knows. Did anybody here, everybody knows through COVID? Everybody knows. Everybody knows you should get vaccinated. Everybody knows that that you'll kill grandma. Everybody knows, right? But hold back those. And here's the thing. Deliver those drawn to death. It's not, do you know what that says? It's not saying that people want to die. It's not people drawn because they want to die. It's saying they're drawn to it for some reason. It's leading to that because it's making them choose that, even though they don't know it's leading to death. Like moths. Moths are drawn to flame. It's cliche. Do you think a moth wants to burn up? No, but they're drawn to it. Just like the person who goes, well, I really feel like I need an antibiotic. Don't laugh. I really have a bad headache. I had to take the Tylenol, even though you bleed internally every time you take one. Oh, you know what? I really feel like I needed the blank, blank, blank. And they're drawn to death. And then what is the stumbling to slaughter? You're literally tripping over yourself and not knowing how I got over here because it keeps putting you into more chutes. Everybody got that? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you as fast as I can, as good as I can, the things that I can, in the short amount of minutes I have, to decrease every human being in here, your exposure to medicine and medical thinking. And let me tell you why. If the number one cause of death in the United States was rattlesnakes, okay, let's just pretend. And the only place you could find rattlesnakes were in public parks. Do you know where I would never go? I wouldn't take my kids. I wouldn't have picnics. I wouldn't ride my bike there. I wouldn't even drive by there. In fact, I really hate snakes, so it's a good analogy for me. But you know what another downloaded program is? You need to go to your medical doctor at least what? Who said? Right? So, there was a book I was reading. This is not necessarily a must-read, but this really did change my viewpoint a little bit. And this is from Amanda Ripley. She was a reporter for Time magazine. It's called The Unthinkable: Who Survives When a Disaster Strikes. And the reason I want to do this is, does everybody feel like something's coming? Does anybody feel like that? One of the reasons you showed up today is because you're like, I'm glad we're out of that. RFK, cool. I'm glad Trump still has a couple years, but I feel like something's coming. Anybody? I got some heads nodding. Yeah? I'm from Oklahoma. There's no hills. There's no mountains. You can see storms coming from 100 miles away. And we can all see a storm coming. But when crisis hits, you guys need to understand how cognitive psychology works and what's going to happen in your brain. So I want to take this book, unwrap it just a little bit, and then finish this talk up so that you understand how to stay out of the rattlesnakes, if you will, the chutes, and understand your own thinking so that you can speed your way through it. Make sense? Okay? So what she says is, number one, people that survive have a belief that they can influence the outcome. Guys, this is why it's so dangerous to believe that you would lose your health from just 3 things. Because you are now a victim, not a victor. You can influence the outcome. Do you believe that? Well, thank you all 2 of you. Do you believe that? Yes, of course you do. And if you didn't, then why are you here? Why are you taking the time online? I can guarantee you, I've seen tens of thousands of people all over the world, helped open clinics all over the world, Zimbabwe, Dallas, different places. And I can tell you, I've seen the worst of the worst. I had a guy with 2 weeks to live with a brain tumor, inoperable, just came to spend the time with his son. And his son was a physician here in Dallas. And then we don't treat cancer either, by the way. But I see people who nobody else can help. And then comes in and God heals him in 6 weeks, his brain tumor is gone. Don't tell me you don't have agency and decision and power to influence the outcome. But what she said was there's 3 phases that you go through psychology when crisis hits. And she's interviewed thousands of people, the Twin Towers, plane crashes, boat accidents, anthrax, mass shootings, mass stabbings, all these things. And it's eerily similar what people go through. And the first phase is denial. Everybody say denial. Say it one more time. You are gonna have a season where you are gonna go through denial. And the faster you can move past that, is this really going on? I don't think it's going on. Because your body wants to maintain your thinking, I'm gonna be okay. And your brain will start hunting through the Rolodex of how to prove it to you. And the problem with that is, if you have now denied that something's going on, everybody's seen this. Like people, the majority of all plane crashes actually get on the ground with people alive, but people die on the plane because they've now said, well, it's fine, I don't have to be in a hurry, we're on the ground, blah, blah, blah. And they find people dead with their seatbelts on. In fact, actually, the other thing is, you know that passengers on planes, they get moved by who? The steward or stewardesses that are on the flight attendants, right? Do you know they train them? She actually went through the training to actually understand it, Amanda Ripley. And she goes, when this thing happens, they're trained so that they get in your, what knee-jerk reaction, what's the first thing you do when you get off a plane? You get up and you turn and you do what? Grab what? Say it. Your suitcase, your carry-on, right? Do you know what flight attendants do instantaneously they're trained for this. They get into your face and they're like, get up, don't get your stuff, move, move. They grab hands, they move people. Do you know why they do this? To break you out of denial. To break it. I mean, firefighters will tell you, they go into bars that are on fire, that's been coated, and there's people sitting around finishing their drinks while smoke is filling the ceiling and they're about to burn because they've denied things are going on. First step is denial. Then the second thing in a crisis that you're going to do is people deliberate. I think it's so funny. People come in who've never been exposed to chiropractic. Chiropractic looked pretty quacky to me too, to begin with. But it's funny, people come in, they look at their x-rays, and they see it first, foremost, and they're like, oh my God, no wonder I've got X, Y, and Z. And then the first thing they do is they go in denial. And the second thing they do, this is it, you ready? Deliberate. Everybody say deliberate. Denial, say it. Deliberate. So then they want to start talking to each other. In the office, people will go, you know what, I'm going to talk to my cousin. They're an orthopedic surgeon. I'm like, well, that's not going to go very well. Or what? My aunt's a nurse or something like this. And no offense to orthopedic surgeons or nurses, but they've got a medical opinion. Not that they're rattlesnakes, but they've got a medical opinion. And the point is, like in the Twin Towers, do you know how long it took people to get through denial, deliberation, and then a decisive outcome, which is the third one, and actually start to move? Do you know how long it took people to actually start to do something to get out of a building that's about to go down? 6.5 minutes. Do you know how many more people would have lived? In fact, it was so much in denial that something bad was going on, people would get down to the next level where the door came out and they'd be like, oh, it's fine, come on. Look, I love you and I want to save everybody, but I'm making sure we are all going, right? Does it understand? So denial, deliberation, because we mill around, we ask questions, and deliberation's not bad. The only problem is, guess who you're usually deliberating with? People in the same situation, and if they're not trained, if they have not experienced, do you know if there was somebody in that bar when it was going down and they'd been in a fire before, that person's not sticking around, and they're going to be kicking the butts of people. They're going, you better get out, you better. But if nobody's gone through that and everybody's deliberating, oh, I'm sure it's fine. They probably burned something in the kitchen. Let's have another drink, right? Deliberation, it's not good. And here's the other thing. The decisive outcome at the end, majority of the time, is not the good kind. It's when people decide not to do anything. And you better know that, because here's the thing. All of us have a storm. I don't care if it's the next COVID. I don't care if it's the next pandemic. I don't care what it is. Everybody's got a storm. Life happens, right? What does the Bible say? Count it all joy when you fall into trials of many kinds, right? Here's the thing. There's a book, here's another one, Death by Medicine. This is Gary Knoll. In his book, his highest estimate of people that die every year from medicine or iatrogenic disease is arguable, I get it, but it's 1 million people a year. Every year, in 10 years, 10 million people have died that would not have died. And this is not medical doctors that made mistakes. It's the fact that you got a medical procedure or drug or like a CT, and it led to other things, and you are dead now because you actually got into the chute. Everybody got that? So, with 10 million people coming across the border illegally through southern Texas into our beautiful Texas, most of you guys would think that this is your biggest liability. There's going to be roaming gangs, there's going to be homicides, and this stuff does happen. It actually happened in Grapevine just recently, or a carjacking. And so what ends up happening is you think this is a liability. So if you're my age, you're in your 50s, and we're dads, we're like, we're going to work out, we're going to get some guns, we're going to be able to protect our family, right? Except for the fact, what's the likelihood someone's breaking in your house? I mean, honestly, it could happen. I'm not saying we don't do the other things, but the real liability is not this, it's this. The problem with it is you're in denial. You don't think it's going to be you. Do you know what the odds are that medicine is going to kill you? Do you know what the odds are? It's 1 in 5. 1, 2, 3, you're dead. 5, sorry, 4, 5, sorry, now you're dead. He's alive, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, you're dead. You guys, it's 1 in 5. That is terrible. That's the statistic. And if it's not 1 for 1, even if it's a 50% chance, you will still talk to yourself out of it being you. True or false? So you see people that actually are training. I love self-defense and jujitsu and all this other stuff. But statistically, it's not that. Your ability to draw fast, great. Guess what your liability is? Case in point, this is me. I'm going to use you. And listen, don't pick up any shame on this. And I'm not shaming anybody here. This is not a judgment call on you. This is for me. Do I look different in that picture? A little bit? Okay, that was mean. Just kidding. This is my buddy John, my best friend in the world. Anytime I get in trouble, I'm usually with him. And he's here today, wherever he's at. But this is me and John putting in that huge generator behind my house. Remember, was anybody here when you had the big freezes? Remember the freezes? Yeah, so both of my offices they completely were wiped out. Completely. It was horrible. My house had a little bit of a leak, but we caught it before anything was ruined. But I'm sitting there smiling at 240 plus pounds, which is over 50 pounds than what I am now. And I'm with John, we're having a good time. I feel great, my joints are great. I'm putting this in and I'm protecting my family from something that could be harmful for them because of another freeze or a nuclear holocaust or something like this. And so I'm putting this thing and I'm like, yeah, good dad moment, here we go, yeah. Except for, guess what? Guess where the biggest liability in that picture lies? But I feel good. I actually do CrossFit. I got a lot of muscle on me. I'm very limber. I can adjust 200 people in a day. And guess what? Ding, 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 ding. Because you, just like me, judge your health the wrong way. You think you're okay. And again, please don't pick this up. I'm not shaming anybody. I'm just talking about me. I wasn't tucking my shirts in anymore. Do you know why? Because it didn't look good. And I bought clothes that are bigger. And I just said, hey, you know what? I like my weight. It's fine. And the whole time, I'm standing in unhealthy living, trying to lead all of you to better places, going, it's over there, it's over there. I was the biggest liability for my family, and some of you need to hear this today, and this is going to rub you the wrong way. You need to accept this. Some of you sitting right now are your biggest liability and your family's biggest liability. And here's what you need to know. Inaction breeds fear and doubt. And action brings courage and resolution. Okay? So that's good. So let me do this. I had to change some things. I won't tell the whole story, but cutting my fingers off, I didn't take a Tylenol or a pain med or whatever else. I was up for 9 weeks straight. I didn't sleep because of the pain. And I developed a food addiction. I destroyed my metabolism. And to get out of it, what we teach in the office works, but I had to do some other things as well. The first thing I did was I had to figure out what's going on the inside of me. Do you think I could do that by looking at my cholesterol level? No. This is when we did biomarker testing. So we looked at biomarkers and we saw the metabolic biomarkers that were broken down. And guess what the solution to having biomarker issues is this? When you see it, you can actually non-pharmaceutically fix that through supplementation, and it's specific for what you see in you and you alone. For instance, one of my energy biomarkers was completely shot and I was struggling. And one of those things that you need to take to fix that, and there's a bunch of them, was CoQ10. You ever heard of CoQ10? The average CoQ10 is 60 to 80 milligrams. And what this test told me specifically to do was to take 1,800 milligrams a day. I would never have done that, which is the power of this. And as a result of taking that test and figuring it out, it definitely changed my life. And my wife gets her husband back, my kids get a dad back, and then guess what? Although I do love that we have a generator, guess what? Yeah, I know. I love that generator, bro. But this is the biggest blessing to my family, and my wife, truly my greatest treasure on this earth other than Jesus, gets me back the way it is. And some of you guys need to hear that. So, now, let me do this. I'm going to do this super fast because I want to go to lunch. But who would like $10,000 worth of free doctor advice at your fingertips anytime you want it for free? Anybody? Yeah. Okay, half of you. Good. Excellent. Okay, that's fine. So let me tell you what happens when you see a lot of people. First of all, if you're my patient and you have my cell number, raise your hand. Everybody look around the room. First of all, healthcare is a relationship. It's not a system. And the reason these guys have my cell number is because if they needed me and something hit the fan, I would want them to call. And so I get lots of texts a day and on the weekends and things, and it may sound unhealthy, but I keep it to a check. But the things that I get are, hey, can you help me with this? Or this has happened, or my kid has a fever, or I've got pink eye, or a toe fungal infection, or acid reflux, or these things. And so many times in 30 years and tens of thousands of people, I literally have had these conversations over and over and over again, giving people home remedies so they don't have to go see their medical doctor and they don't have to go to the emergency room. And 90% of all things that I actually get a hold of, I've said 1 million other times, and they don't need to go anywhere. And so we actually put together an ebook that is just, it's not even like pages to read. It's more like a picture book, like a kindergartner has. Like, if you have this, do that, right? That's what this is right here, Doctor's Book of Home Remedies. And I was talking to Kimberly, like, how can we actually do something where it will eliminate at least a vast majority of you guys needing to go see medical personnel so that you have home remedies? And this is what it was. So what I want you to do is, I want you to get your phone out, and I want you to take a picture or just look focused to that and then touch it, and then a little yellow thing will come up on your phone, then touch that, and it'll take you to a landing site where you put your info in, and it will email the book to you. And cool, yes? Is that cool? Yes, cool, awesome. You guys, this is tens of thousands of dollars and tens of thousands of hours of experience and having a doctor right in your pocket at all times. I don't want you to think about this. I want every single person to do this. And when you do it, I'm going to warn you, half of it will go to your spam or your junk, and you won't know it's there. So you'll have to check not only your inbox, but you'll have to check your trash or junk. Everybody got that? When it comes in, at the very bottom, there'll be a gray box. That's the ebook. Click it and then download it. And I want you to do this. Do you know in a month when you need this for having a migraine headache or your kid has a fever or something like this, and you go, wait, I got that ebook. It's gonna take you an hour to go find that thing. So what I want you to do is download it into the documents on your phone or a laptop or something and label it Doctor's Book of Home Remedies so you have it right there. Everybody got that? Does anybody ever try to find that picture on your phone and 37 minutes later you're still looking for that same picture? This is what's gonna happen to you. So please, please, please download it to your phone, and then know where it's at. Everybody got that? Does everybody have that? One more? Got one more right there? So important. Some of you guys literally just stepped out of the cattle chute just by doing this. And then next, let me just give you some good stuff. So this is one thing I think that I actually get a lot of people into this chute. Allergies. First of all, allergies are just a hyperstimulated immune response. I love hearing Sherri Tenpenny talk about vaccines. I couldn't hear it enough. I love what she did today. It was awesome. I want to tell you, allergies, the biggest cause of it is vaccines, because all vaccines do is they hyperstimulate your immune system, which is why 70 years ago, how many people had allergies to nuts? There wasn't. Now a SWAT team drops out of helicopters if you bring a peanut to a grade school. Because it could kill them, yes or no? Do you know why? Because if I put peanut oil or nut oil in the vaccine and then hyperstimulate your immune response, then I'm gonna have an immune response to nut oils, and I'm gonna develop an allergy to nuts, right? Which is why, interesting, DPT shot, the diphtheria pertussis shot, actually, they used it in Africa and India, and they put HCG in it so that women will have an immune response to HCG. Well, what does that have to do with anything? Well, as soon as you get pregnant, your body mounts an immune response to the growing fetus, and it will destroy it so you can never get pregnant. And don't you think that they're not doing that or planning that here, okay? So the point is, how do you deal with allergies? Well, first of all, you need to know this. It's not simple. It is very, very serious. In fact, if you use something like an anticholinergic drug, like a Benadryl, has anybody heard of Benadryl? Right? Benadryl, the anticholinergic drug, affects brain chemistry. Well, guess what? Go look it up yourself and how Benadryl or anticholinergic allergy drugs cause dementia, and they cause Alzheimer's. And and you read it and it goes, but it's dose dependent and how long you take it. I don't care if it takes 10 years. I'm not giving one of those pills to my kid or my wife or me. And you shouldn't either. And you go, but the allergy symptoms are really bad. So is Alzheimer's and dementia. Suck it up. Get healthy, and the problem with it is, if you want to get rid of your allergy symptoms, then get healthy. Yes? That's the solution. So how can we do this without allergy drugs? Let me give you this. You better take notes or take pictures. First one is vitamin C. How could vitamin C help you with your allergies? Vitamin C decreases allergies 2 ways. Number one, it actually decreases the release of histamine from a cell called the mast cell, and it develops more enzymes that actually break down histamine so there's not as much in your system and it doesn't stay in your system as long. Like the runny nose, the eyes, the itchy, the whatever, the rashes and stuff that you break out in, that's from histamine. Vitamin C decreases that. Here's another one. Not just vitamin C, but quercetin. Quercetin actually protects the cell wall of the mast cell so it doesn't pop and degranulate and let all this histamine out all over your body, and then you got swollen sinuses and you're sneezy and all this other stuff, right? Did you know there's actually studies right now that prove that vitamin C and quercetin, number one, they actually work synergistically, which means they're more powerful together. That literally those two together at this exact recipe that I'm going to give you right now are actually more effective for allergies than any over-the-counter drug. Have you ever heard that before? Would anybody like the recipe? So write this down. 3,000 milligrams of vitamin C. Yep, and 500 milligrams of quercetin. If you can get it together, get it together. We have I'm not selling you on our supplements, maybe I am, but Vitamin C Complete in our office. You can get it online at herbfamilywellness.com at the store. But if you just take 6 capsules, it literally lasts 6 to 9 hours. And is that better than losing your brain? Yes. Okay, here's another one. This is one way that you get out of the chute. Everybody got that? Can you do that? Can everybody here do that? Do you know how cheap vitamin C and quercetin is? It's cheaper than the stuff at the store. My goodness. How about this one? And ladies, please hear me out. Do not think I'm judging. You just didn't know. But mammograms get women into the chutes. And you're like, well, it found mine. I get this all the time. I would have died without it. Did you know that right now, that if you go get a mammogram, first of all, when you take an x-ray, which mammograms are x-rays, yes? Do you know the x-ray? They're x-rays. If I take an x-ray of you, what am I looking at? Bone. How many bones do you have in your breast, ladies? None. I hope you don't have any bones in your breast. So then how do you see soft tissue with an x-ray? You have to let it soak and soak and soak and fill the whole breast full of radiation to be able to see differences in tissue densities. You know, every single time that you get a mammogram, you have so much radiation that it increases your likelihood of cancer. In fact, some studies actually go as high as 1.9% higher rate of breast cancer every time you do one. Here's the worst part though, not that it just causes it, it actually causes 6 to 10% of every single mammogram will be a false positive. 6 to 10%. What's crazy is it's 6 to 10% every time. And if you actually do the average woman that gets mammograms will have 8 to 12 in her lifetime. She will have 50 to 60% chance of having a false positive in her lifetime. You think that's a bad day when they call your house and say, I'm sorry to tell you you have cancer? Is that a bad day? Are thoughts things? Is it wrong to have somebody thinking they've got cancer? Could you actually ruin someone's life? In fact, if they do find that, guess what they're going to want to do more of? More imaging and more radiation. And then guess what they'll do? They'll do biopsies and maybe mastectomies and tumorectomies and all the rest. This is criminal. I can't even believe that we still do this. And we still do this. Should you do this? And you go, well, what are we going to do if we don't do this? I'm glad you asked, because there is an option. Alpha thermography. This is not a temperature picture of your body, ladies. This is a wand that tells the depth of, it reads inches and inches into the tissue, and it reads the temperature of organs and tissues, not just breast. Let me tell you how powerful this is. Many times we've had ladies come in who've already been diagnosed. They're really trying to stay away from some really scary stuff. They come in, we do a thermography. This has happened several times, and we're looking at teeth, because it actually looks at teeth too. And we found the teeth would be lit up with like a subacute infection. There's no redness, there's no pain, no anything you could tell. And literally, because we found it, they go to a dentist, and I know it's traumatic getting a tooth pulled, but they pull the tooth. In hours or days, the entire tumor goes away. Did you even know this existed on the planet? And do you know why you're not supposed to know? Because it's supposed to put you into a chute. Everybody got that? So do we do that? We do this at our office. In fact, for 15 years, I sent so many people out to a thermography center that the guy that owned it eventually, he said, you know, you're sending me like 30, 40 people a month. I'm feeling guilty about having the conversation this late in the game, but you really just need to buy your own and do it at your house. Like, okay. So this is a huge, huge thing. But how do we get from here, okay? And this is where I want to, if I could get right up in your lap, sit on your lap and talk to you, I'd be right up in your grill. I'm who you come see when nobody can help. And I don't like being that. I like that only because I believe in Jesus Christ and his healing power, and I believe there's no name above that name. I believe anybody can heal from anything. I believe that you are more powerful than your diagnosis. I believe that you're bigger and better and badder than any prescription drug that you'll ever take. And I like that people come to me when nobody else can help, except for when I walk into those rooms every single day of my life, and I walk into a train wreck of fear and suffering and bankruptcy through all this stuff. I think, man, I wish I'd have got them what? Man, I wish I'd have got them sooner. So you hear me right now with all the love. I am not trying to sell you something, okay? But I want you to invest in yourself on something that I know, in my knower, after tens of thousands of people, will change your life and it will save your life. There is a percentage of people who you have no idea that something's coming for you. In this next step, if you take this step, it will find it and it will keep it from happening. But as soon as I say that, you go through those three phases again, and the first one's what? Denial, because he's not talking to me. He's not, and you know how? Because I feel good. My joints are good. Actually, I went to my doctor within the last 6 months, and they took all my stuff, and they said I'm great. That's not it. What you need is a test of some kind that's like a radar system that can catch stuff way, way on the outside of stuff. When stuff starts breaking down, and then you can fix it with supplementation, non-pharmaceutically, and then just like I did, and then get your life back. Does that make sense? So what is it? And I mentioned it. It's biomarker testing, but watch this. This is a good demonstration. Most of you guys will do this. And you go get a medical opinion, you go to a medical test, and medical tests only find disease when it's already there, which is like having a rear view mirror. I'm not saying you should drive without a rear view mirror. I'm not saying there's not positivity to it. But if that's the way that you're keeping yourself safe, and I never thought that we'd have like radar systems in our cars and stuff, which is pretty crazy, and it beeps at me all the time, whatever. But you ought to have something that gives you a bigger, broader area, and not just on the sides and the back, but also where? Way up front. In fact, the faster you're driving, the further up front, which is what metabolic testing is. Now, when I did that test for me, it was inexpensive compared to everything else, and it was $1,500 back then, and that was years ago. In fact, it was, 15, 20 years, something like this. And do you think it's gotten more affordable or more expensive? Everything's gone down in price, right? So my wife, who basically, because of what happened to me, literally, some of you guys don't know this, actually, she kind of got put in this weird position where she writes the entire program for the entire nation of the United States through Max Living on biomarker testing and how to heal people through that. That's my wife. Can I get her applause for that, by the way? Thank you, babe. And right now, if you were to go to a specialty clinic and go have this test done, you could be paying $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 for 8 or 12 biomarkers, which is cool. I still think it would probably be worth it if you found cancer and didn't have to pay for cancer. Is $10,000 less than $100,000? Yeah, which is the average people are having to pay. So yes, the problem with it is, how could I make sure that everybody, especially post-COVID, when we're all getting bled to death from gas prices and groceries, anybody groceries bills go up, right? How can we do this? So my wife, along with Dr. Jared, has worked with a lab to put together a biomarker test kit with over 70 plus biomarkers, which is unheard of, to do for a price that is unheard of, so that every single person in a family can get a test, invest in that. And I'm telling you what, this is the most affordable thing you can possibly do. And I don't care where you're at in your finances. I can tell you this though, every single person, so many people come, and I just wish that I could have gone, hey, just buy this test 5 years ago. What this is this. This is it right here. And the beautiful thing about this is you do not have to take blood. You don't have to go to your doctor's office. You don't have to go to the lab to get a draw. You go basically on this site, I'm gonna show you here in a second, and they send it to your house and there's 70 plus biomarkers just from your urine. So it's a urine test. And then you send it off. And then they send it to Kingdom Vitality, which basically gave us a lot of free tickets. Thank you if you're watching Kingdom Vitality and some of the guys here. Thank you for giving us free tickets. Raise your hand if you came in from a free ticket from Kingdom Vitality. Yes. Thank you, Jesus. That was such a blessing. So they'll send the results to them, and then somebody will reach out to you, and literally, if you don't live here, if you flew here, if you're watching online from Timbuktu, Alaska, and you are going through this, somebody will call you. You don't have to be here at a clinic, and they will walk you through different options and things you can do to literally treat this without drugs, get back to your health like I did, and not have to be in those shoots. Is that a good thing? All right, so guess what question you should have? Great, but what? How much is it? Good. So this is what it is. So this test, literally, if you go to any clinic that will do this test, it's going to be $750. And everybody look up here. Look at me. Look at my face. If you paid $750 for this test, it would be the cheapest test for what it's going to tell you that you could ever get in the world. But I know that we need to do some things that are a blessing to you guys. And so, not me, I didn't do it. Don't thank me for it. It was actually Dr. Jared and Dr. Kimberly, my wife, who actually negotiated a price to less than $400. Now, when it's under $400, do you know who I expect to get a test? Who? Everybody raise your hand. You, and then guess who else if you're married? Your spouse, and if you have babies at home, guess what I'm going to tell you? Your kids. Is that an investment? I mean, it's $399. But if you could invest and one of you found something that is off the rails that you did not see coming, it would absolutely save you financially. And the one thing you need to be prepared for is that. So what I want you to do is this. Just aim your phone at that, and let me tell you how this is going to work, because we had to put together a whole system on this. I'm going to wait right here until you aim your phone there, because I didn't come here today to have you just come later and go, yeah, you're right, I should have done that test. Some of you guys have already done it. When you touch that, it's going to take you to a landing page. And on that landing page, you enter in demographics and how you want to pay, and you pay for that test. And what's going to happen is it's going to send the confirmation of that to your email address. That is all you have to do. And then literally in just days from now, it's going to be shipped to the address you put in there. When you get that, just follow the directions. It's so easy, okay? Here's what you need to know though. When you actually, because my wife does stuff for me all the time. If you're a wife sitting there, you may be doing something for your spouse. You have to put, and this is for the babies too, you have to put, if for every different name and different test, you have to put a different email address. I had no way around that. You have to do a different email address because it's a different account that is associated with the medical records that are from this test, right? So it helps us get through HIPAA. Everybody got that? Does it make sense? So if you try it using the same one, it's going to glitch. You have to use a different email address for each one of your kids and your spouse. Everybody got that? So what does this look like? Easy. You get the call, you walk through, and let me tell you what's about to happen. Every single person in this room is going to become a victor and be deputized with the information that you get. Last story. In that book, The Unthinkable, Amanda Ripley wrote, the reporter from Times, she said there was a guy named Chris. He went to Thailand for a vacation. And on that vacation, just keep filling it out. I'm going to finish the story. You guys just keep filling it out. He went to Thailand for a vacation. And the last day of the vacation, where he's going to be checking out, he wakes up in the morning to this. And he used to live in LA. He's like, oh, I know what that is. Guess what it was? It was an earthquake, yes. It was an earthquake, and he's at a beach hotel on a small little island with 5,000 people, and he stands up to the window, and he looks over the ocean, and he sits there, and he waits. And he doesn't see anything. He waited for a long time, didn't see anything. It's just like, it's nothing. And he goes down, he has breakfast out on the beach in this beautiful restaurant, and he just sips his coffee and his tea or whatever, and then he gets ready to leave. He goes back into his room. He goes back in his room, everybody listen, and he hears this. Boom! And it was this massive wall of water that just crushed the front of this hotel. Didn't knock it down, thank God. And in his mind, what's the first thing he had to go through? Say it, of the three. Denial. So he goes, someone must have, and the lights went off at the same time. He goes, someone must have dropped their bag or something. It was so loud, so weird. Then he goes to brush his teeth because he's going to check out, and then no water came on. He's like, well, now something's clued in, something's not right. He can't deny it now. He's quickly moving through it. Opens his hotel room, which is right next to the steps that go down, and the water on the second floor is 3 inches from the top of the steps. And his brain is still trying to rationalize. He's from Belgium, where he would wake up in the wintertime, and there would be snow days. Anybody have a snow day, right? We've had 1 or 2 of those. And everything outside was covered in snow. And it's quiet. And all he could think of was, this is like a snow day. Isn't that weird? Your brain literally is searching for things to make sense. He then went on to distribute first aid, to try and save lives. What he didn't realize was exactly at that moment, when he's thinking about a snow day, there was half of the people on the island were dying or dead. 2,500 people. Same tsunami, different island. Little girl, she's 10 years old. And she is walking the beach with her parents. And as they're walking next to the water, the little girl, this is on a holiday at Christmas, had just left a science class where they were talking about tsunamis. And what the sea looks like. It gets foamy, it recedes, it becomes shallow, it acts a little different. And she's looking at it, she goes, that's a tsunami. And then she goes, oh my God, that's a tsunami. And then she starts telling her parents, Mom, Dad, there's gonna be a tsunami. And she's scared. And as a parent, raise your hand if you're a parent, if your kid is scared, what do you wanna do? Calm them down. So they're like, I'm sure it's not a tsunami, I'm sure. And then she sat down, she goes, I'm not going any further. There's gonna be a tsunami. Kids are amazing, are they not amazing? So the dad goes, honey, you just go for a walk. I'll take her back to the hotel. So he goes in, he does something super courageous. And this is what I want you guys to do. He goes back, talks to the Marriott employee at the front desk, goes, I know this is gonna sound crazy, but my daughter thinks there's gonna be a tsunami or something. And there was a Japanese tourist that was there too. And he goes, you know what, I heard that there was a earthquake not too far from here, so many miles away. And then the guy started checking, and sure enough, they agreed that there was gonna be a tsunami. So there was agreement, and they were deliberating, right? Now they weren't in denial, they had truth. Guess what they did? The dad didn't take off and just go get mom, and he didn't just go run crazy. There's a tsunami, there's a tsunami. If I'm on vacation, some nut job is running down the beach, I might listen a little bit, but I'm probably gonna enjoy my latte and be like, okay. But guess what he did? He got everybody involved, and not just to tell people there was a tsunami, but to say, listen, there's a tsunami, you need to save lives with us. You get up and you go tell people there's tsunamis, and you make sure everybody's off this beach. Did you get that? Go get 5 people. You go get 5 people. You go get 5 people. And that day, not one person died on that beach because of a little girl. Yep, amen. That was a hard story for Chris, the guy in the first story, to hear. It's hard for me to hear too. Honestly, I'm not gonna pick up shame, God's got it, and I'd never been through it, and you'd never been through COVID either. Anybody wish you'd have told more people about not getting the vaccine? I stood in my office 4 blocks away from the high school where there were car lines with people waiting for a long time, and everybody getting those shots. And I was sitting there, I'm not gonna put a mask on, I'm not gonna social distance. But then not too long after that, people started dropping dead left and right. And if you took that, please don't hear any judgment. My parents took it. My friends have taken it. Like I just didn't know, and you didn't know. Chris didn't know about tsunamis, that it takes a while for them to get there. It's not in judgment, but I can tell you this. I will never, ever, ever, and I mean ever, stay in one place in denial and deliberate with people who have not actually gone through that before either. I'm gonna make the calls, I'm gonna do what it takes, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And what I want you to do is, I don't want your life just to be saved. I don't want you to have a great testimony where you look better and you feel better and you're not gonna have disease and you're gonna live exactly the way God intended it, you healthy for a lifetime. What I want for you to do is I want you to have all of that, but I want you to have that at the same time that I'm deputizing you to go and do it outside of this room for people like my parents that did take the vaccine, for my friends that did take that, for the people that actually happily masked up, that happily, would fight people if they got, because you're killing grandma or whatever else. We will not go there again. You will not go there again. And the reason that you won't is because things are different now, and we have truth, we have the light of day, and we have Jesus Christ. Amen. See you guys.
On. Dr. David Erb was awesome. Thank you. A couple announcements before we go to lunch. Hold on, stop. No moving, stop. Perfect. So if you're looking for things like Dr. David Erb, you want to talk to like doctors like that, the Max Living booth in the front foyer is a great place to go. Go talk to them. We have literally doctors through Max Living across the United States of America to be able to help you guys wherever you're at, your friends and family, your loved ones across the country. So go check out Max Living. For lunch, we do have food trucks. I do ask that you guys go out, you enjoy the sunshine. It's absolutely gorgeous outside here in Texas today. Go out, enjoy the food trucks. You can leave campus. You just need to be back here by 1:50. One thing that I do want you to tell you is that Dr. David was just talking about go choose 5 people, go choose 5 people, go get 5 people. This afternoon is going to be absolutely awesome. I'm going to encourage you to text your friends, text 5 people, get them here for this afternoon. Let's fill this place. Let's see what God can do to fill this place up for our health and religious freedoms. You guys have been amazing this morning. Give yourself a round of applause. What time are we back in here? 1:50 sharp. We begin. Have a great lunch. Bless you guys.
and you cruising down Crenshaw in a motherfucking 6'4". Come on, say that shit like you believe it, man. Like it's your words, feel that shit. Stop playing around, loosen the fuck up. There you go.
5 minutes. We are going to begin in 5 minutes. One minute until we begin the afternoon session. Please come back into the auditorium. 1 minute until we begin the afternoon session. Well, welcome back for the afternoon session. We are ready to get rocking and rolling here this afternoon. It's going to be an absolutely amazing show. We have Lance Wallnow. We have Dell Bigtree. We have Dr. Joelle Bohemier. Jessica Lewis is in the house. We have Josh Feuerstein coming up next. We have a powerful, amazing, packed afternoon. So I hope you guys got outside and enjoyed that beautiful sunshine, because it is absolutely incredible out there. This afternoon, it's going to be definitely a powerful, powerful experience. And remember, just to kind of take it all in. Make sure that you're opening your hearts, opening your minds, and just continuing to receive, so that when you leave here today, there is a fire inside of you that is literally going to be lighting others on fire. So with that being said, about 8 months ago, we lost an amazing patriot in this country, Charlie Kirk. At our Freedom Summits, we love to talk about Charlie and kind of the things that he brought in forth and the things that he stood for. So I want you to watch this quick little intro video, and then we'll get started with this afternoon.
What started as an idea, what started as a movement with no money, no connections, and no idea what I was doing, is now a movement on 1,800 high school and college chapters across the country.
And we're starting chapters nationwide with Turning Point USA. And on our website, you'll see the unbelievable positive support we're having from my generation.
Only in America is a story like Turning Point USA possible. And honestly, let me say this again. It's not that we at Turning Point USA have done anything that amazing. It's God that is doing amazing things on these college campuses, and He deserves all the credit and the glory. You see, they wanted us to be quiet and afraid and silent and subservient. They wanted us to cower into our corner. But the conservative movement has changed fundamentally. I hope you guys understand this. What young people especially are screaming at is they say, give me a structure that I can live my life by. And especially with young men, more challenging of them. More saying, you know what? Honestly, I'm not going to talk down to you. Stop being a boy and become a man. You want to learn what that means? Come to church and I'll tell you what it means to become a man. Because we have the greatest story ever told. The conservative movement's stronger than ever before. This is the greatest country ever to exist in the history of the world. And I can say, wow, there was a debate. Is God done with this country? And now I can say confidently, no. God is not done with America, and our best days are ahead.
If everything completely goes away, how do you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. Most important thing is my faith.
I stand here today not to speak to you about bodybuilding or health or wellness. But I stand here today because 8 months ago they took my friend Charlie Kirk and they put a bullet in his neck and extinguished his life. But I am here today to declare that they have not extinguished the flame of freedom and biblical values in America. Somebody say amen. I stand here today because Charlie can't. And I want to talk to you about Turning Point, the sin of silence. Everybody say silence. You know, it's interesting because his historians have studied and they have looked at the 6,000 years of human history that we have recorded on everything from papyrus to paper. In the history books and all of the annals of time, they have looked at all of the different societies and they have all come to a single conclusion, that in all of the breadth of humanity as we know it, that there is no greater civilization that has had an impact on the world in a shorter amount of time than the United States of America. Somebody say amen. That must mean that God has a plan for America. But if we were to look at all of human history and say that America has had an incredible impact upon human history, we must look at the America and ask what was the hinge point of history as we know it. And most would look at something known as the Civil War and say that it was the most impactful few years of human history. And yet, not just the Civil War, but particularly one place known as the Battle of Gettysburg. But what's interesting is not just looking at the turning point of America and the turning point of the Civil War and the turning point that was the Battle of Gettysburg, but what was the turning point of the Battle of Gettysburg? It was one little battle fought over about 60 minutes' time between a few hundred men, and it was known as Pickett's Charge. The interesting thing about Pickett's Charge is that it was just ordinary farmers that had taken up rifles to fight good versus evil. And they go into a field and one drives the other to the side. And yet as they go back and they look at the tides of human history, they could say that this might be the hinge point of Western civilization. This 160-minute hand-to-hand battle between farmers. Now, why would I bring up this moment today? But to tell you that the thing that I find more interesting is that when they go and they begin to look at the journals that the men wrote that fought in that particular battle, is that none of them thought the battle to be extraordinary. What am I trying to tell you today? That you might just think that you're at another summit or another meeting or that we're at another moment in history, but you do not understand the gravitas of the moment that we are living in. And I've come today to tell you that God designed you for such a time as this. Every moment, now I must warn you, I'm 300 and none of your business pounds if I don't give a flip. Nothing you can do to hurt me, nothing you can do to offend me, and nothing you can do to shut me up. So let me just say, if you are not a Bible-believing Christian, the next few moments are going to offend you. So there are safe spaces called the restrooms in the lobby, and you're welcome to go there now. The reality is that every society that has fallen away from God ends up finding itself in nothing more than the swampness of sin. And with sin and degradation comes a society that falls apart. And I would dare to tell you that we are living in such a moment. This is why Charlie would go and invade campuses. Just a quick story. I'll never forget when I met Charlie. He was 18 years old. I was 100 pounds lighter, but I was 15 years or so his senior. He was a little 18-year-old kid. We were at Council for National Policy, and a man by the name of Kent Emmons brought Charlie to me and said, Josh, Charlie is one of the most promising, potential, and prominent voices of the future. And I looked at Charlie, and he did not look as suave as he did in his later years. He was wearing khaki pants and an unbuttoned kind of crinkled crew shirt. And he said, Josh, will you have coffee with him? And I sat down, and the more that I began to talk to Charlie, I began to understand that this man, although some may not even know, was slightly on the spectrum. This man had what others would deem disabilities, and yet Charlie had such a passion for nothing else. He did not seek the spotlight. He did not seek fame, but he sought to be a voice. And it's funny because people would call him a conservative voice, but the one thing that Charlie understood better than anything, as you heard in that video, is that a nation that turns back to God will be prosperous. And so if ever there was a message that he would want preached from this pulpit today, it's that if we're going to make America great again, it's going to be because we make America godly again. The Bible says that if my people will humble themselves and repent and pray, and they'll turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven and I will heal their land. But may I dare say, standing in the pulpit of one of the great churches here in Dallas, is that one of the problems in America are the churches. In fact, if I may go a step further, it's the fact that preachers don't have more testosterone or testicular fortitude to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ the way it was intended to be preached and draw a line between good and evil. Dare I say that we live in a society where even churches and pastors need to take and parenthetically put their hand down the front of their pants and make sure that they have what it takes to preach the gospel in America. Why is it that we are trying so hard to be unoffensive? Why? I said this morning the reason that I'm late getting here is because in my travels here I came across a young girl who called herself Christian Goth. And she started telling me that she was fascinated with the dark for over an hour. That's why I wasn't here this morning. For over an hour, I sat with this young lady, and I shared with her her identity in Christ because she had listened and she had went to a lukewarm church that was okay with her heading towards hell. Now, I'm gonna quickly say this, is that if we're going to get to the place in America where we see America to be made great again, it's not going to just be tax policy. It's not going to just be borders. In fact, it's not gonna be getting people off McDonald's cheeseburgers and Diet Cokes. And I believe in all that stuff. But the thing that's going to turn America the right direction is when we have people that are willing to stand and speak truth in the face of adversity. Hear me. The reason that Israel would get off course all throughout Scripture is that somewhere along the way there would be a man that would, or a woman that would stop being the voice of God and start to echo the world. Imagine, if you would, modern day Christianity if it were to be put in the Bible. Have you ever heard of 3 Hebrew boys named Shadrach, Meshach, and Imagine them in modern Christian culture, standing there in front of a golden idol as all of the culture gathers around and the king commands, every knee must bow to my idol. And now here stand the 3 Hebrew boys in the midst of all of a backslidden heathen nation. The king gives a command and the trumpet sounds. And all the culture bows. Now imagine these 3 Hebrew boys had they been modern day Christians in America. Well, let's, in Rome, do as Romans do, right? Like, maybe what we could do is we could okay, hear me out, boys. Let's kneel. Well, let's kneel, okay? But let's sing Amazing Grace in our heads. If we sing Amazing Grace in our heads, but we kneel, then we're going to still be cool with the culture. And then, you see, God never called you to blend in. He called you to stand out. Those 3 Hebrew boys, there was nothing special about them except the fact that they had enough hair on their chest to do what was right when everybody else was doing was wrong. How many in this room during COVID and during the last several years, you've watched the wool being pulled over the eyes of people around you and they want to make you feel stupid for speaking up? Those voices are needed in America today. The voices that will speak light in the midst of darkness. This is the moment, and you are no ordinary person. I am so sick and tired of all these people. Well, I just don't really know what to do. I mean, I'm a 65-year-old grandma. Honey, do you not realize the Bible says that your head is crowned with your white hair as if it was glory of wisdom? Do you not realize that you are the voice that this generation, well, I just don't have a TV show like Charlie did. Yeah, but guess what? You do have Facebook. Well, I just don't have, look, there's a lot of people that think that Samson was a buff dude like me. That he had lots of muscles, that he was cut. Ladies, don't look, but that's how people imagine Samson. But the Bible says that Samson, when they looked on him, they said, where does his strength come from? If he had muscles, it would have been it would not have been preposterous that he could throw down the gates of cities and that he could slay 1,000 Philistines. If he was a ninja and had Brazilian jiu-jitsu and had all, no, it would have been easy to recognize why he was such a mighty, mighty man. There was nothing about him that was recognizably incredible except that he had a relationship with God. Watch. And when he had a relationship with God, the Bible says he could pick up the jawbone of an ass and kill 1,000 Philistines. With their swords and their spears, they would come at him and he would pick up the jawbone of an ass and slay them. It's funny because when all of the super conservative Christians came out and told me, I don't understand why you are supporting Donald Trump. In fact, it's funny because I had speaking engagements cancel because of my vocal support for the president. And one pastor called me and he said, I don't understand why you support that jackass. Every time he opens his mouth, he shows he's a jackass. I said, well, God used the jawbone of an ass to destroy 1,000 Philistines. So whatever you think of him, I would dare to put what he's doing to destroy the evil works of the enemy and up against what you're doing to destroy the evil works of the enemy, because you won't even preach against sin in your own pulpit. Now, imagine the 3 Hebrew boys. But God always rewarded and demonstrated his power to people that were willing to stand up against the crowd. Hear me now. Elijah, if you could imagine, walks up to the top of Mount Carmel. I like the word Carmel because it reminds me of a hot fudge sundae. But he goes to the top of Mount Carmel. And as he's standing there, watch what happens. All of the nations of Israel and the heathen nations that have intertwined are looking at him. And he stands there, one prophet against 450 prophets of Baal. Watch, one man, sounds like a movie trailer. One man, one desire. This summer, Elijah stars in Mount Carmel. One man stands at the top, 450 prophets of Baal. And they start dancing. That sounds Native American, but that's the best that I can come up with. Don't cancel me. And if you do, I don't care. They canceled me 20 years ago. They're chanting and they're doing all this. Elijah could have just backed up. In fact, he never had to go to the top of the mountain. But look at what Elijah does. Elijah looks at them when their God does nothing. He looks at them. I like to kind of think of him like Donald Trump. He stands up there and begins to mock them. I'm telling you, your God's real losers, these guys. They are real losers. I don't know where this guy is, okay, but he's sure as heck is not here, this guy. He is a real loser, okay, your God. He's probably sleeping on a My Pillow, which is a great pillow, you know. But the important thing is that he was willing to stand when nobody else was. And what did God need in order to change an entire civilization? He only needed one man who was willing to stand in the gap. And when he did, the Bible says that fire falls from heaven. When it falls, all of the nations that are gathered around the mountain see that there is but one true God. Let me just quickly say this. I'm going to say this, it's politically incorrect, but it is correct. Islam is trying to invade not just America, but invade Texas this very moment. You're the voices that need to be at the city council meetings speaking out against these entire communities that want to implement Sharia law right in the midst of our very own Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, over my dead body. In fact, I'm going to eat some bacon as soon as I leave here. I just want to close with these last few thoughts. It's this. The sin of silence. When it was that Jesus walks towards the cross, he's walking towards the cross and he sees all of the sin of humanity is going to hang upon his shoulders in mere hours. The Bible says that he goes to the Garden of Gethsemane and then he goes up to the mount, and there in the Garden of Gethsemane he tells them, he says, will you go and will you pray with me? His disciples go and they pray with him, but then Jesus goes on a little bit further to pray by himself, and he commands them this. He says, stay here and pray for a while. And when he goes away to pray, he comes back, and what does he hear? He hears the silence of his disciples. In fact, the silence of the lambs. The Bible says that we are but sheep. It always bothered me that God called us sheep, because I thought we were supposed to be the head and not the tail, the first and not the last. Why would God call us sheep? Except that Psalm 23 says that he's the shepherd. You see, sheep they do not possess what eagles and pythons and tigers and lions and bears possess. They don't have a natural line of defense, no claws, no teeth, no poison. They don't have the power of a boa constrictor in order to wrap itself around its prey and suffocate it. They do not have a natural line of defense. But I would argue that sheep are the most powerful animal in the animal kingdom. Why? Because they have a voice that compels a shepherd into action. That's why when David's on the backside, and I close with this thought, while David's on the backside of a Judean hill, the Bible says that he was a shepherd to a bunch of sheep, and along comes a lion and a bear to kill what? A little lamb. He has thousands of sheep under his care, but here come a lion and a lamb to kill, or a lion and a bear to kill a little lamb. Watch this. Why would David risk death to defend a little lamb? Watch. He hears the bleating of the little lamb, and his first thing is to jump into response. And the Bible says to tear apart the lion and the bear with not a sling, not a staff. It says he uses his hands and he tears them apart. Watch. He understood the spirit of a predator. And this is what you and I need to understand, especially in these years of COVID and PSYOPs, is that he understood that if it comes for a little lamb today and I don't do anything, it's coming back for another one tomorrow, and another one the next day, and another one. I want to commend all of you that are here. You're here because you are a voice. This really is training to be a voice. This really is training for you to go out and stand up in the midst of a culture that dares to believe anything it's told. But you are the truth tellers. You are the Charlie Kirks that have been anointed by God to go into the society and speak truth at the cost of everything. I wonder if you would stand with me. I want us to start what I believe could be a snowball. I want us to start an avalanche right here in this place. If you're a Bible-believing Christian, I want you to join me. And I'm asking, would you, in the next few moments, would you lift your voice? Because I'm telling you, the enemy is here in this area, this arena, this region with one desire, and that's to shut you up. But I'm going to pray today a special anointing that's going to overtake you to be a voice that cannot be silenced. Would you just lift your hands with me? Heavenly Father, I pray in the name of Jesus over every person under the sound of my voice. And Lord, I declare that this is going to be the greatest generation, a generation of revival in America and around the world like we've never seen before. But Lord, I pray that those today here would be endowed with an anointing that they have never experienced, to go out into this world and to be the 3 Hebrew boys, to be the Elijah, to be the Samson, to be the John the Baptist, to be the Charlie Kirk, to be the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord. And God, I pray that this would just be the beginning of something that would drive every evil principality and power, including Islam, out of the Dallas area, out of this region, and out of the great Republic of Texas. I pray in the wonderful name of Jesus. And everybody say amen. Let's put our hands together and give God a round of applause and praise.
Josh Feuerstein. Wow, that was a great way to start off the afternoon, wasn't it? Yeah, another round of applause for Josh Feuerstein. We love our Charlie Kirks. We love the voices. We love the people that stand in the gap for freedom. So hopefully that is the beginning of the fire that is to come.
It's a freedom that God has called us to live in as believers, but we don't live in it. We isolate ourselves so much and disconnect because we literally think we're the only one when they are not the only one, because every other single woman in the room is dealing with that exact same thing. So when a woman walks out of this event, she's lighter, right? She's freer. She's like, all right, I don't have to carry this stuff anymore.
On your feet for Jessica Lewis.
How fun! Hi, welcome back from lunch. Oh, good stuff. So, is it safe to say I'm in the place where we love detox and elimination? Yes or no? Show hands. Yes? Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought too until a couple weeks ago I was taking the kids to school and we passed the last turnoff because it had a lot of cars and there was no way I was going to get out of there. And my kids are like, we need to get to school early. We need to get there. And my stomach started rumbling. That kind of, yeah, someone was shaking their head. That kind of rumble. So I start sweating a little bit because I had passed the point of no return. And it happened. Yeah, no, I'm not going to tell you what happened, but it happened. Let's just say that. And I changed my perspective on detox and elimination and how good it was. And today we're going to get into suffering, because how many of you know that if you were to rate it, you suffer pretty well? Like, you know what suffering is. You know what struggling is. Did you guys not wear deodorant after the break? I know it was hot out there, but how many of you guys know some degree of suffering? And maybe it's not sickness, but it's struggle. Maybe it's the person you're sitting next to right now. Don't look at them. Yeah. Oh, wow. I got a big head nod in the back over there. So I want to talk about suffering. And some of you aren't going to get it because your suffering is a warm blanket. I struggled for 5 years with Lyme's disease, with mold, with pain, every single day pain. And I created a lot of unnecessary suffering in my life. So I want you to think about, where in your life do you not feel free yet in? Or where do you experience some degree of suffering, pain, overwhelm? Because your relationship with that pain and why you believe that it's there will dictate your reality. Because how many of us would agree, like, we all experience hard things, yes or no? Yes? Yes. But your relationship with it is going to dictate your reality. See, Carl Jung said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. So my husband was unfaithful to me 16 years ago, and that pain brought to consciousness my conditional love and self-protection. Skylar, my husband, would break his word over and over again and was addicted to porn for a while in our relationship. And that pain brought to consciousness how I personalized everything and made everything about me. Me battling sickness brought to consciousness my self-reliance and my unworthiness that was hidden deep underneath. My childhood, my upbringing, me creating a divorce, and all the extreme dysfunction brought to consciousness me wanting to walk with women so that they experience the freedom that Christ died for. And so I can get mad at the pain or mad at the thing that I'm going through, or I can let God use it and take it to the next level. So why do you believe you're in pain? I think God whispers to us in our pleasures, speaks in our conscience, but shouts in our pains, according to C.S. Lewis. But I was in so much pain, I didn't want to listen. I was so focused on me that I was missing the message. So I want you to think, why do you believe that you are in pain? Why are you in pain? Or why is there struggle? Why is there that thing that you're still dealing with? See, the meaning you give it will determine whether you experience great suffering or great peace. How many of you could use a little bit more peace? So, path one, you could say, you know what? Well, I deserve this pain. I'm being punished. God isn't good at what he does, and he can't be trusted. And this is all happening to me. The other side of that is, well, God is good and faithful, and this has nothing to do with his good and faithfulness. I'm being grown and stretched. I live in a broken world with sin, and this is happening for me. So I'm being advanced. Path 2 says, God is not going, I might go through hard things, but he is taking me through, and I might get some battle scars along the way, but he is increasing my authority in the world. One will create peace, one will create suffering. So James 1:2-4 says, consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds. And I would read this verse when I was in pain, when I couldn't think straight, when my head was hurting so bad, my hips were hurting, my hands were hurting. I'm like, I don't understand this, God. Consider it pure joy. There is nothing joyful about this. Can anyone relate? Like, I don't understand this. But as you continue on, so consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work in you so you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. And there were so many times where I said, I'm okay lacking that stuff. Just get me out of the pain. I was unwilling to go through the fire to be refined, and I kept missing the message. So when we think about that verse, here's a picture. And it literally means to remain under. So it paints a picture of someone carrying a weight, and instead of running from it, they stay. And when you think about your trials in life, how many of you have been trying to run from it? Yes or no? I said yes or no when I raised my hand. We're going to raise hands. How about we do that? So how many of you guys have been not wanting to deal with it or given up with dealing with it and not showing up anymore? Yes. Okay, a couple of us. Well, you're in good company because that was me. And I thought about this. So I can either have active endurance under pressure, or I can numb out. I can sedate. I can check out. I can drink alcohol. I can do drugs. I can do everything so that I don't feel what's going on. And I know that well too. We had planned this big 40th birthday party, and it was just going to be the best birthday ever. And an opportunity for treatment came up. So instead of doing my 40th birthday party, I flew to Germany to undergo hyperthermia for Lyme. And as I was there, I had the most pain I had ever experienced. We'd gotten halfway through the treatment. At one point, we thought I had a blood clot, and they were going to have to transfer me to another hospital, out of the bougie hospital into like the real hospital in Germany where no one spoke English. And I had one of those moments where I literally felt like I couldn't do it anymore. I just can't do it. So much so, but my pride was in the way. Like, if it has gotten to that point where, like, you can't do it anymore, and I knew I needed to cry out to the Lord. And up until that point, I had not cried out. I didn't let God in. See, every day I'll sit with my Bible, I'll journal, I'll do that stuff. Then I would set all that aside and then go fight sickness. I was Christian and I believed and the Lord was in my life, but I didn't invite him into that space of my life. Can anyone relate to that? And I can't even get the words out of my mouth. I'm shaking and I'm like, babe, I just couldn't speak. And finally, what had to come out was, Lord, I need you. I can't do this anymore. And as I reflect on that, it was when this layer of pride, like at the end of you, God begins. And some of you haven't gotten to the end of you. You're still doing it. I was doing the treatment. I chose to go to Germany. I chose the doctor. I chose that treatment. I chose all this. And God got set on my little coffee table when I was done with him in the morning. So the invitation is that these trials can produce endurance, and endurance produces maturity, and maturity produces completeness, where you're not lacking anything. But Dietrich Bonhoeffer says it well, when Christ calls a man or a woman, he bids them to come and die. There was a part of me that needed to die. My self-preservation, my pride, my ego, me taking care of myself. I had to mourn and grieve the things that I could no longer do in my life, like playing pickleball and going out and speaking and doing all these things. There was this mourning process that I was unwilling to let go of some of those things, and it perpetuated my suffering. How many of you are seeing you're perpetuating some of your suffering? Unknowingly. Yes, just trying to survive, but you are perpetuating your suffering. So suffering isn't always about what you have. It's about what you think you've lost. So there's two families, and let's say these two families are both going to make $200,000 next year. They're both going to make $200,000. But family A, they used to make $300,000. So, and family B, they used to make $100,000. So they're both going to make $200,000 next year. The one that used to make $300,000 is saying, whoa, this is a loss. There's fear. There's an ego hit. They're declining. But the exact same, this other family who's going to make the exact same amount, they're grateful. There's expansion. They're growing. And so what if you going through what you're going through isn't random? What if the stripping isn't random, but there is purpose in it? See, people, when I was in my struggling, they would say, well, Romans 8:28, God works all things out for the good of those who love him. Yes? I'm like, yeah, but you don't understand the pain that I am in. Yes, that's great and good, and we're not there yet. But what I am telling you is there is purpose in it, and God does want to do something with it, but you have to let him into that. See, he revealed to me that I was relying on me. I was the solution. So I was reading this book, and it said, hey, do you believe you're going to be saved? I was like, yeah. And it said, well, why do you believe that? I said, well, the Bible says so. And so it said, well, so no one could combat that with you. No one could get you to change that. I was like, no. And then it went on to say, well, then why don't you believe? So you believe that your salvation is set because the Bible says so. Then why don't you believe that God wants to heal you? Because I didn't know that it was God's will to heal me. How many of you guys question whether it's his will to heal you? You're like, I don't know, but Paul had that thorn, right? And there's these people. Luke 4:18-19 says, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to preach the good news to the poor. This is Jesus talking. He has sent me to proclaim freedom for the captives and recovery of sight for the blind, healing. Jesus was sent for it. It is his will to release the oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. There was a blind man or someone who came to Jesus, and he asked him, are you willing to heal me? And what did Jesus say? I am. It is his will to heal you. But what if he took it away from you before you actually started to depend on him and lean on him and grow into full maturity? What if it would actually harm you if you were healed right now? Because you'd go back to your self-reliance, back to your pride, back to doing it all on your own. Yes or no? Yes. Yeah? So, it revealed for me what owned me. So I actually deep down didn't believe. So I grew up in a performance-based love environment. So when I did better, you loved me more. If I didn't do good, you didn't love me. How many of you guys know that? And I was treating my healing like that. If I did enough, maybe God would heal me. And if I didn't, maybe he wouldn't. Somehow like I was dependent upon it. So it revealed that I didn't really believe that I just deserved this gift of healing as a free gift. It revealed that I believed that I was going to stay sick forever. I would have a really bad day and I would perpetuate my suffering into all the next days and into the next weeks. And it prolonged the suffering because I would take today's suffering, and if that wasn't enough, I then thought about that suffering and what that would look like tomorrow and the next day and the next week and the next weeks. Can anyone relate to that? And so the Lord was inviting me into this place of surrender. I had to surrender just the day. Yes, I had all these plans. Yes, I wanted to go do all these things. But what do you have for me, Lord? And if that meant that I can't be with my kids in the way that I want to be with my kids, and I'm going to sit on the couch and just allow them to come sit next to me, and that's the connection that I get, I had to be willing to surrender. It revealed that I believe that I can't trust people with my suffering. They don't understand, right? Yeah, maybe they can handle like this much of my suffering, but if I'm going to suffer for a long time and be in pain for a long time, they can't handle that. Have anyone believe that? And what if that was the exact thing keeping you stuck? See, I'd gotten to the point where God had told me he healed me, and I continued on in my treatments. And I had a bad reaction to something where I was almost losing the sight in my left eye. Like I couldn't see. Everything was not going well. And a friend was like, hey, Jessica, didn't God tell you that he healed you? She's like, why are you doing this? And it popped me out and exposed my victim mindset. Because as I was suffering and as I was not being able to see out of my eye, I was like, why, God? Why is this happening? Why am I going through this? How many guys have thought that before? Why? Like, why do I have to do this? And when I'm in why, I know it's my indicator that I've gone victim. And I'm no longer looking at him versus what? What are you going to do with this, Lord? Everyone close your eyes. So, John 16:33 says, Jesus overcame. It doesn't say that, but that's the thing. But it does say, in the world you will have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world. So because Jesus overcame, you can overcome. You were made to be an overcomer. For whatever is born of God overcomes the world. 1 John 5:4. So our faith is the connection point. And faith is not believing it once it has happened. It is believing it before it happens. So as we're here, I want you to ask out loud, Jesus, what will you help me overcome? And just listen. So Jesus, what will you help me overcome? You can open your eyes. How many of you heard something of the nature healing? Okay. Go ahead and would you guys stand? So if Jesus told you he's going to help you overcome healing or your sickness or whatever's going on, what do I do with this mic? Just enemy interference. He knows what God wanted to do today here. Yeah. This will go off. Okay. Great. So if the Lord answered you and he said he wants you to overcome your sickness or your mindset or something like that, can you stand for me? Awesome. The rest of you, would you be open to praying with us? So the Lord woke me up on Tuesday night, and I don't normally get woken up in the middle of the night, and I really like my sleep, and he told me that he wants to heal some people today. And so we're going to pray for that right now. So if you're by someone, maybe just extend your hand if you're a believer, and if you don't know them, maybe don't touch them. Hands to yourself. So Lord, we thank you for your faithfulness and for goodness. Sickness is not from you. It is an enemy you have already overcome. So we stand here, Lord, not fighting from hope, but fighting from victory. And we thank you that your son Jesus defeated all sickness, all darkness, all evil at the foot of the cross. Your word declares that you came so that we may have life and have life abundantly, and I declare that over this room in Jesus' name. So right now we invite your presence into this place. Let your spirit move with power, bringing freedom to every place of bondage, to every man and woman standing and sitting. So we break off all lies of the enemy that are keeping us bound in suffering that are not of you, Lord. Your word says that by your stripes we are healed, and you sent your word and healed them. Psalm 107:20. So we stand on that truth now, and we command healing in Jesus' name. So let feeling in arms return now. Every ulcer to be eliminated and completely gone now in Jesus' name. Let backs be straightened and pain removed now in Jesus' name. Holy Spirit, move before our eyes, set your captives free. Let your healing power be made known in this moment. In Jesus' name. Lord, we ask for hope to prevail as these men and women walk out of this room, and that suffering is not their destiny, but overcoming is what you made them for. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, good to be with you guys.
Jessica Lewis, everybody. So we're going to keep the afternoon going. This next video, because we're going to swap speakers really quick, and we're going to get ready for the next one. But if you guys are liking what you're seeing, please remember to get in contact with the Wellness My Way product. Make sure that you're signing up for the encore replay that'll be in a week from after this weekend. This is going to be the ability for you to get all of your videos and making sure that you have a recording of today. So again, just lots and lots of fire is being spoke over you right now. I am so excited for every single one of you and how God is just blessing this place.
Islamization of London. I was frightened by what I saw. My big concern is that those in Texas think surely this cannot happen here. Well, it is happening under your very noses, and we're being aware of that and deciding what we stand for, what freedoms we stand for, what values we stand for, and for opposing this.
All the way from London, welcome Peter McCullough.
I would actually prefer Jessica to stay on. I was such honesty, such truth from the Word of God. I could listen to her for another 20 minutes, but you got me from. I hope I don't need subtitles. I'm a pastor's kid from Ireland, and this is something that you wouldn't normally see in the UK. So it's phenomenal what Jared has done here. But Baptist pastor's kid from Ireland, for over 20 years, I've been fighting Islamization of the UK. I served on staff at Kensington Temple. Thank you. Do you know, when I've watched all of the speakers, and I didn't know, I know I'm in Texas, and I'm aware of what's been happening on the Islamization side, but I didn't know whether to tone it down for you or not. And Jared said, no, you go for it. So you're going to get warts and all. But I did a church roadshow for 2 years called Can We Talk About Islam? Went around 25 churches talking about it. Was on the team that the Mega Mosque No Thanks campaign that stopped what was going to be the largest mosque in the world outside the Middle East, and that was for the Olympics, and that would have been seen by everyone coming for the London Olympics in 2012. And by God's grace, we stopped that. That would have accommodated 70,000 people in one building. I've served as Chief of Staff to Lord Pearson of Rannoch, the only member of the House of Lords challenging Islam, and I co-host Hearts of Oak, at the UK's most outspoken show in Islam, and our 3 shows a week stream everywhere. You saw it's been an honor to stream on War Room, on Naomi Wolf's Daily Klaus, on Ex-American News, on quite a number of others. But in the UK, we face, and throughout Europe and here, we face 3 huge threats to our ability to speak freely, and that's growing censorship, intrusive surveillance, and militant Islam. I would say all 3 of those. Now, surveillance, we've just had a court ruling in the UK to say the police forces can use live facial recognition everywhere. There is we were never asked whether that should be done. This is run through a database. We don't know what database that is. I guess they're the good and the bad people. I guess most of you would be on that database as people who speak freedom. But we've no idea what that database is. Privately held, no access to it. Again, we never asked for that. But don't worry, you're okay in America. You've got Palantir technology, so what could go wrong? But I want to touch on censorship. We've had, even talking to friends this week who are coming over for a huge freedom rally that we're having in London, that Tommy Robinson is putting on, and they were saying, is it safe to come to the UK? And I was saying, well, let's take it to the Lord in prayer. That's probably, we have 30 arrests a day in the UK. And we've got an Islamophobia definition, which, don't worry, it's not legal, but if you don't adopt it, you will lose your tax status. And the fear is that we're going to see churches having to adopt Islamophobia legislation, because if they don't, they will lose their tax status. In the UK, we've got non-crime hate incident. Now, what are the police doing recording if it's not a crime, what are the police doing recording it? But we have seen this where no crime is committed, no evidence required, just someone feeling offended, and this is recorded by the police. And there are up to 100,000 people on a database. And of course, that's checked when you apply for work. That will have an impact, a lasting impact on you. And the concern is that it also will have an impact on parents with children. What happens if child services get involved because they think you've stepped a line, and the line you've overstepped is you've offended someone? We kind of have terror watch lists. This seems like a truth watch list, but it's actually targeting you for speaking truth. And it really is pre-crime thinking. And of course, we've got the online safety bill that gives the state growing influence of what can be said online. And tech companies are pressurized to comply. I think the fine is 10% of your global annual turnover. This is a heck of a lot of money. And there's a balance between protecting children. This was billed as protecting children, but actually it's going after adults and what you can say. And once you bring in legislation for one group, the problem is it spills over and affects everything. Legislation never stays in its lane. It always is used for other purposes, and that is the danger. But I've been two people certainly that are going to speak today, I've been blessed. Sherri Tenpenny, and opening up the Word of God and helping us understand what truth is, and Lance Walney. Those are two people I've followed, and it's wonderful to be here and to share with so many people who are bringing the Word of God, who are speaking truth and saying, this is where we go. And I think at the heart of all of this debate over censorship is a question that was asked 2,000 years ago. And when Pontius Pilate stood before Jesus, he said, what is truth? What is truth? And we used to be able to answer that for every generation. We're coming to a generation that don't know how to answer that. Truth is not subjective. That is the Christian response. Jesus said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. And we find that truth in Christ. But when truth becomes subjective, power decides what truth is. And that is dangerous. A society without objective truth becomes very easy to control, because it's the government that are telling you what is truth and no longer the Word of God. So the choice we face is clear. Accept a future where speech is monitored and truth is shaped by institutions, by our government that know better and care for us and want to protect us, or stand for something stronger. That truth exists, that it can be known, and that it must be spoken freely. Now let me get on to Islam. I wanted to kind of feel you into this, but yeah, this is probably my 4th or 5th trip to Texas in the last 5 months, and I've met so many great people, and I have hope for what is happening here. But we'll get on to some of the information on Islam in the UK. And you've had people giving you very bad information well, and I hope I can do the same, to present something which is negative, but also there's always hope if we stand on the Word of God. In Islam, in English, Islam means submission. It does not mean peace, it is submission. And I want to talk to you about the failures in the UK and Europe that have led to an embrace of a new identity, an Islamic identity. We have abandoned our Christian identity, and into that void doesn't go nothing, goes something, and Islam has stepped into that. And I come to give you a possible glimpse into your future. I've just come from the future to warn you, 10 years ahead, 9, 8 years, I don't know how long, but your 260th celebrations could have a strong Islamic element, and I fear you won't make it to your 275th. Remember, Britain was the greatest empire the world has seen. A fifth of the world was under British rule for 300 years. Just because you have it today, it is not guaranteed tomorrow. We have now got Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. That shows how the mighty have fallen. So you need to pray daily for the freedoms you have. We've allowed Islam to take over Britain under a banner of multiculturalism, diversity, inclusion, and tolerance. And those are all terms that you have seen pushed upon you. But let me look at demographics. Let me scare you a little bit. I'm sorry, just give me a moment. Between 2001 and 2021, over a 20-year period, the UK population grew by 14%. The Muslim population grew by 150%, 10 times faster. We've seen entire towns, entire regions being transformed as parallel societies take root. And look across Europe and you will see the preview to what you could be moving towards. We see Sweden is 10% Islamic. In 2050, it'll be 22%. France is 10%. It will be 20% by 2050. Britain goes from 7 to 18%. And Belgium is 8%, with the capital of Belgium, Brussels, at 25% Islamic, the political capital of Europe. And that was one of the reasons why I didn't take a job in the European Parliament, because I went and thought, there's no way I'm bringing my family up here. But Belgium is projected to be 18% by 2050. Let me give you the top 10 Islamic cities in Europe by percentage. One of the top ones is Luton. Luton is famous for it being Tommy Robinson's hometown. 32% Muslim, so now you understand what lies behind his motivation and his energy and his drive to actually speak truth. Birmingham, which is the number 2 city in the UK, is 30%. Marseille, France's number 2 city, is 30%. And we go on, and you see transformation happening across Europe, with Paris closing in on 20, London 15% plus. And we are seeing cities flip, voting blocks form, and when that happens, demands become permanent. We've seen that under COVID. You give freedoms away, try getting those freedoms back. That is very difficult. We've seen Mohammed has topped the boys' name in England for 3 years. Mohammed, the top name in England for 3 years. In France, the Muslim average age is 31. The general average age is 51. This is the demographic change that we are seeing. It is conquest by the womb, visa, and the ballot box that is eroding Europe's cultural cohesion. Now, Texas is far behind, but you seem as though you want to catch up. So let me give you some of your figures. Texas has, when I said we've grown 10 times, the Muslim population 10 times faster than the national population in the UK, Texas, over the same period of time, has grown 4.5 times. But of course, you've got other states that are winning the battle. You've got great New York under Mamdani, 34 times over that 20 years. You've got Illinois, which I have read has grown 90 times faster than the average population. You can see these areas are being targeted, and then Michigan is over 100 times. We are seeing huge changes in Islam. Things don't stop at state lines. They cross over. So just because you're Texas does not mean you have that protection. We've seen that in Europe, where the doors have been opened on the periphery of Europe, and then people can travel all the way across, and there is no stopping them. We are seeing voter power shifting. We just had a by-election in Manchester, northwest England, and in 2024, the Green Party, in the 2024 election, the Green Party won 13%, far left party. This election, an MP stood down, so they had an election. They went from 13 to 41%. And that was because of a 30% Muslim bloc vote. That was the first time we had seen that. And I fear that you will be seeing some of the same things here. We are seeing massive changes in areas all across. And parallel voting power is not spread evenly. It's clustered where you see transformation. And this is a lesson. The demographics change the voting. But here, CARE seems to be much more focused, and certainly the Muslim Brotherhood is much more focused and intentional and targeted and organized in what we have seen in the UK. But yeah, your governor has done a press release about CARE and Muslim Brotherhood, what they're terrorist entities. How are you giving tax money to a terrorist entity in your state? I'll leave that with you. You've got primaries, but make sure you look at what politicians say. And I know you've got the Sharia-Free Caucus. I was at an event with Chip Roy and Keith Sell, done fantastic work. And locally, you've got Brent Money and you've got Brian Harrison, 2 firebrands who I've got to know. So you do have hope here in that pushback. But let me tell you about children, school children, and this will put this in stark contrast. So in Belgium, Children from Muslim families nationally make up 18%. In Brussels, the capital is 50%. 50% of children that go to schools in Brussels are from a Muslim family. In the Netherlands, it's 40% in Amsterdam, in the capital. In Vienna, it's 42% of Vienna, the capital, of children going to schools are from Muslim families. This is what we are seeing. So in France, it's 12% nationally, but in schools, it's 30%. That's where the change is coming. It's a demographic change from the children, and I'll not go into that. Madrasas. Madrasa is an Islamic institute that teaches children what Islam is about. It's like a Sunday school. But the problem is our Sunday schools are often childcare facilities for an hour. So the grown-ups can go to church and the kids can be looked after. Maybe 1 hour a week in some churches. In the UK, most madrasas run for 15 hours a week. Every mosque has a madrasa. So 2,000 mosques, we have 2,000 madrasas. So children are going for up to 15 hours a week. We've got an hour teaching the Word of God. They've got 15 teaching their children. And we wonder why we are losing when we don't invest in our children. Let me move on. Let me leave that. There's a huge... We had a program. The difficulty we have is knowing what happens within mosques. There's what? You can't say you're going to bug a mosque. You can't say, of course not. That doesn't sound right in our freedom society. And of course, you've got the First Amendment that could be your Achilles heel, but I will leave that with you. But we had a program, Undercover Mosque, 2007. The name gives away what it was about. And a lot of information came out. Let me give you some of the statements of some of the imams. You cannot accept the rule of the kafir. We have to rule ourselves and we have to rule the others. That was one imam. Another imam, if the imam wants to crucify the apostate, he should crucify him. On another one on women, Allah has created the woman. Even if she gets a PhD, she is deficient. Her intellect is incomplete. She is deficient. She may be suffering from hormones that will make her emotional, and it takes 2 witnesses of a woman to equal the 1 witness of the man. This is a key part, women's position in Islam and how women are treated. We had another one that praised one of the killers of a British soldier in Afghanistan. He said the hero of Islam is the one who separated the head from his shoulders. And many of them advocated jihad, advocated child marriage, etc., etc. That gave a snapshot. What did the media do? They said, you can't show that again. So we ignored it. We put our head in the sand, and we've seen it continue to grow. Sharia courts. When I was over in November, I wrote a piece, Is Texas About to Fold Islam, in Gateway Pundit. And I was on War Room 2 days later, talking to Bannon, and we were discussing it. And 2 things I said, there were 48 mosques in 24 months in Texas, and there were 2 Sharia courts near where I was. That got clipped 15, 18 million views. And 2 days later, your governor said, I understand there are 2 Sharia courts. Sharia is not happening in Texas. The problem is you need more than a press release to actually stop it. Those are continuing to happen. And my understanding is that one of the major ones has up to 300 cases a year. Now, it is so difficult to find out because they don't keep any records. So you go and find out what's been happening, you have no idea. And I would advocate that you should have one law for all. Anyone who lives in the United States has the American legal system. There is not a separate legal system, and that's how you stop this. I mean, it's a great campaign title, isn't it? One law for all. Everyone, no matter who you are, your color, your creed, your background, your gender, there's one law for all. Let me touch on women. Do you know how we don't allow polygamy in the UK? One man, one woman, or that's now changing, the weird mixture, but that's another conversation. But the problem is, we now say in Britain that if you've just come from an Islamic country and you have multiple wives, because they allow it in that country, we will accept it here. Now, polygamy is legal in 58 countries. The population of those countries is 3 billion. Now, we accept that over. So we say, you can come over, you can bring your 4 wives, you can bring how many children, and we wonder why we've got a demographic issue. We have to get back, and I would plead with you that not tolerate, because tolerance is a confused term. Caring for someone else does not mean accepting everything they do. And when people come here to the US, they should accept what the US stands for, and that is not multiple wives. Let me touch on two other things in 2 minutes, and then I will leave you. Sharia finance. Do you know Sharia finance is worth 5.4 trillion globally? Sharia finance is just a way of, within Islam, not to pay interest, but it's repackaged and you end up paying interest. The problem is, and you're much further behind the UK, thank God, it was our Prime Minister David Cameron in the UK who said, we are going to be the Sharia capital outside the Middle East. And it happened. We were the first country outside the Middle East to issue a Sharia bond, and we have now got, I think, 4 or 5 Islamic banks, and that's rolling out. You are going to move towards that. By 2030, the Sharia financial market is going to be worth 9.75 trillion. And that's where economic jihad comes in. That's where everyone wants a piece of the pie. Everyone wants to make money. And it's difficult to tell a financial institution, you shouldn't offer that if they think they're going to make money. That is the battle. This is a much more difficult battle than Islamic law, than Sharia law. That's one law for all, that's simple. You can't see one financial system for all because it's what the market demands. So this is a very difficult situation and is one that you will have to fight, but you're further behind, thank God. Let me finish off with halal food. Halal food, in the US, the halal food industry is worth $500 to $700 billion a year. In fact, in Houston and in Dallas, the halal market's growing at 22% a year. You're the hotspots. Why are those hotspots? I will let you delve into that. But the halal food industry is worth around $4 to $5 trillion. And again, this is economic jihad. This is providing food for people. Let me give you an example, and I'll finish it on this. We have schools, Church of England schools, that offer only halal. Because what happens if you serve halal, because there's a demand from a group of Muslims, it's much easier to have one preparation area, because if you have 2, then you contaminate it, you're going to have a legal battle. Easier to have one storage area, because if you have 2 and they touch, of course, you'll face legal action, and you want to have one supplier. So what happens is, even in schools of maybe 300-400, you've maybe got 10 Muslim pupils, and instead of providing for them and providing for everyone else, the school goes fully halal. We are seeing this in our schools, our hospitals, across the board. You need to hold out for that and make sure that doesn't creep in. Let me finish off on final thing. We've had rape as a tool of conquest. We've had, as Tommy has talked about, the grooming gangs, as they are called, the rape gangs, and we, at Hearts of Oak, the organization I run, we have been working with one girl to get her compensation because her rapist was sent to jail for 4 years, 3.5 years for 2 cases, 2 multiple cases on children, was released after 3.5 years. She didn't get a penny. And we have up to 1 million girls that have been affected by this. That was according to a Labour MP. The police tried to cover up, the courts tried to cover up. And we are now trying to get these legal issues, to put those men behind bars and to try and get compensation for these girls. It is happening in France, it is happening in Sweden. The concern is it is happening here. And maybe you need another 10 Nick Shirleys to highlight what is happening in this area, but it will be individuals like that that expose that. But let me say, this is a spiritual issue. This is Muhammad v. Christ. This is an issue the churches have to engage in, and that's what I've seen. And I would call on you, the churches you're involved in, go to the church and say, can we engage on this? Can we talk about this? This is vital because it's either Christ or Muhammad. And the solution is Jesus and everything. When someone asks a question, the answer is Jesus. It's always Jesus to any question. But can I encourage you, if you want to connect with me, just go to @HeartsOfOak UK is the on X, and DM me, and I will certainly respond. If there's anything I can do to help you and bless what you're doing and educate you, I am here. But thank you so much for your time.
Let that be our warning from across the sea about potentially what is to come in the United States of America. It's some frightening stuff when we start looking at what is ultimately taking place. In Minnesota, we have, in downtown Minneapolis, they actually play the Shahira prayer song a couple times a day in downtown Minneapolis. And so it is real. And when you look around and you start looking at where these things are infiltrating into our Christianity and our values and our Christian values, it's real. And we need to be more and more aware of it. Can I get my PowerPoint, please?
During a period of time that has increased hostility against people of faith. It's a time when Christians are going to be tested on a moral, physical, psychological, and even a financial basis. You have a divine responsibility, however, to see trouble and prepare yourself.
The culture war is what you call the proxy war between heaven and hell.
There's a radical subculture that is demonic, dangerous, well-funded, and violent.
And we are the generation that has to stand in the gap.
Please on your feet and welcome to the stage, Lance Wallnau.
Thank you, thank you. Good. I appreciate it. I was really looking forward to coming here and meeting you. I saw my friends David and Kimberly Erb. I haven't seen them in a long time. Ran into them in the lobby. I just wanted to look at you, because this is a rather unique group. I mean, it's the only group I know that all the doctors that I know are here, and I thought it was like the medical summit. We do that. And then I'm following the guy talking about Sharia law and Islam, and I said, oh, I'm right at home here. This is a mixed bag group. Why are you the eclectic group that you are? Because you're actually people that God's raised up to save the country, and there are multiple fronts that we're fighting on. And I think we came to maturity during the COVID era because we saw the unmasked nature of what the totalitarian political system can look like if we don't take control of this country. I mean, think about that. I was on YouTube. I had 250,000 people that were subscribed. And in one day, some kid in pajamas in Seattle just took my channel off, because he didn't like what I had to say about COVID or about the origin of it or about vaccines. And so the censorship, never forget this. You had to wear a mask. You had to watch what you said. You could get debanked. I had Bank of America calling me after January 6th to see if I was a terrorist money laundering operation. I go to look at my beautiful biography in Wikipedia, and I find out that I am one of the foremost dangerous Christian nationalist organizers of a global move based in the United States. And I thought, what the heck kind of craziness is this? All I wanted to do was just preach the gospel, and I ended up, well, because nobody would talk about Trump. When Trump came along in 2015, I saw right away, this is the guy. Well, I traveled with a great prophet named Kim Clement. And we both felt that God was going to do something out of the box, because when the system's broken, God will use an instrument from outside the system to challenge the system. And so he reached into his arsenal and picked the most offensive person he could find for religiously uptight people. And so Donald Trump comes on the scene. Now, they thought I was crazy. I was getting, I guess here's my main message, 20 minutes just to say this. You have so far been able to discern in the midst of propaganda, social pressure, psychological manipulation, peer pressure, and a variety of other tests. You have passed the test to make it to the point that right now you're people that have a great discerning about something. You need to know that. That's why I wanted to come take a look at who was here. Because out there, we have it with Flashpoint, we have it with Bannon, with the War Room, Posse, we have different groups we've got out there. But it really comes down to the people who are awake in America are the ones that are the driving force in saving America. I mean, look, you guys know the news cycle that's going on right now. A whiteboard, look. So If you look at the news cycle, what just came up in the news the last couple of days? We have this, the redistricting is now a possibility. So you saw in Virginia how they just basically, they took away 48% of the votes from the Republicans and remapped everything so that they're only going to be 90% representation by Democrats. So the Supreme Court made a ruling that you can't build a political representation based upon drawing a map around racial identity, because that's not really representing the map of America. So what you've got now is a Supreme Court ruling saying that the only fair map is a map that represents the people, not representing one interest over another interest. And so that's happening. Now, this will get you crazy. Of course, Bannon and other people will be all over this thing. But who wasn't ready for this? Now you've got a potential up to 15, 20, 30 new district seats that can be created that would represent you. You would have then a voice in the system. Instead of you constantly being squeezed and not represented, you can actually have proportionate representation. We could pick up another 15 seats. What's amazing to me, and I didn't think about this, because I'm like you. I mean, I think I'm like you in this sense, is that I'm always wondering, why doesn't somebody do something? And then I realize that the somebody's going to be us. Does that make sense to you? So you would think that with this redistricting opportunity, with midterms, as serious as they are, and I didn't miss the midterm message. I mean, I'm not a vengeful, spiteful person, but the left is. The mentality of the left is vengeance, and it is dangerous. And so they've made a hit list of everyone they're going to go, and they said they're going to go after Trump's family. They're going after his kids. They're putting it out there. This is a policy objective to punish him and anyone who ever supported him once they get back in power. Well, it's really important that they don't get back in power, because that's not a really safe psychosis to have in office when you're out to have a vengeance campaign on everybody that doesn't agree with what you think. So I'm looking at this and saying, where are the Republican states right now that we have this new congressional mapping that could be happening? You know, the truth of the matter is, they are, I don't want to upset you about this, but the states that should have been waiting for this ruling from the Supreme Court to be able to jump in immediately and begin redistricting and get there before the midterms, they're not doing it. They have to be awakened. What's going to cause them to awaken? It's going to be you. It's going to be, if you're in Louisiana, if you're in Alabama, if you're in Mississippi, it's in your state. If you've got 300 new mosques in Texas, it's going to be you. It's going to be the populist movement. That's what we have. And the populist movement is 50% of it to 60% of it is Christian populists. That's why they hate the Christian nationalists, because we don't represent a minority of influence. We represent a very strong influence in America. And you need to see that the spiritual battle that we're in right now isn't going to go away. It's going to continue. So can we talk about that for a few minutes? What does that look like? I don't want to talk about Islam, but since the guy who was speaking before me, I've seen him on the Reawaken tour, so he's got me thinking about it. So I'm going to give you a little piece of information we're working on. The leader of CARE, I got a sermon outlined from him from Maryland, and here's what he said. They think strategically. Islamists think strategically. He said, we have 4,000 mosques in the United States. If every mosque will scholarship 5 students, 1 for journalism, 1 for filmmaking, 1 for law, 1 as a professor, 1 as a politician. Within 10 years, we'll have 40,000 journalists, 40,000 filmmakers, 40,000 professors, 40,000 lawyers, and 40,000 people running for office. In 10 years, 4,000 mosques, they're thinking in terms of cultural capture. Do you catch that? They're oddly enough, they're all afraid people like us, Christian nationalists, are going to take over. We really don't have any plan to take over. We're just happy if you leave us alone, we won't bother you. But since you keep coming after us and harassing us, we've got to actually protect our own freedom, don't we? So what are they looking at? They're looking at the map, the famous map that I've been teaching for years. They're looking at these areas of domain that make a country. And I think Christians need to really wake up on this. The areas of domain that make the country is the church. First of all, you have to protect your religious liberty, because your freedom of speech and your right to assembly, when that goes down, it collapses like dominoes, everything else. The family, education, these are what's called the mind molders of culture. If you care about your freedom, you have to look at this holistically. Don't get confused by the blizzard of news cycles and overly simplistic podcasters that try to tell you it's this or it's that. This is the actual map of how things work. Government, education, the family, church, media and entertainment, or the arts, science and technology, which is out on the hallway out there and what a lot of us are here for. This one became prominent during COVID because I started listening to Yuval Harari and these geniuses from Davos who were saying, you know, there's an opportunity with COVID because we can actually get nanotechnology into the vaccine, and the nanotechnology can actually not only monitor people, but it actually could track people, and it could do a lot more. In other words, it's the beginning of that dangerous slope where the government has the ability to tag you, monitor you, and actually observe what you're doing. So, and he was talking about it like it's a great solution to the problem. And I said, well, at that point, I'm giving you your own mountain. Science and technology. So the medical mountain right here is a mountain to go take, and then there's the business mountain. My question to you is, what threat could possibly come into your life that isn't in one of those domains? That's the reason why those 7 mountains to me are what I always talk about. I'm interested in knowing who's at the top of those. Who are the people? These are called gates. Gates of influence. And if you're a Christian and you understand theology, I will build my church, my ecclesia, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it. The gates of hell, as long as it's out there in some abstract realm where it's just bad things and demons, you're never going to fight it properly. Gates of hell occupy gates of influence. If they can get the right people on the Supreme Court, if they can get the right people in the White House, if they can get the right people in government, at the Department of Justice, they have disproportionate power for hell to be able to have influence in those spheres of influence, which is the reason why the ancient Jews were told, and every Christian should know this, but we don't, you're called to be the head and not the tail, above and not beneath. You're not supposed to hide out over here, binge watching rapture videos. You're supposed to go in and take territory. You go to the top of the mountain. So what have we done? Think about this for a second. In terms of reformation, what's happening in America, especially with Trump, he's leading a revolution that is actually a reformation. Most Christians are looking for a revival. A revival is not the nature of what's happening. Revival is personal. Reformation is institutional. Don't stop until the revived ecclesia, the church, is actually targeting the gates of influence and making sure that God is ruling at the gates and not the devil. Does that make sense? So if you're called to business, I got news for you. God's anointed you to go to the top. You're to be the head and not the tail. You're not supposed to be just barely getting along and having enough to give it an offering plate for a youth with a mission budget. You're called to be able to control that Sharia economy or that Sharia law system so it doesn't come into government. And if if the banking system is, as I heard, what a horrifying thought, that you're going to have trillions of dollars of ideological weaponized money from Islam, as long as we have believers who understand their calling and recognize that 90% of the Jewish people were not called to be in the temple. You go to the temple, you get equipped in the temple, you get instructed in the temple. But 90% of the people of Israel had to go out and take territory. They had to go occupy the land. The word of the Lord for you is occupy till I come. Don't be preoccupied with when you leave. Occupy till I come. Don't be preoccupied with when you get out. Does that make sense? Because most Christians focus on an end-time scenario where the only thing they think about is the Antichrist, Israel, and the rapture. Well, how about this? Your calling is to occupy the territory of the United States so that you do not lose the inheritance that God has given you. We're in the 250th anniversary, a kind of a sovereign time right now where the president, we'll never have a guy like, I don't know if we'll ever have a guy like this. He's just hilarious to me as much as he drives people crazy. At the National Prayer Breakfast, he decides he's going to announce we're going to rededicate the country to God on May 17th. Who does that except Donald Trump? He wants to rededicate the entire country. Why? He wants to get God involved in the battle. So this is what Islam is thinking, how they're going to raise up 40,000, 50,000 journalists, politicians, filmmakers. Where do we think about raising up 40 or 50,000 enlightened, constitutionally informed, Holy Spirit-filled and anointed, dangerous young men and women who go to the top of the gates of influence? That's what we should be teaching our children. Does that make sense? So if you've got a calling in any of these fields, don't stop till you've hit the gates. This model is national. This model is local. Here in Texas, we have our own state right here. That big mountain behind us is called Texas. If you're an American, it's the United States. I work with other countries just as well. But the influence, what I want you to think about is God wants to see a revival continue in America that produces reformation of institutions. And by the way, when you have revival and reformation kissing each other, you have what's called a great awakening. And that's what we are praying for. It's not just a spiritual awakening, it's learning the language of Babylon so that you could go to the top of that institutional mountain and be able to make the case, the wisdom of God in the language that they speak. And we can win this battle because God's already showing us there's enough of us out here that can move the needle if we do so. But here's the three things. I hate to do a data dump on you. We have to have a sustained pattern of public persuasion. So if you want to deal with the danger of Islam, you've got a persuasion problem because most of Americans don't know the threat. So there's the battle of public persuasion. But man, if you've got documentary filmmakers and you've got lawyers and you've got journalists and you've got schools, you actually have, like Islam does, you have a way of recapturing and reshaping culture. The thing, public persuasion, and then it comes down to litigation. You're going to see more cases have gone into court that have protected Christian liberty in the last 4 years than you know about. It's just because we don't talk about it. But the cases that are going up there are protecting the right of Christians in the workplace, the right of you to be able to speak your mind. And I was just at a banquet with Tina Peters' people last night out in Colorado, where she's been unjustly locked up because she was trying to protect voter integrity. And they realized that the reason the judge is possibly going to be overruled is because he made the mistake of saying that what she said was dangerous. But you see, that's called freedom of speech. Judges can't put you in jail because of what you say. So litigation, public persuasion, and legislation. They may not be sexy terms, but let me tell you something. If you don't win the battle of public persuasion, you're never going to see laws that are going to protect your freedom, and you're never going to see legislation that'll solidify those laws. So we just have to get a little bit smarter here in terms of how we battle. Now, the way that I'm looking at this, and the way that I see this, let me give you the other side of the map. Oh, man. All right, so Donald Trump comes along. Here's the steps that I think are the prophetic pattern that we're working with in the United States. Sorry, you guys can't see this, can you? I'll go back here so you can see it. So here's the pattern what we have. Anybody hear of Chuck Missler? California teacher, years ago. Some of these guys have died, but you can see them on YouTube. They're better than a lot of people that are talking now. And so I'm watching Missler. Missler says that he believes that Israel coming back in 1948 as a nation with coming back to the original land, with the original people, with the original language, and picking up where they left off is one of the greatest miracles of the 21st century. But he said he believes that everything historically that happened to Israel when they returned from Babylon is a template for the prophetic pattern for the last days. That struck me as interesting. Here's the prophetic pattern. Daniel and Jeremiah and Isaiah, all these Old Testament prophets, intercessors, prayed in. Isaiah called them by name Cyrus, a particular ruler who would arrive, who was going to be for the sake of Israel and God's people. And that man would be an instrument coming from outside the religious community, but God had his hand on him for their deliverance. So my ears perked up because I'm reading Isaiah 45, and I felt the Lord say to me, the 45th president of the United States will be an Isaiah 45 Cyrus. That's when I started looking at, well, who's the outsider? Everybody running at that time was a Huckabee or a Ted Cruz or a Marco Rubio. Everybody was either a Christian Catholic or you could check off the box that they're evangelical. Even Ben Carson and Mike Pence and Trump was the only heathen in the group. And I said, that's the guy. Because Isaiah 45 says it's going to be somebody coming from the outside who God anointed for the sake of his people. Now, I believe that Trump's made a lot of progress since he started. I don't want to get into that. But I want to say, when God gave the Cyrus, what was Cyrus do? First thing he did was he said, go back and rebuild your church. Rebuild the house. Get back to the business of what you're called to do. This is the interesting thing about Trump is he has a reverence for like the Billy Graham religious influence in America. He knows it's the secret sauce of what holds America together, and he's cheering for a church that will rise up and actually seize the moment. He knows he's a reformer. He's not a priest. This is the work of the church to go recapture the awakening. So Cyrus comes along, what does he say? Rebuild the house. When the Jews went back and started rebuilding the house, the next phase was they had their religious liberty, but the culture was chaos, and they were threatened. So Nehemiah came along, and he said, we've got to restore the gates and rebuild the walls. We have to have righteous boundaries, right definitions. We have to restore gates. Friends, it's these gates here that is the phase we're at right now. Who will control and occupy the gates? Heaven and hell is in a contest to see who's going to control the gates of influence. The church right now has the wind behind us. We have a political moment where we have enough influence here to be able to keep the devil from putting his hands around all seven and controlling them, just like he did during the COVID scare that I got, which is what happens when the government goes haywire and starts shutting down your church and confining you to your house, or like my friend Cheyenne, where you're going to go to prison or jail, which is where Gavin Newsom was going to put a pastor because he had church instead of keeping it shut down. So rebuilding the house and the freedom of the church, having the right people in political office, the battle for the gates, redefining walls. I love the fact that Trump took the whole transgender movement, which was constantly increasing. Only in America was it going up, no other part of the world. Bill Maher even said, something's weird here, that Americans are all going trans and no other country's going that way. It's got to be psychological or marketing. And here's the reality. Trump drops his hand on his desk up there and says, it's just one man, one woman. It's men are men, women are women. Get the men out of women's sports. He just made a decree. It wasn't official. It wasn't a Supreme Court. He just said it. And everything lined up. That's putting walls back up. It's putting boundaries up where they belong in terms of marriage, in terms of gender. God help us if we don't get walls up on a $37 trillion debt economy. You need boundaries, or the Bible says a city without walls is plundered. And so America, the devil wants to play. It's immigration. The fact that we didn't have walls up in our border has 20 to 30 million people the government is supporting, and that's part of the $37 trillion debt. And not everybody there likes the United States. That makes it even worse. Walls, gates. And then what you have is you have a nation. There's only two kinds of nations that will exist according to Matthew 25. There's going to be sheep nations and goat nations. When Jesus comes back, you could figure out whatever your theology is. When he comes back, he sits on his glorious throne. In Matthew 25, he gathers all the nations before him, and he separates them as a shepherd separates his sheep from his goats. The goats are on one side, the sheep are on the other. I believe that when Jesus said, go make disciples of nations, he didn't mean just plant a couple of missionary outposts in foreign countries. He meant influence the culture of those nations. When we talk about Christian influence in America, we're half apologetic, guys like me. Well, here's what we mean. The truth is, their first 120 universities in America were all Christian colleges for the training of clergy. How's that? First 120 colleges, you hear about, well, the founding fathers, well, they were deists and they weren't. 75% of them all went to seminary. We have been totally sold a bill of goods on the origin of America. The reason why we've been the most prosperous, successful country is because our foundations were strong in God, and that's the kind of nation God can bless. And now we're in the test. Now we're in the test as to where we're going to go. So I've got 3 minutes and 44 seconds. I want to give you the test. I've seen many that passed the test of Trump, passed the test with COVID, and I have a fear. I have a fear when I started watching Tucker go off and Candace go off and Joe Rogan's here, but then Joe Rogan's there. And I'm looking at that, I'm going, oh boy. Megyn Kelly, all of them. They're too influential, and when they're with you, and when they're not, they're not. But here's what I want you to see. It's an interesting image, my final picture for the day. As we come into the time of the last days, we're in cycles that are getting shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. The Bible refers to it as birth pangs. It's like a woman that is pregnant, having those birth pangs before the baby, before the Lord returns, before he wraps up history, there's going to be these birth pangs. I can't change the Bible, that's what the Bible says. But when that's happening, what I've noticed is there is a thing called the plumb line. You know what the plumb line is? It's when you have the fear of the Lord in your heart. It keeps you from the deceptions that are stalking the earth. I fear that there's more tests coming our way. I fear that there's more potential plagues that can be released. And I want to make sure our people, you and me, we don't pass the test in one test and then flunk it later. Because here's what I've learned. That you could be here on the fringes, here. This would be like my Tucker, Megan Candace analogy. And then as time goes by, they're not even in that triangle anymore. In fact, they're out of it. This area here, this plumb line, keeping you in the lane of where the Spirit of God is moving and what God is doing prophetically in your country, you have to, it's not your IQ that protects you. It's your heart disposition. If you do not revere God, fear God, and have a fundamental humility in your relationship to God, even the smartest people fall prey. I'm surprised at the number of Ivy League and college people that are the most radical progressives, because it's not a matter of IQ. It's a matter of something in the heart. The fear of the Lord is what enables you to stay right true to that plumb line so that as time goes by, we don't fall off the wagon. I was going to talk to you today about two priests that are an excellent story, but I don't know your biblical background, and so I don't want to go too deep in that. But here it is. Abiathar was a priest who was faithful and loyal to David. He hung out with David when Saul was persecuting the movement of God. And he stayed with David all the way till David got to the throne. He had a rebellious son named Absalom that seduced the people to follow him. Abiathar stayed with David. He passed the Absalom test. There was another great priest that served him called Zadok. These two guys, Abiathar and Zadok, an interesting study. Abiathar and Zadok. Abiathar passed the Absalom test. He stayed faithful to David. In fact, David said to him, he said, listen, I know you and Zadok want to be with me. I know you're loyal. Go back and just tell my son you're with him. I need some intelligence. Get me information as to what Absalom's doing. My son's going to kill us. So they went back, and they were underground agents in Absalom's court, listening to everything that Absalom was doing. And they derailed Absalom's strategy so that Absalom failed. And David rewarded Zadok and Abiathar. Well, time went by, and another test came. And this test was not Absalom, it was Adonijah. David evidently had gotten a little older, and he wasn't administrating like he used to, and his firstborn son said, it's my turn to rule. He got Abiathar. He got the military, Joab. And he coordinated with all the princes in Israel, make me king. My dad is non-compos mentis. You know where he's at. He's laying in a bed somewhere. It's time for me to rule. They're ready to blow the trumpet to make him king. But Zadok passed the test. He goes to David. He goes to the prophet, to the prophetic, to Nathan. He says, is this God? Nathan says, I believe it's Solomon that was supposed to be king, not Adonijah. Isn't that what David said? Their loyalty to David kept them from the Adonijah rebellion. They go to David. They say, wake up, David. Did you anoint Adonijah to take your place? He gets up. He goes, what's going on? Bathsheba goes, you know, my son Solomon, he'll be dead if this other kid is king, because he'll kill him. He's his rival. David goes, I thought Solomon. I said, didn't I say Solomon? God told me Solomon. He put his king on his head, crown on his head, said, Solomon is king. Well, Adonijah gets, he's dead now. Abiathar gets kicked out of the priesthood. Zadok takes his place. Folks, you're a discerning group. Our movement has suffered a lot of losses. I'm watching very carefully who stays faithful, who stays strong, who stays focused. We're in a place where you have to increase your discerning of spirits regarding the battle that you're in. We need to be the people like Zadok, who can actually track with what God's doing and stay on target and not be pulled off. The whole anti-Semitism thing, the whole Jew thing that's going on is crazy. It comes in to pull people out of alignment with the plumb line of what God's doing in America. That's all the time I have. Thank you very much. God bless you.
On your feet for Lance Wildnow.
Thank you.
Fantastic teaching. Who's learning a little bit? Make some noise. Who's learning some? Yes, amen. We are on the home stretch, guys. We're on the home stretch, so just bear with us a little bit more. Do you guys need to stand up a little bit, move around? Stand up, move around. Let's go. Let's stand up. Let's move around a little bit. Maybe high five your neighbor. High five your neighbor. Give them some love. Fantastic. Feel free to always get up, move around. If you guys need to leave and move and go to the bathroom and come back, we kind of roll through things as you see, so always feel comfortable to do that. But we're going to keep the show rolling so we stay right on time for you. PowerPoint, please.
Our generation will decide if the future will be a dystopian one or a utopian one. Either you be a fighter against the dystopian outcome or a builder for the new future.
The pineal gland completely destroyed on all the people who were vaccinated. The spike protein is also very dangerous for the endocrine system.
All the way from Germany, welcome, Fabio Zafi.
Hi, everybody. You have to accept the fact that I'm a very strange animal, very strange speaker. Jared was very worried because I have 280 slides to show you. And I like to walk and talk because, you know, I'm not a doctor. How many doctors do we have in the room? Hands up. Wow, that's a good news. Okay, so we don't have any doctors. I'm just sharing with you today my story. And so I'd like to do it like I would do it with friends. Maybe this will be the last time they invite me. Let's see. I can run this kind of presentation because it's after lunch. Everybody would like to have siesta, or this one. Yeah, there we go. Would you like to have this one? Okay. But then I have to warn you that I'm going to challenge you in a manner probably nobody ever did. Because you will see that I'm concentrating on facts and asking you to put all of your beliefs aside just for this presentation. And then at the end of my speech, you will tell me if it was a good idea for you or not, okay? To investigate the truth, one must doubt as far as possible all things. Focus on this. Descartes, the French philosopher. What about this? It is impossible for anyone to begin to learn what he thinks he already knows. That's why doctors have a problem in understanding what happened, because they, again, they are also good doctors. They have been trained in a different way to believe things which kill humans and drugs which heal humans, and without questioning what they were injecting, right? How can we access, this is very fascinating, this is a very ancient Vedic, ancient Indian text, how we can access truth, knowledge. There are only 3 ways, which makes it simple. You can have the direct experience, right? You put your hand on fire and it burns. You can develop a theory that fire burns because the atoms, blah, 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 okay? Or you can see that many very smart people have been telling in a consistent manner that if you put your hand on fire, it burns. By the way, I'm warning you, if you need to go back in time longer than 100 years ago, because what I've discovered is that in the last 100 years, we were scammed. A lot of untruths were told to us. So you need to go to the ancient past. And if you see that everybody was telling the same, okay, if you have all 3, maybe you can be very near the truth that fire burns. Although we know that there are some people walking on glowing stones. How do they do that? That's a question for later. A very important principle you might have heard of, Occam's razor, which says something very simple. If I have two different possible explanations, the simplest one is probably the true one, okay? If we see, like it's happening in Italy, young children dropping dead at school, sudden death. It's happening, we're monitoring this. Is this because they got injected with the toxin or because some aliens are beaming strange energy weapon at them, right? So don't believe, always use your brain, your logical thinking, and Occam's razor is a guiding principle. This doctor, Austro-Hungarian, he almost had to commit suicide in 1800 something because he was observing his colleagues giving birth to children, that when they put their hands inside the woman, a lot of women did die because they were not washing their hands. At that time, the belief was that he was the crazy guy telling them, guys, you need to wash your hands. When he was dead, everybody recognized that he was right. He saved life by telling doctors, they now do, to wash their hands. But doctors were so brainwashed, they could not see the fact that washing hands was life-saving. And then there is the principle of sufficient reason, which means everything has a cause. We still live in a logical universe, fortunately. New York, early 1900. Why did they put beds outside? Because they wanted to save on energy? Sunlight. Sunlight cures you. And where do we go now to hospitals? Neon light, closed, right? This was known by medicine and doctors, so hospitals had this kind of healing, right? Sufficient reason. There is always a reason behind what we can observe. And my preferred one, if it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and it is a duck, okay? Don't call it different. It's not a rabbit, it's a duck, okay? Let's stay logical, observe using our mind. Who is this guy talking to you today? Apart from being Italian, born in Venice, this is when I was teaching children how they can, in England, how to become entrepreneur within 3 days. Entrepreneur, father, free thinker. That's the way I like to describe myself. With technology and imagination, we can realize all our dreams. You know why? Because my job has been, for 25 years, to be a technology startup entrepreneur and venture investor, which sounds cool. You have a lot in Silicon Valley, but I'm a small guy doing the small things. But this gave me a big training in doing two things, which I now can do very well. I'm the due diligence guy. You know, I meet crazy inventors. People tell me they can teleport, they can do strange things, and I need to check if it's real, because if I invest my little money to finance them and I'm wrong, I lose my money. So due diligence means I need to go through knowledge I don't know, because I'm across technology, from software to quantum physics, biology. So I need to extract the essence of the things, understand if it could work, and then do a very deep due diligence about facts and documents, because otherwise I'm going to waste my time. And so these are the kind of people I'm working with, I've been working with, and so I'm going to review now what happened in the last 6 years, which is my story, when I was this kind of tech entrepreneur, and then everything started in 2020 with this crazy pandemic, now plandemic, and I stopped and said, what is this? What's happening? Wait a minute, what's going on? And so the first thing I decided to do was to start a civil society association, because I said, we cannot use business for this. I need to understand, let's work together. I put together a bunch of doctors, scientists, smart people, and I told them, so we created, I'm a bit of a Renaissance guy, Federation Renaissance Italy, okay, the Civil Society Association, with the purpose of understanding what was happening, okay? And so we put people to investigate. I had a few questions. Is there a virus? Is there not? Is it killing people? How dangerous it is? What is this new mRNA technology? What the hell is going on? And so I paid people as an association, because, you know, activists should be paid. Otherwise, maybe they cannot dedicate the whole time. I can sit, right? I can sit here. Okay. Watch with you this movie. And an amazing woman, Dr. Bolgan, Loretta, who had been working for one of the top so-called no-vax association in Italy. By the way, at that time, I said to myself, why are people split like in a fan club, pro-medicine against medicine? Are you pro-aspirin against... in Italy, it's crazy. I'm pro-vax, I'm no-vax. What does it mean? Are you pro-medicine against medicine? Really? That sounded crazy to me. We published, by the end of 2020, it's very important, 2,000 pages, which are translated into English. You find them on zerospike.org. By the way, today, I want to ask you to not believe anything I'm telling you. You take notes, you make pictures, because I have 280 slides, I need to be... No, you promised me 45 minutes, not 40. Okay, Gerald. And you might review some of the documents later on at home, okay? 2,000 pages, anticipating, we were the first, a small team of unknown Italians, anticipating in 2020 that Houston, we have a problem. They have created a bioweapon, the spike protein, which this new injection would make your body to produce in the billions so that you would be intoxicated. And when I did read that, I say, wow, doesn't sound like a good idea to have toxins in the body, right? Yes, the official story was we train your immune system because the antibodies will be there and fighting this horrible virus who has the hook, the spike protein attaching to your receptors. I say, still doesn't sound like a great idea to have my body producing toxins, right? You just don't do these things. Say, is the world going nuts? I say, what's happening? And we were anticipating that a lot of people would be sick, seriously sick, and would be dying. Because if you have a toxin, which is an artifact, it doesn't exist in nature. It has been created in Wuhan. We know that now. To poison humanity. Crazy. I say, okay, I don't like it. I don't want to live in this kind of society with plenty of people suffering, right? That's when we started the project, which in the name has the mission, Zero Spike. Because I'm a guy of the due diligence and of finding solutions, right? I need to make a startup work. So I say, okay, we have a toxin inside the bodies. How do we fix that? So we put brilliant people at work, and we first follow the official narrative. Okay, there is this strange entity, never isolated, never seen, of a virus with a hook, the spike attaching to the human receptors. And unfortunately, we have receptors for this toxin everywhere, from the brain to the sexual organs, to the liver, to the heart. So it is somehow the perfect toxin because it can damage all of your organs. And that's why doctors are seeing now a plethora, a nightmare of consequences. And they don't grasp that because they just cannot do 1 + 1. It is a toxin attached to your organs. And a lot of things, I will just skip them. You might do a picture and then read thoroughly later on. There's a lot of content and science here. At a certain point, somebody finally started, because when we published this in 2020, before even they started injecting people, nobody was listening. And then somebody started, some proper scientists and doctors started speaking about spikopathy. Oh yes? Thank you that you recognize that. So the spike protein is a toxin, spikopathy, different mechanism because we have, unfortunately, receptors everywhere. It creates, for the scientists and doctors among you, it makes other proteins badly folding, prions, crazy cow. So really, bad, bad things, okay? A German pathologist went public in 2022. Pathologist, I say, if you don't believe a doctor, believe a pathologist, right? He sees the truth. He started going out and saying, guys, when I'm opening up bodies, I see the spike protein in the tissues. And he even published a picture showing that the spike is substituting sperm. That's creating male infertility. This German guy, a top professor, did pass away suddenly 6 months later, which is a bit of strange, like other good doctor scientists. He went out telling, it's crazy, there is the spike everywhere in the tissues of dead people. And then later on, other doctors, this is a Japanese guy.
の組織を
How good is your
特
Japanese?
殊な染料で染める方法で調べました。そこに見つかったのは
Shocked in seeing the spike
グリーンに染まってる
in the
ところが
tissue,
スパイクタンパク
right?
ワクチン由来の
Like all the Japanese. So, and now we see, we started from 2022, 1 year after they had been injecting people, a lot of literature, okay, speaking about how they started finding spike protein in diseased man's brain and heart. And here, the first challenge for you. It's not a natural toxin. We're not the ones telling you, just need to read documents and use a bit of logical thinking. They have created a bioweapon, a tool for the population. They have even modified the VAX spike to make it, we have studied these things, even its geometry more stable and robust, so that it's even really near to impossible for the human body to get rid of this once you have it in the blood. They were very nice to human beings, very nice. Was COVID-19 caused by biological virus or mRNA virus? They started, some smart guys saying, well, we don't really need the hypothesis of having a virus. The spike is sufficient. All the damages we're talking about are being caused, even if you accept the theory of a virus, just by this toxin, by the spike protein. And it is documented. Daily Mail, is this the smoking gun for the COVID jab leak? Blueprint for creating a virus with an altered spike protein in Wuhan was published in 2018, proving again that they had been planning this. We know that now, right? 6 years later. You just need to find all these pieces of information and do proper due diligence, okay? New study. The spike protein is sufficient to create, you don't need the virus hypothesis to justify what's happening inside the body. The spike is sufficient. Principle of sufficient reason, of outcome reason, what is the explanation? Do we need a virus story from a bat in the market, all these stories, stupid, silly things, or what is more plausible, that they created an artifact? You know what they did? You want to know? Really? Yeah. They put it inside the bacteria. There is a technology called CRISP. You empty bacteria, they put the spike. They injected soldiers in Wuhan. There was an international exercise. The soldiers had spread out the bacteria with the spike inside. That's why people who caught COVID were sick, because you had the spike in the guts, but with a strong immune system, you were able to recover. But if you have it in the blood, you don't. By the way, that's the story of the Spanish flu, which was not a flu. They did the same. They used the soldiers, they used bacteria. Put the toxin inside the bacteria, you have it in the guts, you start being sick because you are a toxin. But with a strong immune system, that's why the weak people had more troubles, you get rid of it. Please, we don't need all these stupid, crazy stories which are here to make us scared, because if you think that I'm infecting you with the virus, you put the mask and stay away, right? I was telling a friend today, from time to time, because I found interesting, I read sacred text. Can anybody here tell me that in the Old or New Testament, they ever spoke about viruses? Oh, how strange. If they do exist since humanhood, and they're dangerous, why we have no mention in the text? Where is the virus in the Bible? Okay. Maybe viruses were not created for killing us or even for being real, right? At least question that. Belief, facts. So, and does the so-called vaccine spike protein trigger the same effect? Yes, it does. Fortunately, in a decentralized world with a lot of still independent scientists and doctors, we have such publication. But of course, all the mainstream, they do hide it, because if you would read them, you would question. You would put questions like, I'm not a doctor, but I know now more than many doctors, because I just put simple questions, okay? I say, well, it's a toxin, okay, clear. Directly that made. Now, and then the truth came out with these angels. These angels. Angels. They are the parasites. They are the parasites. They were having fun with all of us because the white Christians are the Gohim for them. They have to be destroyed. We are the Gohim. You know what's a Gohim? The slave for them. So you can kill them, you can torture them, you can plan a fake pandemic, you can release a toxin, you can do all these kind of things. They were having fun and parties by torturing and killing children. Sorry, guys, especially the men, but we really need to stop accepting this, okay? I'm not going to accept this kind of people leading anything, not even a toilet, okay? We need to really start changing our attitude on that, okay? It's not easy, but I will offer you a solution today. And then what they did, this is in German, but you just need to read the title. They had been planning this by doing pandemic simulation. Not only the 201, but all these others, Dark Winter, Atlantic Storm, beautiful names, right? Very positive vibrations, SPARS. In Europe, Blue Orchid and Lemkin. They have been preparing, because when you want to move the government machine, the military, everybody, you need to plan and put billions at work. We were just too busy with our own life not to pay attention, but I'm telling you, this is not going to be possible again, because now we're paying attention to everything they do. And I will show you later what they are planning for the next 5 years. We need to pay attention this time. And then, yes, the special role of the vax spike, which was turned into a nastier version of the so-called natural spike, which natural was not. Confirm, now, something for you, a goodies. We have been collecting now for years hundreds and hundreds of publications on the role of the spike. So if you want to challenge any doctor, if you want to educate yourself, you go on zerospike.org English blog, or we have a Telegram channel, which is called Zero Spike International Publication. Make a picture, take the time at least to scroll just the title and educate yourself. You can do it. I was able to do that. I'm now the spike expert, and I'm not a doctor, but I know more than doctor because I read documents and I try to understand them, okay? It's not so difficult. Look at this. You know this? It's Dr. Paul Marik. The spike protein is probably one of the most toxic proteins the human body has ever seen. Some doctors started speaking out. Stephanie Seneff, a wonderful researcher at MIT, disturbing research regarding the COVID-19 injection and brain disease may bring avalanche of neurological disease. Are you noticing that a lot of people we love are starting being different from the past? Changing personality, brain fog, passive, suicidal, low energetic, and these things, right? We're seeing that. Well, there is a reason. Again, Occam's razor. They are intoxicated. Doctor, heart failure from mRNA jab will kill most people. Yeah, that's the bad news. I'm not the one telling, but everybody who got a real jab will be dying within 5 to 10 years. I know, but I have a good news for today. Listen to this. The other good news is that we investigated a lot of vials to understand if they had other troubles. Because, you know, there were theories, graphene oxide, all these things. No, plenty of contaminations. Some were fake jabs. We know that they did also sold fake injections to do a test. And the other good news is that we found a lot of the mRNA fragments broken because they were not able to keep the low temperature. Remember, minus 80 degrees Celsius. So people who got the injection might have been lucky because they got a broken product, which never started producing the spike protein. That's a bit of good news, okay, in this nightmare. Cardiovascular issues, disintegrated muscle fibers, detection of spike protein is a heart issue. Heart cells, the heart cells start producing spike. That's why you have a sudden death, people dropping dead. Very sad. Children, that was my biggest problem. How can you inject this into children's blood? How can you do that? You monster. You have been brainwashing parents who were thinking of protecting the children, and they were killing their children. This is the big drama we're all having as a society now, okay? And yes, you see, this recent study, myocarditis cases, 0 by unjabbed people, and over 1 million children. Myocarditis in children. We never had that. But now it looks like it's normal. No, it's not normal, okay? There is a reason for that, the poisoning. Thanks to Dell, who will be speaking after me from time to time, he invites good doctors to speak out the truth, okay? And then autoantibodies, so autoimmune diseases, and really, I want to skip now plenty of unprecedented vaccine disaster from Japan. So if you know a doctor, you need to tell the doctor that all the patients he's seen, probably they are suffering because they have been injected with a toxin. So he cannot cure them if he's not able to remove the toxin. It's clear, right? You first need to depoison somebody, and then you can help with other things. Infertility. They have sterilized women so that the white Christians don't get babies any longer. And we're starting seeing negative birth rate in most of the civilized countries. Plenty of white Christians, which are the target number 1. That's a very bad news. So they have sterilized women and men. The mystery, you see, the Brownstein Institute, corrupted magazine, the mystery, because at a certain point they cannot hide evidence any longer. So the mystery of falling fertility. What mystery is this? Okay, what kind of mystery is this? I really would like one day to meet this journalist and look them in the, how can you write this? How can you keep contributing to this scam? What is this, just for a salary? Come on, really? You're so morally corrupted that you write these lies because you want to keep your job where you're treated as a slave from the boss who is controlled by the same families, because meanwhile you can see that 5 families control all the media worldwide. Come on, what is this? What kind of society? Look, miscarriage. Miscarriage. We're killing babies. We're killing babies. And we leave these people still on TV talking. What kind of society are we? I could not. I went crazy when I saw that. I went crazy. I was angry. And 1 year I was suffering inside because of the children. I would say, okay, adults, you can kill yourself, but not the children. Why we're doing this? It was really hard, really hard. Oh, I was wrong. The miscarriage rate shoot to 430%. I can continue. Okay, placenta, fine. Let's keep this because really, it's a nightmare, okay? Avalanche of contagious form. Dementia. People will be not functioning any longer because the spike goes into the brain too, okay? And shedding. We discovered that the spike protein can be transmitted from the unvaccinated to the vaccinated. And doctors, it's through sweating, through spit, through sexual intercourse and blood. And we have been recording many feedback from doctors, and Dr. Pierre Corey did a study in the US of 1,500 clinical cases. You find a document proving the shedding is real, okay? So how do we need to protect ourselves? 2 even the people who didn't get the jab need to protect themselves because this toxin is circulating, okay? I don't want to alarm you too much, but let's see. Every cancer cell has spike protein, turbo cancer. That's the reason. Doctors have seen that in the cancer tissue. This is Dr. Ryan Cole from the United States. Turbo cancer, which is now killing a lot of people. You get the news you have cancer, 10 days later you're dead. Never happened in history before. They decided to invent the term turbo cancer, okay? Oh, here, okay, this is technical. Please make a picture. It shows that from time to time truth come out through a parliament investigation in Australia. The representative of Pfizer had to confess. So it's plenty of documents proving this. Okay, we don't need any proof any longer. Yeah? And here my preferred one is lovely Italian doctor, a pathologist who started opening up bodies. And you know what he found? That in all the cases, the pineal gland was almost destroyed. The pineal gland is in the middle of the brain. It produces melatonin, but for the one of you who knows the special role of the pineal gland, you understand because why this is a spiritual, religious war. Because if I destroy your pineal gland, you lose a lot of connections. Study this. Please, this is very important data repository. That's one of our presents. Yeah? And here in Italy, we are monitoring who is dropping dead. We have children dropping dead at school, and the school directors and parents turn their face on the other side. While 9-year-olds, 8-year-old children drop dead suddenly during classroom. It's incredible. And I'm sure that in every country this is the case. We're just monitoring this in Italy. Okay? Now, in this nightmare of bad news, I have a good news. Yeah, remember. But it's a real good news, okay? It's a real good news. I said to myself in 2020, shit, Houston, we have a problem. We need to fix it, okay? I don't want to live in a suffering society. That's not good. How can I do that? And then all these things happen. First of all, we discovered, because we use science, I found a laboratory of mass spectrometry. We investigated 200 substances to see if they could work against the spike. And by the way, I'm telling you that what you heard today from other speakers, these substances don't work. They don't detoxify you from the spike. We have proven that. And then we discovered an N-acetyl system, which you might know because you use it when you are coughing, you want to release. Yeah? So it's a beautiful quasi-essential amino acid cysteine. Has something miraculous. It is able to denature the spike, which means to open up, to unfold the geometry. When a protein is closed, it's active. When you unfold its geometry, you deactivate. And we discovered and measured that NAC, which is a very simple molecule known for 40 years, is capable of unfolding the spike protein. And I say, yeah, we have the solution as a cheap one. But then, unfortunately, we saw that the level of denaturation remained at a maximum of 12%, which means the protein closes back. That's why doctors were seeing some temporary benefits, but not sufficient. The protein remains active. And that's when the super miracle happened, or some invisible hands guided us. My job is to meet crazy scientists. I meet somebody telling me that they use an energy machine to modulate the electromagnetic spectrum of subatomic structure at quantum level, which sounds very complicated, but I'm telling you in a bit that it is not. And we were able to repeat in the laboratory and see that we were capable suddenly to denature the spike by 99.8%. We completely disintegrate the spike protein. And it is proven. Now we are in year 5 of distributing the remedy, okay? So we did the in vitro experiment showing the difference between standard NAC and augmented. We decided to call augmented NAC because we augment the properties of NAC. We even did a test with a quasi in vitro using a sample of blood, no, with the spike protein inside. And then we developed something to help detoxify humanity, augmented NAC. And as incredible as it sounds, an unknown team of Italians was able, in year 2021, to develop the remedy to the worldwide bioweapon. I know it sounds incredible, but it's real. believe me. Don't believe me. Just check it, okay? It's real. We have it. And why does it work? What does it mean that we increase the coherence of the subatomic structure? It's very simple. You take a light of a lamp and you take a laser light. They are both made of photons. Why with this light I can only illuminate, and with the laser I can kill you or cure you? Because if you would look at the photons in the light of a bulb, they are very spread out and chaotic, like in a gas. While in laser, they are all in phase, all focus. It's a very beautiful and simple principle of nature. Everything which is more orderly is more powerful. And thanks to this modulation of the electromagnetic spectrum, we are capable of turning the light bulb version of NSC into the laser version. We put more order in the subatomic structure. It is such a magnificent elegance that I'm still stunned how simple and beautiful it is. And by doing that, we have increased, magnified all the benefits of NAC. By the way, for the doctors and scientists, we can do it for any molecule. Imagine the super powerful vitamin C in future. But now we're focusing on this because this is removing the spike from the body. So it's the difference between incoherent light and coherent light. For the same reason, an opera singer can break a glass at distance, not because you shout at the glass, but because you match the vibrating notes of the glass, because everything in nature vibrates, our cells vibrates. Healing is bringing back, how simple is this, the natural, divine harmony of our body. And so we are sick when we are intoxicated, not where there are pathogens, never saw, never isolated, never proved. So augmented NSC is the laser version of NSC. We can skip this, we can skip this. Now hope was back, so we started having doctors speaking about us, helping their patients, helping the cell. Dr. Tina Pierce, please watch her. She gave an interview with Dell Bigtree and with Dr. John Campbell. Really it's worth listening to Dr. Tina Pierce, who was also a vax-injured doctor, okay? And we helped her recover, and she's now helping all of her patients. And we have been helping. It's a drop in the ocean, we know, but still, it's 200,000 families. We're present in 50 countries, spread the word. There's this hope we can detoxify. It's a mission to tell people. We do word of mouth because the system, of course, is not to be dismantled, but we can, in a decentralized manner, help each other, right? We have people here who became distributors because we cured them and they wanted to help other people, okay? Plenty of testimonials. You don't need to believe me, but we recover heart rate failure from 45% back to 100%. It's amazing. People write us email, thank you. You saved my life. And that's what motivates me to come even to Dallas for 3 days and speak today, to share with you the big news, the good news. Listen to this.
Bath. And all of a sudden, I was just sitting in the bath, just contemplating life, and I noticed that the only way I can describe it, after 3 or 4 days of taking augmented NAC, I just felt like my brain was starting to light back up again, that somebody was back home in my brain. Because every time I get these really horrible symptoms with the COVID vaccine stuff, it's like I'm disappearing down a long tunnel. That's the only way that I can describe it. My brain, it's like you're going down a long, dark tunnel and you've got no control over it and you can't come out of it. And I felt within 3 to 4 days that I was starting to come back out of that tunnel and that my brain was starting to light up.
ANAC is actually the miracle that I have been waiting for and searching for a very long time. I came upon it, a pure accident. I can't thank the physicians over in Italy enough. This is a non-profit organization that's doing this. And these guys have come up with quantum physics and all this clever stuff to help us that are out there suffering. I owe my career and my life and my future to this and to the Zero Spike team. So thank you guys. Bye.
One clue that really saved my life, and that was the YouTube video by Dr. Tina Pierce on spike protein removal. And that's the first time I had heard about augmented NAC. At first, I didn't want to take it because it's so powerful that I was afraid my immune system was too weak, because I had tried one other medicine that gets rid of 10 or 15% of the spike protein, which is basically worthless. So at first I hesitated, but then I've decided to take the plunge. And I started with the augmented NAC. After 51 days on May 20th, I woke up and I was basically healed. I was better.
For the first... Okay, I'm skipping this. You find many testimonials. We're starting a tour in Italy also with Dell Bigtree and Dr. Tina Pierce, and then in Japan to share the good news, okay, that there is a remedy, there is a solution. You can watch a Canadian documentary about fully paralyzed guys after the COVID jabs who started walking again, moving again, thanks to augmented NAC detoxification. It's called Why Can't We Talk About This? You find it on the Zero Spike, and I'm inviting you to watch also, make a picture of this YouTube video showing the recent interview of these paralyzed guys by Dr. John Campbell. We need to share this positive news showing that there is hope to be healed again, okay? It's not hopeless. The good things we discover is plenty of other benefits, so that your energy level, all the beautiful properties of NAC, which are known, but just people don't read. This is a book written by US doctors, therapeutical use of NAC. You can even, I know that I cannot tell you, but I don't give a beep, for curing cancer. High doses vitamin C and glutathione per IV plus augmented NAC. We have oncologists in Italy curing people, okay? It's a wonderful molecule. We can cure ourselves. You don't need the drugs, which are killing us. Clinical results, plenty of doctors. This is from Florida. Now we have a network of 2,000 doctors worldwide helping their patients with augmented NAC and their own protocols from Japan to the US, Europe, small islands, never known island, never heard of islands. Here, I'm skipping this because typically these are the slides for the doctor showing all the clinical results and tests and you know, plenty of, let me just skip so that you don't need to watch all the 280 pages. And Jared was very concerned about this. Okay, integrated therapies in oncology. It's not clicking, yes, okay. We have created our own network also for, okay, this is important. Because we are scammed about antibodies, you know, so far there is only one test they tell you to detect the spike, which is measuring the level of antibodies, right? Well, guess what? Like you can investigate about the viruses, try to investigate what antibodies are. Ask your doctor if he really knows what antibodies are. You will be surprised that he has no clue. And I'm telling you, there is another hoax here, okay? Just study documents. Stop believing things. And, you know, very strange story about antibodies. Fiction, both for antibodies and viruses. You make a picture, you read the links. Really, a scam. And now you have here from LabCorp, yeah? Right? And guess what? You're feeding the system. Because LabCorp is owned by the same gang, the mafia of Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street, the same investors in Pfizer. Start doing due diligence. Why you believe, why you buy into. Ask your doctor. You know that you are feeding these monsters who pay the salary of the Pfizer killers? Oh yeah, doctor? How does your antibody test measure the spike? Explain it to me. Tell me in detail why you're measuring that. It is fake, okay? And I'm challenging every doctor in the room to discuss that with me, okay? They never accept the challenge, by the way. That's okay. So we develop a urine spike tracing because we saw that if you take augmented NAC, we start breaking the spike, and then we have invented a new methodology to detect fragments of the spike and measuring your detoxification process. So we have developed a tool which are making available for free because we are a non-profit organization. That's our other present to humanity. I'm challenging everybody who's selling anything, you can give it for free. Do it like we do. So we skip the amazing scientific part. We even made a patent. I decided to get 0 royalties on that. I could become rich with that. I decided for 0 royalties, okay? For offering a service which Scott Marshall is showing on a podcast of Dr. Pierre Corey, the detoxification curve, and you can watch on zerospy.org the video. Educate yourself. And we have made, thanks to Jared, who had the idea of creating, we didn't come to this idea, to create a combination of augmented NSC and urine spike tracing, so that you can start intaking augmented NSC and through your doctor using the free of charge UST, urine spike tracing, you can see your detoxification process. And with this, you can test any other protocol. You don't need to believe me. You go to your doctor, say, take out the spike from my body. I now have the tool to check if it is working, your protocol. So you see, I'm convinced that ours is working. I'm challenging everybody to do the same. Prove it. Use this. It's for free. Have fun with that. Available in the US, it took 3 years to develop, and 1 year training at Texas laboratory. Yes, we have a Texas laboratory for sending you the kit and processing the urine sample, and then we process the data for free for you. We skip, unfortunately, the science behind because we have done, but here's important. Look at what this guy is telling.
Probabilmente smetteremo di pubblicare su The Lancet, New England Journal of Medicine, JAMA e su altre riviste.
We're stopping publishing. We have decided we don't publish anything in this corrupted scientific magazine. We are publishing inside our Zero Spike health network for approved doctors. We check on you. If we trust you, if we believe you, if you are a good doctor, you enter, you have all the documents for free. If you're not a good doctor, you don't come. Go. We have our own network, our own publication, our own everything, because if we don't start decentralizing everything, these monster corporations and governments will kill us, okay? So here I'm skipping all this. It's plenty of studies which are fascinating because we went to molecular subatomic level with mass spectrometry. It looks like science fiction, but it's beautiful science. I'm in love with this. But we prove beyond doubt why it is working, why we're denaturing and detaching the spike by the receptors, and we saw that we're cleansing your brain, we're cleansing the prions activities, plenty of beautiful things which I don't have time. We even are restoring sperm motility. So we make sperm moving again. Sorry for the marketing gag. We proved that, the mechanism. We might restore fertility in men. Might. It's still experimental, okay? This is how we do that. And here, the problem. We're intoxicated by injections, by air, food, water, and thoughts. These are the most dangerous ones. When they tried to infect people with any kind of virus, including COVID, they always failed. Under controlled conditions, they have been trying for 100 years to prove infection through so-called viruses. They always failed, including, this is published on Nature, scientists tried to give people COVID and failed. Now put a question. Zero transmission, an inconvenient influenza result. But if I cannot prove the transmission, Houston, we have a second problem, right? And they've been trying this for 100 years. They take soldiers, they tell disgusting things to spit into each other for exchanging the fluids, disgusting. Not one single case of infection proven, of transmission. Doctors don't know that because they don't study. I've been studying this. 100 years of documents, not one. And in the past, people got so pissed by injection that they started, fortunately, at the end, killing doctors and politicians. Because they saw the Leicester Revolution, when children started dying too much, People said enough is enough, and they started killing doctors and politicians in Leicester. Study the history of vaccination and never, ever take any injection again in your life. You are poisoning yourself. Listen to me. You are poisoning yourself. And study a bit of documents proving that there is no mechanism of infection and transmission. It's a hoax. It's a scam. We have been scammed. Medicine was natural medicine until the early 1900s. The German naturopathy was leading the world. They have introduced all these shit into the ground, into the bodies, into the air. We have been intoxicated. That was my discovery. Wow, we are under attack, Houston. We have another problem. We are being attacked. Listen, this guy
understands that the biggest fraud against this humanity, our humanity, is the fact that viruses have never been isolated. None. There is no measles virus. And once you understand the basic chemistry and biology of the fraud that they've perpetuated on the human race, and each year, if you ever thought about this, why is there a new virus every year? With a new name? With a similar types of symptomologies? This all started with the Third Reich.
Okay, it's fascinating. And the guy confessed from time to time. These bastards do confess. Watch this video. Look at it. It's archived because it has been canceled. They confess. They do mistakes from time to time when they speak, and they tell the truth. We just don't listen. Okay? This guy should be... Okay, we need to stay Christians, right? We need to stay Christian and love our enemy. Okay, yes. But I'm not the guy offering the other cheek, unfortunately. Okay? I'm not the kind of guy. So it has been known. Look, there are books, The Crime of Vaccination, 1926, 1800. You find plenty of information, plenty. The virus deception, case studies in pseudoscience, pseudoscience. Read these books, fascinating books. Dr. Sam Bailey, an amazing woman. She has a wonderful, incredible Telegram channel and Substack, Viral Lie G. Educate yourself. Really, it's fascinating. You can learn things. You will be challenging your doctor. Say, doctor, come here. We need to talk. Okay? Fascinating. Sam Bailey. I think she should be on, well, not the mainstream because, of course, she should be on stage instead of me and other people. There is even the PCR test hoax, but we skip this. That's how doctors have been working. I'm not accusing them because there is something which they didn't know, that quantum physics, which is 100 years old, the most precise science we ever had, which turned our computer into reality, was never applied yet to medicine. And we did it for the first time with augmented Tennessee, and it's going to revolutionize the field of medicine because everything is a quantum level. It's light. You see now the text, light. Quantum physics, sacred text, the light. So we skip this, but it's fascinating. The atom structure is not what we teach to children. It is something more on the right than on the left. Beautiful teaching, so quantum science must guide medicine. And so it's difficult for doctors. There is even quantum entanglements and quantum teleportation, which sounds like Star Trek, but if you listen and read, say, scientists are proving teleportation of DNA in the laboratories. Wow. Yes. Wow. And, you know, I could spend hours and hours reading and watching this because it's knowledge and explains many things which seem complicated and they are not, because the universe is simple and elegant. The divine has created something harmonious, beautiful and simple. We are making things complicated. We are inventing stories, making ourselves crazy and think we should all be more relaxed and have more fun. More the Italian way, okay? Some coffee, enjoy life, don't stress too much, okay? I'm almost done. Wonderful YouTube video on the World Science Festival. Japan is leading quantum medicine. Now, what is to expect? Sorry for being a bit late, but it's important. Give me just 5 minutes. Gerald, you will love me for this. We saw the last 6 years. What can we expect in the next 5 years? Unfortunately, nothing good. The recent appointment of the CDC which means we are going to have warp speed 2, because the same guy is in charge as a president, the same team, the same military, the same concept. They have zero fantasy, so don't believe any other story. If you see that this is the new head of CDC, probably we cannot expect that they are going to make all injections disappear, right? Why are they so obsessed to inject us? Have you put yourself this question? Yes. Yes. Okay, you want to tell why? Depopulation, and if I put something inside, you don't know what I put, right? Right. I can do nice things to your body if you allow me, right? If I inject you something, and then I can control that something. You don't need fantasy, plenty of patents and things. We have now nanorobots which are invisible, no? There were none in the COVID injection, we checked that, okay? But who is telling that in the next injection we find 0 of them? Especially when every billionaire is speaking about transhumanism. What is transhumanism? I turn your body into a robot. You want to be a robot? No. Why not? It's fun to be a robot. I see. Yeah, your instinct says, no, I don't want. No, thank you, right? No, thank you. So, and then they are preparing, Congress introduced $1 billion child vaccination control grid. Control grid, billions. And they are preparing WHO emergency use, they are preparing their infrastructure, their everything. They are spending money for the next pandemic, and they are announcing it. And they are, they are training, doing other simulations, school lockdown again in secret pandemic drills in the UK. And then Europe is putting apart 30 billion without Parliament's approval for a new simulation for an airborne enterovirus, which, listen to this, especially targets children. Yes, and you know why we need to watch out? Because I'm anticipating to you that after they saw that at least 30% of the world population decided to say no thank you to the COVID injection, the only way now to force you know what it is? Oh, if I have mothers screaming at each other, you are killing my children because you're not vaccinated. Oh, if we see furious mothers, why would they do a simulation targeting children, who are the healthiest human beings? Why would they target children? Because probably the only way to put everybody under pressure is to have mothers screaming like crazy that children are dying. Evil people, evil people. And we need to stop this, okay? We need to stop this. We don't go for this. I'm not going for this, no matter what. So they are preparing, and then they send these charlatans, pedophile, criminals. This guy never invented anything. You know his true story, never invented anything. This whatever puppet is, right? Like many others, they go and start talking about these things. Oxford scientists develop plague vaccine. They want to bring back plague? We could spend 2 hours on plague, which I investigated, okay? Oh, federal influenza bill pandemic, all recent news. They are preparing, okay? And they have prolonged these special laws until 2028. It's written here. Effective time period. Now, and the Marburg, bleeding, killing, everybody, zombies, horror, They have no fantasy, always the same scam, stupid stories. If we fall for that, yes. But sorry, it will be our fault if we fall for that again after the last 6 years, okay? Now, data are showing what these things do. Executive order. And they are introducing psychedelic because all the people with the spike protein creating troubles in their brains, how nice. You keep them calm because you get them psychedelics. You see what they do? You see what they do instead of removing the spike? Who did sign Warp Speed 1? Who? Okay. This guy, come on. And everybody is, Trump. Trump what? So, but because the real plan is this, they want to reset society into a transhumanistic society, digital ID, digital money, full control, synthetic life. I'm not the one telling. It's plenty of documents. It's just that if you don't read these documents, if you don't educate yourself, well, then of course they tell, well, we did tell you, we did publish, you just didn't read. Oh, that's their strategy. We told you. We want to go there. We told you. You have the free choice. Not true. So, what is the solution? How can we reset our own life? Starting now, today. First, you detoxify. If you have the toxin, you detox. Take off this shit from your body, please. If not, it's a problem. Then we could go this way, right? I like that Jesus was an activist. Okay, I like this in the temple. Okay, difficult, right, to implement. We don't have a lot of brave hearts any longer. And then, yesterday, I spoke with a friend, and it came to me, Romans 12:2. And do not be conformed. So, the first choice we have is that we don't accept, we don't go with their system. We just say, no, thank you, hey man, no. You want, no, no, you don't touch my children, no. No. Don't do that. Because if you're a policeman, I know where you live, I know your family and your wife. Let's get back to be personal, okay? What is your name, policeman? John, okay, you have a child? Okay, let's talk. Let's have a conversation like we did in the village when we were not living in cities. Let's take people by their own responsibility. We are paying them. With our taxes, we're paying the police and the military to attack us. What is this? How stupid we are, right? Let's start changing this. Do not conform, but be transformed. If we change our mind with this new attitude, we say first no, with a big smile, but it's no as a no, and then we organize our life in a different manner. We stop going with their system. We need to be off system, off grid, off shit, okay? I anticipated this in 2018. That's a video you find on YouTube where I said that society was split into a utopian and dystopian one. You can watch it because it was early on in 2018. The YouTube link is there. And I want to go to the left part where we use technology for the goodhood and not the dystopian way they want to create. I wrote the manifesto, even earlier manifesto, how we can decentralize society again, thanks to technology which costs near to zero. If I'm ever able to develop a quantum physics-based supplement to remove the spike, we can use technology for doing amazing things, for having pure farming, everything. Believe me, that's my job. I'm seeing that, and we're doing that. And so, say no, like half of the Japanese population will say, no, arigato, no jab. And then, remember, every injection is a crime. We had the Nazi period for that. It's a crime. Remember, your natural right is not to be forced to any medical treatment. Your body is your temple. Yeah? Who is penetrating the temple? Who is permitting you to do that? Who is you, doctor? Who is you, governor? Who is you? Are you kidding me? My body is my temple, right? Don't touch it. Don't touch it, okay? And please, that's the plan. Digital money, digital chip. And for the ones who know the text, it's very simple to understand what is the beast. the mark of the beast. You will not be able to buy and sell if you don't have on your forehead or on your hand, right? More or less is that. That's what they're doing. So we say, no, thank you. And how do we avoid being forced to? And here's the final solution. In that we first detoxify ourselves, our bodies, our children, our land, our air, our everything, and we decentralize it. We need to go living in smaller communities, out of the cities, having farming land, like the Amish. You know the Amish? Do like the Amish, with a bit of technology because it's more fun, it's more comfortable, okay? But do it now. Take it as the number one priority. If you go, you will make me very happy if I can leave you with this message. If you go out, don't get back just to your life or whatever it is. Just put your mind and attention transformation into, okay, I need to take action because believe me, we are running out of time. They are implementing things very fast. You need to take action, organize yourself. You need to be in autarky, in small communities, food, energy, water, schooling system, medicine, everything. It is possible. We are doing that. It is possible. You just need to take action with this. And once we are ready, we say, kiss me goodbye from your system. Thank you.
Fabio Zafi.
Sorry for the 20 minutes longer. Thank you, Gerald. Thank you.
So is everybody's brains ready to explode after that? That was a lot of great information, though. Who has heard that stuff before? Anybody in here? Because that is brand new. We are literally releasing that test in the US like this weekend. So it is literally just getting released right now. Dell Bigtree and the Highwire released it a little while ago. They talked about it with Tina Pierce. So you are on the front and the foremost of the spike protein testing and being able to look into that and remove those spike proteins from your body. So if you want to talk more about with the Italians, they are out in the foyer as well, but don't do it yet because the next guy that I have for you is absolutely amazing. Welcome to the stage, a Canadian transplant all the way down to Florida, Dr. Joel Bohemier.
All right, you guys ready for some fun? All right, let's do this. A couple of months ago, I was in Washington, D.C. I go up there for some meetings every once in a while through the Maha movement, which is really exciting. In the evening, there was a Maha dinner, and Secretary Kennedy showed up. I think this is making noise. Secretary Kennedy showed up and gave a talk. Is this better? Can you hear me? Yeah? And he shared a story through a metaphor because he couldn't actually tell the story because of confidentiality. But ultimately, the crux of the story was that the state of our healthcare system is worse than we think. That, as a matter of fact, big pharma, the big drug companies, the big hospital systems, the insurance companies, they look at our children as commodities to see how many drugs can we put in them, how many injections, how many tests can we put them through, how many surgeries can we put them through. So we want to kind of keep them sick, not kill them, but keep them sick for a lifetime. And that's exactly what's happening. They look at you and I the same way, that we are just commodities. And it was disheartening to hear that. And I thought about it, and I'm like, how did we get here? I mean, nobody in this room would ever think like that. No good human being would create a system like that, but how did we get there? And I think back, well, maybe it was 1910 Flexner Report and the Rockefellers where they kind of distilled and got rid of homeopathy. They tried to get rid of chiropractic. They got rid of naturopathy schools, and they tried to get it into this kind of like pharmaceutical-driven medical system that's scientific. Well, that was part of it. That was part of it. There was like 185 medical schools down to 35 medical schools literally within 10 years because they didn't fit the system. But it even occurred before then, and quite a while before then, as a matter of fact. I'm not sure where I have to point my pointer, but I'm trying to get, okay. Great. And I saw this picture, and then it clicked. Does anybody know what this is? This is the top of the Sistine Chapel. Michelangelo painted this. This is the creation of Adam. This is when God breathed life into man. Depicted in the Sistine Chapel, painted in the 1500s, early 1500s. And this was during the Renaissance period. And we had just come out of the Dark Ages at that time, where it was all like witchcrafty and really weird. And then the Renaissance period came, and that was a time of exploration, of fun, of freedom. You know, exploring religion, exploring humanities, exploring the arts, exploring science. Renaissance literally means rebirth, right? And that's when Michelangelo painted this painting. But what happened was, as we were exploring these things in the Renaissance, and this took about 100 years, there was friction. There was friction between the church, and there was friction between science. And then about 100 years after this painting, in the Age of Enlightenment, the church decided, no, I'm going to take the spiritual part of man, and the science people are going to take the physical part of man. So you take the spiritual part, church, and the scientists will work with the body, the physical, the physiology, the anatomy, that kind of stuff, the chemistry, the biochemistry. Does that make sense? And so the two separated, and never the two shall meet again, essentially is what happened. And that's what I believe actually started this kind of slow decline into the extreme brainwashing that we just heard about through Mr. Zafi. And I believe that we're actually in a state of massive brainwashing as a population today. And I'm going to explain that. This is a picture of 1973 in Stockholm, Sweden. A bank robber robbed a bank, and it didn't go so well. And so he took in 4 hostages into the vault, and they locked themselves in there, and it took 6 days for the bank robber to give up. Well, during those 6 days, when the victims emerged, and there were 4 of them, they didn't want to actually come out. They were scared to come out. They wanted to come out with the bank robber. And they told the police, they're like, no, it's not what you think. He's a nice guy. He's very kind. He shouldn't have, he regrets doing that. Oh, it's not what you think. We actually like the guy. Let him off. Please don't arrest him. And they were fighting for this guy. Right? That's called a trauma response. And that trauma response today is known as Stockholm Syndrome. As a matter of fact, it went so far that what they did was they actually started, there was no GoFundMe back then, but they started a fund to pay for his legal fees because they believed he was innocent. That's how intense the psychological trauma goes. And I think we're going through the exact same thing here in America today. That we look at big pharma, we look at our doctors, and we say, oh, no, they're good people. My doctor's a nice person. He's not trying to harm me, which is true. But the system is. And we try to protect it and say, no, it's fine. And then we give money to it and through donations to actually propagate this system that's harming us, which to me is insane because like Secretary Kennedy said, who has the inside scoop, all they're trying to do is stick as many drugs, as many injections, as many tests, and as many surgeries as humanly possible in your body. Right? And so when does this begin? And a lot of people say, well, it starts right at birth. Well, no, that's not true. It actually starts before birth, at conception. What happens as soon as the mother knows she's pregnant, what starts to happen? You go to the doctor and you get the test, right? Raise your hand if you know anybody who's had any false positives on those tests, right? Look at this. It's unbelievable. As a matter of fact, maybe a couple times a month, just in my office, I'll get mothers who'll come and say, oh, well, the doctor told me that my child's going to be born with Down syndrome. As a matter of fact, it happened to me, my wife and I don't participate in this system, by the way. I have 46 chiropractors in my family, and my mother was a midwife. So the only time I've ever been to a doctor is for like stitches because of injuries, and that's it. Never had a pediatrician, never had a medical doctor, didn't have any type of cardiologist or anything like that. Right? Amen is right, and we're going to get there. And that's what I'd like to see, because this is like lived experience here. And there's nothing like lived experience. But my mother was a midwife. My friend of mine became a midwife. My mother was retired by this time, and so she was at our daughter's birth. But we had a friend come, and so she was like, okay, and what vitamins are you taking and stuff? So my wife lists the vitamins. And I come home one day, and my wife says, oh, there's bad news. She's beside herself, and she's saying, like, the midwife called, said the geneticist is calling us. They're saying it's bad because of the vitamins I'm taking. I'm like, what? 20 minutes later, I get a call from a geneticist. And now I'm in Winnipeg, Canada at this point. We get a call from the University of Toronto geneticist. Like, this is a big deal. And this gentleman proceeds to tell me that my daughter, because of the vitamin A that my wife is taking, my daughter's going to have neural tube defects. It's going to be severe brain damage. If we're lucky, it'll just be a cleft palate, cleft lip, cleft nose, cleft eye. If we're lucky. But most likely, my daughter will be born with severe brain damage. Right? And so I proceeded to tell him in a very kind of Canadian type of way, like, thank you very much, but never call us again. Click. Right? Because I knew my wife was taking whole food, great supplements, all the stuff that she needed. Right? And so, of course, my daughter's born, and she's totally normal. I once said a joke that, she had one eye and stuff like that, but that's a bad joke, and I didn't like it. Right? My daughter's she's 20 years old, going to college, and just like this incredible human being, totally normal whatsoever. But what's the point of that story? The point is they start testing you at birth to keep you shackled, to put their tentacles into your brain so that you stay in a state of fear for the rest of your life. Because what happens then when you're in a state of fear is that you submit your authority over yourself and your children to them. You see what happens? And it never ends. This doesn't end at birth. Now, by the way, what's the safest place? Where's the safest place to have a child? The authorities tell you it's at the hospital. It's the worst place to have a child. Just think about it for a second. I'm going to go where everyone's sick, there's tons of disease and infections, and that's where I'm going to birth my newborn child. That's insane when you think about it. Right? But we're told that's the safest place because what if this? What if that? What if this? What if that? But statistically, what the research shows us is the safest place in the world to have your baby is at home. Is at home, but they won't tell you that because they want to keep you controlled. And as soon as you're born, it's the vitamin K shot. It's the silver nitrate in the eyes. Vitamin K, your child might bleed out. Do you know anybody whose child has bled out? The only reason they give the vitamin K shot is because the vaccines cause microstrokes in the brain, and they're trying to prevent that damage to make the vaccine damage less obvious. That's the reason they give the vitamin K shot. By the way, nobody knows that part. And then they keep you stuck on this control grid called a vaccine schedule. From day 1, hepatitis B vaccine. At month 2, if you don't get these vaccines, you're going to die. At month 4, if you don't get these vaccines, your child's going to die. At month 6, at year 1, at 18 months, at year 2, at year 3, 4, 5, 6, and for the rest of your life. And if you think it ends at childhood, it doesn't. As a matter of fact, Secretary Kennedy had this down to 29 shots, and then the American Academy of Pediatrics sued him recently, and he lost in court. They're going to appeal it. But they sued him, and they lost in court because they said it wasn't scientific. It wasn't scientific, which is unbelievable. It doesn't end in childhood, though. Are you aware that they want you to take all the childhood vaccines again in adulthood? Some of you are. If you're a grandparent, some of your kids will tell you you can't come see the grandchild if you don't get the vaccines, because I don't want you to kill the grandchild. That's what happens nowadays, right? And then you got to get, by the way, the flu, the pneumonia, the HPV, the varicella shot, the zoster, the shingle shot. the rabies shot, you got to get all of them. As many as in childhood, you're supposed to get in adulthood. And they were trying to force us to do this during the pandemic and make it mandatory, but because of people like here on the stage and people in this room, we didn't let it happen. We said, thank you very much, captors, but no thank you. And so we didn't let it happen, right? But they tell you it's safe and effective, and is that the real story? No, it's not. It's an illusion, you guys. Do they do preclinical trials? Do they test it on mice and rats? No, they don't do that. Do they do double-blind, placebo-controlled trials, literally comparing it to saline solution for vaccinations? No, they don't do that either. Do they test the ingredients that are in the vaccines to see what the reactions are, and then the combination of different ingredients to see what the effects are in the human body? Oh, sorry, no, they don't do that either. But then they observe. Of course they observe. Like the average medication is observed for 6 or 7 years to see what it does before it's approved. Well, your vaccines are observed, like the hepatitis B vaccine, for 3 to 5 days. Some 3 months and some 6 months. But you don't see the negative effects in most cases till 3, 4, 5, 8 years, 12 years sometimes until you see the negative effects. So is the observational period good? No, not that either. Is the study funded by independent groups? No, we just accept the big pharma's research on it, and we accept that as good as gold. So we don't do that either. Well, you track them, and you track the injuries post-market surveillance through the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, which is called VAERS. Well, yeah, they do that. But they make it so difficult that they say only 1% of the actual injuries are reported. 1%, that means 99% of the stuff, they have no idea what's going on. So they do they do post-market surveillance properly? No, they don't do that either. Do they do, well, they have the vSafe data link, which is a separate private, even though it's publicly funded, it's a separate private information with tens of millions of data on children and the vaccine injuries, but they don't allow anybody to look at it. And then Secretary Kennedy becomes the boss, and he says, I want that information, and they block him for 4 months. And then after 4 months, they say, you have access to it, go ahead and take a look. He takes a look, it's all scrambled. You can't make sense of any of the data. And this is 1 year later, and they still don't have the information on the vSafe data link. I wonder why. And then, of course, they've done vaccinated versus unvaccinated studies. Of course they've done that. Oh, no. But for the real scientists, that's unethical. That's what they tell you. It's unethical to not give a child a vaccination. So we would never be unethical and actually compare the vaccinated to the unvaccinated. Right? So is it safe? Well, don't worry if it's safe or not, because it's effective. Right? Well, what's the definition of effective? Does anybody know? If a vaccine is effective, would you not think it's like if I take the measles vaccine, it protects me against measles? I mean, that's what you think. If I take the flu shot, it protects me against the flu. That's what effective should mean in like normal colloquial language, but not in vaccinology. In vaccinology, effective means it increases and creates an antibody response. Now, an antibody response, we know through COVID, does not mean it protects you against the disease. You could have an antibody for COVID and get COVID. You could have 0 antibodies for COVID and not get COVID. Are you aware of that? Because the antibody response is actually only 10% of your immune system. 90% is called cell-mediated immunity. And that's what creates long-term immune system where you have lifelong immunity, like when you get the measles naturally. You'll have lifelong immunity. But none of the vaccinations cause a cell-mediated response. They only cause antibody responses. So is it effective? Well, we could look at all types. There's hundreds of examples like this. Here are 2. One in Texas in 1985, the measles outbreak of 1985, where 99% of the population was vaccinated, yet there is still an outbreak. How does that work? How do you explain that? Well, we'll just sweep that under the rug. Or the pertussis outbreak, and 90% of the population was vaccinated. You can still have it, even if you have antibodies. So antibodies do not equal immunity. That's what Mr. Zafi just talked about a few minutes ago. But don't worry about it because it saved millions of lives. And this is the story that even some of you still today believe that vaccines have saved millions of lives, don't you? Right? If you look at this graph on the left side, you'll see the amount of deaths. And on the bottom, you'll see the year from 1900 to 1963. And we look at measles, we look at whooping cough, we look at diphtheria. And where you see the arrows, you'll see when the vaccines were introduced. And you'll notice that between 70% and 98% of all deaths from all of those diseases disappeared before the vaccines even existed. So what caused that? Sanitation, refrigeration, cleaner foods, cleaner water. That's what caused that. It's engineering, not the vaccine. Again, another smokescreen to make you believe that it saved millions of lives. The best part of this graph is that it also tracks scarlet fever and typhoid. Who's had the scarlet fever vaccine? Nobody, because it doesn't exist. Yet they track the exact same way, and they go down to 0 without vaccines either. Do you understand what I'm saying? And they're trying to tell you it's the vaccine? These are lies. One after another after another. Oh, but what about polio? That's the question I get next, and I know some of you are already thinking it, and there you are, 70% decrease in death before the polio vaccine was even ever invented. And by the way, only 10% of the world was vaccinated for polio, yet they say it saved the world. This is total insanity, you guys. Absolute ridiculousness. And so when people started asking questions in the early 2000s, the CDC hired the Institute of Medicine. The Institute of Medicine is known as this glorified group of the best scientists in the world that mankind can produce. And they went and reviewed the vaccine schedule, and they went to review all the data on vaccines. And then years later, and this was in 2011, and years later, somebody went and FOIA requested the email interactions between the CDC and the Institute of Medicine. And you know what they found? Before they even looked at the data, they said, well, don't worry. The line will not cross in public policy. The line we will not cross is pull the vaccine. We won't say change the schedule. We wouldn't say compensate the injured. We wouldn't say pull the vaccine, and we certainly wouldn't say stop the program. So we'll review it, but we'll do it in a way where we're not going to harm. So what was the message that the Institute of Medicine said to the CDC? And now the CDC has repeated that for 15 years. They're safe, they're effective, and they do not cause autism. That came from our taxpayer dollars with the best scientists in the world looking at fake data. This is fake, people. It's a total illusion. But I'm not stopping with vaccines because the entire system is this way. Because they keep you in this control grid through testing, and you know it. It's the colonoscopies, it's the mammograms, it's the cervical checks, it's the prostate exams, it's your bone density. Now, on the surface, I think these are brilliant, by the way. I think it's a great idea to test yourself and see what's going on in your body. But the reality is, when you look at the outcomes of these tests, they're causing more harm than good. So mammograms. Get your yearly mammogram. Okay, that's a great idea. I don't want to get breast cancer. Okay, well, the Cochrane database reviews hundreds of different studies on mammography, and what they found is that if 2,000 women get mammograms every year for 10 years, it will save one woman's life. It will save one woman's life for 10 years of mammograms. But it will cause 200 women to get their breasts cut off, to go through radiation, to go through chemo, and some of them die from the treatment. Approximately 10 of them die from the treatment. It's a net harm and a net significant harm, not including the amount of radiation that's gotten through mammography that causes actual breast cancer. Prostate cancer is even worse. That 50% of men who told they have prostate cancer and who go through treatment, that they don't actually, that those abnormal cells aren't cancer, will never cause any symptoms or never harm that person ever. Yet they're left over with impotence, incontinence, and depression. Those are the results of getting prostate exams, by the way. And it's the same with colonoscopies. Everybody thinks, oh, it's great. We're going to go get a colonoscopy. I'm just going to make sure. Well, colonoscopies actually they've caused 0% change in death from colon cancer. What does that mean since we've incorporated colonoscopies? Don't you think that our rates of colon cancer should decrease because we're catching it early? We're not catching it early. We're doing unnecessary, tens of thousands of unnecessary surgeries every single year because of the testing. And this is how they keep you in the control grid, and this is how they keep you afraid. And some people don't even sleep at night because they're scared of their next colonoscopy or mammography. And don't even get me started on bone density, totally useless. And what's the purpose of those things? To get you on drugs or to get you in surgery. That's the purpose of that testing. A little bit of a wake-up call here. So I'm going to speed through a few drugs just to tell you actually how they should be marketed instead of how they are marketed. Because everybody thinks Tylenol is safe and effective. As a matter of fact, Tylenol is the #1 cause of liver failure in America. It kills 1,600 people every single year as a side effect, not of liver failure, but of toxicity to the stomach as well. Critics say it may blunt empathy. It damages 2 specific areas in your brain that alter brain responses that make you not care and not be empathetic towards yourself or towards others as well. So go to the store and get yourself some Tylenol. How about some Benadryl? Long-term use associated with 54% increase in dementia. This thing damages your brain with measurable brain atrophy in the hippocampus of the brain. That's for your nasal spray, for your Benadryl, sorry. And then these proton pump inhibitors, anybody taking Nexium, don't raise your hand because we don't want to know. You got to get off of this stuff because it's widely prescribed for acid reflux, yet linked to doubling depression rates and disrupting the gut-brain axis. It blocks the absorption of vitamin B12, it blocks the absorption of magnesium, and it leads to cognitive decline known as dementia. That's what you get when you're taking these proton pump inhibitors. Ozempic, oh my gosh, so great. Unbelievable. This is the stuff that Oprah, that Serena, and that Charles are not going to tell you. Because it's the miracle weight loss drug for sure, but it causes muscle wasting, nutrient depletion, rebound weight gain. You have to take it for the rest of your life, unless you change your lifestyle. But you would lose it if you change your lifestyle without the Ozempic, by the way. Other risks include gastrointestinal distress, pancreatitis, gallbladder issues, and who cares about thyroid cancer? Not a big deal. There's over 10,000 lawsuits against Ozempic. By the way, these peptides, which are a chain of amino acids, these peptides don't only act to actually block your satiety. They actually also act in different areas of your body. So this one specifically, this GLP-1 issue, it actually blocks the area in your brain that causes you to be human, that wants you to relate to other human beings, that wants you to have sex and relationships. It blocks that too. Oprah kind of missed that one. By the way, this and a lot of other peptides will be off the market in a couple of years from now because you could actually sue, unlike vaccines, you could sue the drug manufacturers for that. And if that stresses you out, take a little Prozac because it actually causes a flattened emotional range so you won't be stressed out anymore as much. But it'll also increase suicidal thoughts in some users. Withdrawals obviously can have severe dependency risk, and also sexual dysfunction, weight changes, insomnia, agitation, and emotional blunting with Prozac. But don't worry because only 40% of women over the age of 50 are on Prozac. Do you see what I'm saying? Guys, this is total control. A pill for every ill, an injection for everything. And then you have Lipitor. Oh my gosh, for cholesterol. All the statin drugs. Guys, what are statins supposed to prevent? What are statins supposed to prevent? Heart attacks and strokes. It's linked to an increased risk of heart attacks and strokes. It increases your risk of heart attacks and stroke. It increases your risk of cancer. It causes dementia. because you're pulling the cholesterol that's necessary out of your brain. It causes hormonal imbalance because all the sex hormones are actually made with a cholesterol base. Are you aware of that? And we take these drugs, and they also gastro issues, pancreatitis, gallbladder issues, and stuff like that. But does anybody know what the number needed to treat is? NNT for a drug? That's the amount of people that have to take the drug in order for it to help one person. Okay? So I looked at a bunch of different statins. And on average, it was about 250. There's some that were up to 350. But I took the nicest number I could find, which was Lipitor. And Lipitor, 143 people have to take the drug in order for it to potentially help one person. That's a 0.7% efficacy rate. So if you go to your doctor, the way they should actually hand it to you is to say, hey, I'm going to put you on this drug. Now, there's a 99.3% chance it's not going to help you, and it's going to cause all of these problems, and it will increase your risk of heart attacks and strokes and cancers, and it will cause dementia, right? But I think you should take this because just to protect yourself. That's the way it should actually be told, right? Now, for all of these things and more, are you aware that there are natural things that you can do and take in order to help reverse disease and allow your body to heal? Right? I'm part owner of a website called greenmedinfo.com. We take from the National Library of Medicine only all of the research, and we write articles about it, but we house over 100,000 research articles from the National Library of Medicine that supports natural healing. And so there are products like this that we've just come out with for the #1 cause of death in America, which is heart problems, that have nattokinase from garbanzo beans. And it's an enzyme that breaks down plaque in the heart, that has ellagic acid, that helps heal and smooth out. It does a ton of things, but it helps heal and smooth out the endothelium of the heart. It has components like pterostilbene from the skin of blueberries. And you know what that does? It helps stimulate cardiac stem cells. So it's a total heart regenerator, all made from regenerative, organic, certified ingredients. You could actually do that. If you're interested, look, you can scan that QR code to go learn more. But with all of these drugs, there are natural compounds that either work the same or better. This works better than cholesterol medication, than statins for hearts, for sure. And I'm going to end my little drug tirade here with cancer, with chemo and radiation. Because as soon as you get the diagnosis, it ignites the fear of God in people, and then submission, total submission, accomplished and achieved. Just do whatever you need to do, doc. I trust you. Just do whatever you need to do. Do you know that if you look at every cancer, at all of the treatments for those, the chemo, the radiation, the surgery, that on average, it will extend, on average, of all the cancers, that you get a life extension if you follow all of the medical advice by 2 to 3 months on average. And some might say, well, you know what, that's kind of worth it, right? Like you have that informed choice, you can make that decision. But those 2 to 3 months suck, let me tell you. You are so poisoned, you are so burnt, you are so cut, poisoned, and burnt that you don't want human interaction. You don't want to be touched, you don't want to be kissed, you don't want to be loved, because you're poisoned to near death, and hopefully your body could overcome. That's the state of cancer care in America today. Despite all the commercials that show you how incredible it is, these are today's results. You get 2 to 3 months average and total submission. Unfortunately, that's the state of healthcare. And then we spend all our money on the drugs, on the surgeries, because it's the #1 cause of, does anybody know? The #1 cause of bankruptcy in America is medicine, is medical care, right? So we spend all our money on medicine, and then we turn around and we say, we're going to give to the cause. I'm giving to breast cancer. Just like the captors raised money for the bank robbers, we're raising money for breast cancer. We're raising money for prostate cancer. We're raising money for Alzheimer's. We're doing the walks. We're doing the runs. We're doing the swims. We're doing whatever. We're going to canoe across a lake to raise money to give to these. Do you know who started the breast cancer funds? Anybody know? Susan G. Komen? Imperial Chemical. The very chemical company that was making chemicals that cause breast cancer are the companies that we're giving money to and who started a fund so we can donate to. That's insane, you guys. And then they turn around and it became AstraZeneca. Is that what somebody said? I didn't hear that. It became AstraZeneca afterwards. But that's what we're doing. You see, are you starting to see the big picture? And then they take that money and then they pay all of the mainstream media companies to control the narrative, and they pay 70% of their revenues so they can never say anything bad about the pharmaceutical companies. It's not for the ads. Most people are not driven by those ads that make no sense. They can't even read or understand the word and the name of the drug. The purpose of paying mainstream media is so that they never say anything bad. You don't bite the hand that feeds you from these people. And they use that money to pay for congressmen and senators to put blockades in people like Secretary Kennedy in order to say, sorry, this is the standard, and you're not going to change it. Don't think you could come in this house and change it, because we are in control of the population, and we are in power. That's what's happening. And they pay these people, and then if the FDA approves them, and they're good little pupils, then they go from FDA to Moderna, FDA to Lilly, FDA to Pfizer, and there's hundreds of examples of this, and they pay them $5 million, $10 million, $12 million. $15, $30 million a year because they were a good little soldier and they approved the drugs to poison you. It's disgusting. Disgusting. This is not humanity. These people, this is demonic junk that we're dealing with right here. Are you seeing what's going on? Do you understand? And the results of all this now are this: 76.4%. I used to say 54%. But just recently, Secretary Kennedy came out with new stats. It's 76.4% of all Americans, old people, adults, and children have chronic disease. 3/4 of us, over. It's hard to find a healthy person in America today because we've literally abdicated our responsibility and we've given up and we said, doctor, just give me every drug we can. And thank God for the pandemic, because now not everybody's doing it. Not everybody's doing it anymore. Because now there's people who say no to vaccines. And if you say no to your vaccines, you have a 30 times less chance of getting allergic rhinitis. You get 3, and by the way, that's not 5%. That's not 30%. That's 2,900%. 3.9 less chance of having allergies when you say no to vaccines for your children. You know what that is? That's 290% less chance. You know that when drugs are approved on the market, they only need a 2% improvement over a fake placebo in order to get approved for widespread population? We're talking hundreds of percentages for every single disease ever looked at for the vaccinated versus unvaccinated. And they don't just cause more disease, they actually cause death. My sister, who's also a chiropractor, had the privilege of working with Dr. Vera Scheibner in Australia. Dr. Vera Scheibner's title in Australia was literally Head Researcher of Australia. She oversaw all research in the country of Australia. That's how important of a lady she was. And for 3 years, she had been doing research on breathing in babies. So they had mechanisms where they would monitor the breathing of babies in children. And this is what she said. It took almost 3 years of researching into babies' breathing. By the way, they weren't working for pharma. They weren't looking at SIDS. They weren't looking for any of those. They were just literally monitoring breathing to see what it looked like at night. That's what they were doing. No agenda. But it took 3 years before we looked at each other, her and her husband, who's also a PhD, and we said, vaccines are killing babies. Vaccines are killing babies. It's not sudden infant death syndrome. It's vaccine death syndrome. That's what's happening. And if you think it's just Vera Scheibner, who evidently and obviously got fired from her job because she made this remark and wrote this book, it's not just her. This is Dr. Christine Stable-Ben. And her and Dr. Peter A. Abbey, who are huge vaccine advocates and have been for decades, reviewed in one country 30 years of data. And here's what she said.
Before we started looking closer at DTP vaccine, it had only been studied for its protective effects. In one study, we went back to historical data from when DTP vaccine was introduced in Guinea-Bissau in the 1980s, and the results were scary. In spite of being protected against 3 deadly diseases, the introduction of DTP was associated with increased overall mortality. Children who received DTP vaccine had 5 times higher risk of dying than those who didn't. And this is just one example of many studies now done of DTP vaccine, and they all show the same. DTP vaccinated children have higher mortality than those who didn't get DTP. So it appears that DTP vaccine has negative non-specific effects. The protection against the 3 deadly diseases comes at a very high price, namely increased risk of dying. So, with the best of intentions, the use of DTP vaccine may kill more children than it saves.
I mean, that's incredible. 500% increase in death to children who receive the DPT vaccine. Come on, guys. We have to leave this system. We have to kind of flip the bird to the middle, to flip the middle finger to our captors and say, no more. I'm not interested in this system anymore. It's causing far too much harm. And by the way, there is light at the end of the tunnel. There's blessings in every challenge, and there was one specific one that it was very unfortunate, but I loved during the pandemic. And it was this. On the left, you'll find a graph of deaths of children every week. And by the way, the highest infant mortality rates in any developed or second world nation are in the US, which happen to be the highest vaccinated population in those compared to all those countries. And if you look at 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019, the death rate stays about the same. It goes up and down a little bit, but from month to month to month to month, it's actually week to week, you'll find that it's exactly the same. But something happened in the 4th month of 2020. Can you see it? Something happened that caused the death rate in infants to drop significantly for the first time. What do you think it was? They were locked down. The kids stopped getting their wellness visits at pediatricians and stopped getting their vaccines. And they stopped dying because of it. You see what I'm saying? Guys, this isn't a joke. This is life or death. Life or death. I mean, a couple of months ago, Secretary Kennedy was he was at a Senate hearing, and he was getting abused in the hearing, and I was with my buddy, and we were watching it, and he texted him afterwards and said, hey, you crushed it, you did a great job, because he answered it well, answered questions well, even though it was like, as if, just so unfair, this system, the way it's set up, and embarrassing, actually, degrading. But we said, hey, you did great, you actually crushed it, we're so proud of you, all this kind of stuff. And you know what he responded? He responded, Ephesians 6:12. That's it. He didn't say anything else. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. But does it surprise me that this is where we're at today? It doesn't surprise me one bit, because 400 years ago, we said we're separating the spiritual and we're separating the physical. And the science went physical, and then it was man's wisdom. And man has faults and wants to control and predict, to the point where they controlled and predict a whole population that's supposed to be free. That is not free. You see what I'm saying? And so what is the solution? And what is happening today? The solution is to reunite and reconnect man the physical and man the spiritual. To say we are not one-dimensional. We are multi-dimensional. We have mind, body, and spirit. To reconnect God in our lives, because through him, all things are possible, not some of the things, all things. And we can heal from all diseases. All diseases, as long as we find the cure, remove the cure, and allow God's healing power to flow through us from above down and inside out. That is the solution. So I challenge you today, I challenge you to say, I'm done with this. I'm firing my doctor. I'm going to find somebody who thinks this way. I'm going to find the cause of issues, not mask them with drugs anymore. And by the way, I'm going to take radical responsibility for my own health. I'm going to lose the extra 10 pounds. I'm going to get off the cholesterol medications. I'm stopping the flu shots. And I'm going to get off the Prozac because I know through him all things are possible. And that is the answer. God bless you, everybody. Thank you.
Dr. Joel Bohemier. Okay, so before we come into our final speaker here, I want you to know that that QR code is your digital guide. That's the same one that is on your handout. Make sure you have that referenced or you have it on your phone, because when you leave here tonight, you might want to go back, look through, have references of what did I do? What did I see? Where can I get the notes? Where can I get some of the video? Where can I get the replays? How do I sign up for the encore? How do I get in contact with the Spike protein guys? That's all on that digital guide for you. So we've loaded that into that channel. So just make sure that you have that QR code, or you take home that specific booklet that we handed out to you. A lot of the things that you saw today, the companies are actually offering for today only. So it's for the Freedom Summit only. That stuff will end at midnight tonight. So I want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for being warriors today. Warriors in the time that you have spent here. Absolutely incredible. You guys have been engaged. I've been watching from afar, taking notes, nodding heads, super engaged. That's encouraging to me. It's encouraging going back to Minnesota, knowing that I came down here and we made a difference. Congratulate your guys yourself. Just give your guys yourselves a round of applause. You guys have been absolutely amazing. Amazing.
They had never gotten to an animal trial that worked. Suddenly, we just dumped the animal trials, jumped straight into human trials, and lo and behold, the problems we've seen with coronavirus vaccines are suddenly gone.
On your feet, let's bring it home with Dell Bigtree.
Awesome. Well, I get to close this thing out again. Well, I mean, you know, I'm here near the end. You've been here all day. And frankly, if I could change my PowerPoint, I feel like it was just covered by Joel there. What an amazing talk. I was just in Washington, D.C. on Monday, standing up against, you know, Monsanto and glyphosate out front of the Supreme Court. How many of you guys saw all that happen? It was pretty amazing. Once again, they're trying to give liability protection to pesticides and herbicides being sprayed all over your food. I think it's a huge mistake by Donald Trump, and I let everyone know it. And we're seeing the media shifting around that, and we're able to get the Luna amendment passed, which took that out of the Farm Bill. So now we're going to wait for the Supreme Court. But all that to say, we are in a position now where we actually can make changes. I'm not going to talk about pesticides and herbicides. I'm going to stick to the topic that I know best. But I want to take it from a little bit of a different angle to talk about really what's really going on. I grappled with this title. You know, it was either going to be science versus God or God versus morons. But I decided let's call it science right now, since that's what they're calling it. I'll I want to start with, we keep thinking why? Like, why would it be? What is the motivation for everything we're seeing? COVID made no sense whatsoever. What I would say is there's not a big secret out there. They're telling you very clearly what they believe and what they're up to. So I want to remind you exactly what they're saying. This is the video that came out, maybe it's 3 years old now, from the World Economic Forum. This is prior to COVID. But let's just look at what their dream, and think about this. I didn't make this. This isn't Saturday Night Live. This is every corporation in the world that believes in making the world a better place shows up to the World Economic Forum. They sit in think tanks together and they say, let's work on our message to the world. What we want the world to understand about what we think is important, and it goes like this. You're gonna own nothing and you're gonna be happy. Whatever you want, you're gonna rent it and it'll be delivered by a drone because you're locked in your house. And the US will not be the world's leading superpower. Instead, a handful of countries will dominate. I'll just stop it there. Can you imagine? They thought that was a great sales pitch for America and the world. All right, so when you think they, when we talk about this they, stop making they so incredibly brilliant that they're, insurmountable. They actually think that we want that. And by the way, people are going to lose their homes. I don't know how many of you have watched insurance get jacked through the roof. Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, they own the bank that has your loan. They know if you have a loan, and now all of a sudden your insurance is jacking up. Oh, we don't cover $1 million homes anymore, or things like that. You're gonna have to get something else. And it gets so expensive, if you can't pay it, then the bank is going to charge you 10 times the amount till you find an insurance policy. Trust me, this is all starting to happen. You will rent, you will not own. As though this is a great concept. Now, obviously we're renting from somebody that owns, right? And so let's go on. Now let's talk about once COVID hits, we think it's just a virus sweeping the world at first, and viruses don't have an agenda. But now let's take the head of the World Economic Forum, whose dream is to make sure that everybody rents, America is not in power, and this is what he leads out with, and watch how many people take on this language.
Need for action. I see the need for a great reset.
This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset.
History would look at this crisis as the great opportunity for reset.
We have a unique but rapidly shrinking window of opportunity to reset ourselves on a more sustainable path.
The Great Reset.
It's a great reset.
The Great Reset.
Great Reset. What does the Great Reset look like?
We will build back better from the COVID crisis.
Be radical and to do things differently. To build back better and to build back bolder.
Build back better.
Start to build back in a positive way.
Build it back better.
It's about building this country back better.
You know what Joe Biden will do? Build back better.
Joe Biden calls it build back better.
We can't just build back to what it was before. We have to build back better.
Build back better.
Wow. Build back better. I remember when I first started playing that, it's the first time I've ever seen a presidential candidate using a slogan written by foreign nationals. It was incredible, really, that became his slogan. So how do you build back better? What is going to be the tool with which you build back better? And why do you need to build back better? What is their biggest concern? What is the thing that they're the most obsessed with? Global warming, right? But why is global warming a problem? I love this line, and you've heard it from a lot of people. Bill Gates is going to tell you what the problem is, and he has the solution.
6.8 billion people, that's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
Every one of them is obsessed with population. In fact, this is the thing, not to wax political, but we can't really avoid it. I grew up a progressive Democrat from Boulder, Colorado. You cannot get more Democrat than that. It's the crystal cathedral of liberalism. And, you know, once I started getting to the vaccine issue, at first, people that leave the Democratic Party or walk away, I love that idea, they say, oh, the party left me. I don't say that anymore, actually. And for most of you that are conservatives, we're in Texas. You're probably like, what idiot was ever a Democrat? But I do not actually think the party left us. We just weren't really aware of where it was going. And I will say this, and I've said this to several newspapers lately. You know what the central theme of the Democratic Party is? It's not one they talk about, but we all believed it. My parents still talk like this. My family does. The idea is this: human beings are a disease on this planet. That's what they believe. They hate people. They love nature. Humans are destroying nature. Humans are dangerous to animal life and plant life in the ocean. Humans are going to destroy the planet. We're all going to die because humans are too stupid, and that's why they really love big government. Because stupid, disease-carrying and, diabolical humans on the planet must obviously need to be governed. They can't govern themselves. They can't make good choices for themselves. All of their choices are ruining the earth. And so what is the language we hear all the time? Our biggest problem is overpopulation. Too many people. We're going to suffocate the earth. We're going to run out of resources. And so therefore, we must reduce the population. How many people have heard that actually stated by officials? Reducing the population is a goal. That's a crazy goal, really, if you think about it. And Bill Gates is really clear. Modern medicine and vaccines is the quickest way to get there. Now, I want to be clear. I don't think what they mean necessarily is that, I'm not going to tell you I think the COVID vaccine was designed to kill people. It does happen to be really good at killing people, but I'll just go ahead and assume that's accidental. But if you want to control a population, and if you want to reduce it, let's just get in their headspace, because this is what I do as a journalist. Right? I was also a Hollywood writer before I got into journalism, so part of my job was you have to write for the bad guy, right? You write the good guy and the bad guy. If you write, a paper-thin bad guy, it's a terrible screenplay. So let's imagine, if you will, you were running a major nation, America, Germany, Russia, Japan. Let's be honest. Somewhere out in the future, let's just vibe with this, we could run out of resources. I mean, there must be some point that if we, keep growing, we run out of resources. So it's an honest conversation. I mean, it may not happen for another several centuries, but, we should probably make people feel like it's happening right now, right? But if you really start to believe this, we need to reduce population, you need a humane way to do that, right? What are we going to do? We're going to just drag out ovens and just start killing people? I mean, Hitler gave that a bad name, so we can't do that again. You need some way that you can reduce the population that would go unnoticed, where you could be selective. Because if you're going to control your population, why keep all the stupid people, right? Why keep all the people that maybe are lazy and don't work? You want to hold on to the best of the best. It's like a corporation. Let's keep the best. Let's get rid of the rest. So imagine, and this is really what I think is going on. Imagine you have a product, you have this thing that everyone's doing without asking questions. They're walking their kids in, they're just handing over without a question. 2 shots on day 1, 6 more shots 3 months in, 10 more shots at 12 months old. And as it goes, a year, it keeps going. And then They need them as teenagers. Oh, and by the way, elderly people, you need a flu shot. You need, a shingles vaccine. And it just goes on. And we all just kind of line up. Never, ever ask the damn question, just like obviously this is good for me. And we're being injected. Let me ask you this. How hard would it be to give you a different set of injections than you? And remember what they were really addicted to, right? Was the idea of a QR code on your phone, a vaccine passport. This whole thing was, you're going to need a code in order to move through society. You want to get on a plane? Let us see your code. Have you been vaccinated? Have you had all your vaccines? Let's see your code because it has all of your information on it. And by the way, I think your driver's license here in Texas, Real ID, it's going to do the same thing, but it'll all be digital. So now you show up, beep, or maybe even have your social credit score on there. What is your credit rating? I mean, are you of any value to our society? Do you know how many times this has been debated by the elites in the world? All the time. Sometimes on video on purpose, like they'll just tell you we want you to rent. Or I love this idea of universal basic income. This is great. Oh no, AI is going to be amazing. None of us are going to have to work. It's going to be fantastic. Yeah, only a couple of elites that own all the AIs, they'll do all the work making sure the AIs do the work, but we're just going to pay you to stay alive. Just stay home, play some video games, smoke some weed. You need more food stamps? Call us. In fact, every year the rich are going to get together and vote to give you a raise for doing nothing. It's going to be amazing. Are we absolutely out of our minds? I mean, Elon Musk is telling you it's going to be a better world. There's no way. When have the rich ever given money to the people that don't work? It's literally the end of the world. And who are the first people we need to get rid of? I mean, look, if you ask me, I don't think we need the people playing video games and smoking weed either. I'm kidding. But that's what's going on here, right? So how about when you get up for your vaccines? Oh, good credit score, owns 2 homes. Oh, even has a house in Mexico. Great, here you go, here's your set of vaccines. I feel fantastic. The next person, oh, you're on food stamps. You're at home smoking weed. Oh, great. All of a sudden, don't know why, certain neighborhoods, fertility issues, don't know what's going on. If you think I'm making this up, we do this for the deer population right now. We vaccinate deer to reduce the population. And Bill Gates got caught in Kenya vaccinating women. Very interesting story. A bunch of missionaries thought it was curious that only the women needed vaccines for tetanus. Why aren't you vaccinating the men? Don't they get tetanus too? And why do they need multiple shots? So a couple of the missionaries, went way outside of what they've been trained to do and stole some vaccines and snuck them out of the country and got into 3 different laboratories that all confirmed, what does the vaccine do? It sterilizes you. So this is how these people think. I think this is what they're up to. And then it goes a step further. I love this guy. There's a lot of people that hate Yuval Noah Harari. I wish they would put him on television every single day because this guy makes my job so easy. But again, World Economic Forum, he's one of their favorite speakers, and they send him out to tell you exactly what they're up to. So listen, take his word for it.
It's critical because this is what convinces people to accept, to legitimize total biometric surveillance. If we want to stop this epidemic, we need not just to monitor people, we need to monitor what's happening under their skin.
What we have seen so far, it's corporations and governments collecting data about where we go, who we meet, what movies we watch. The next phase is the surveillance going under our skin. We're now seeing mass surveillance systems established even in democratic countries, which previously rejected them. And we also see a change in the nature of surveillance. Previously, surveillance was mainly above the skin. Now it's going under the skin.
Governments want to know not just where we go or who we meet. Above all, they want to know what is happening under our skin. What's our body temperature? What's our blood pressure? What is our medical condition? Now humans are developing even bigger powers than ever before. We are really acquiring divine powers of creation and destruction. We are really upgrading humans into gods. We are acquiring, for instance, the power to re-engineer life. I know that in recent years, we saw populist politicians undermining deliberately the trust that people have in important institutions like universities, like respectable media outlets. These populist politicians told people that, say, scientists are this small elite disconnected from the real people. I mean, all this story about Jesus rising from the dead and being the Son of God, this is fake news. Humans are now hackable animals. You know, the whole idea that humans have, you know, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over.
Please listen to them. By the way, Europe has already fallen to this whole system. Most of the world. The United States of America, I was saying it the other day, you know, a couple months ago, I was at Abby Rockefeller's farm. She would know, she grew up in a family that was pretty twisted. She's an organic farmer now, but I said, America is the only one that's holding off this global takeover of people that no longer believe in God. They are the gods. And she said, well, that's not true. It's not just America. I was like, oh, who else? She's like, well, Russia. And I think that's an interesting point. But do you realize we're hanging by a balance? We are so razor thin close to the destruction of everything that the United States of America stands for. We went through COVID and we were shocked, I think most of us, how quickly our rights just evaporated overnight. How was it that I could not assemble in a street? Isn't that a right? That my government could tell me whether I could work or not, whether I could travel or not, whether I could go to a park. Remember the guy swimming in the ocean with his, you know, by himself, arrested? That happened here in the United States of America. And look, I know we all want to put that in our rearview mirror and say, oh, well, I mean, that was a really crazy time. A lot of people in the room that has been speaking to you today were some of the warriors that beat that back. And of course, many of you stood up, and we don't have a vaccine passport on our phone. We won the battle for the moment. But let's remember, they owned everybody, right? When the World Economic Forum said, we want to surveil you under your skin, we want to control your body, we want to be in charge of population, the President of the United States, representing the freest nation in the world, had this to say about our freedom.
This is not about freedom or personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you. So tonight, I'm announcing that the Department of Labor is developing an emergency rule to require all employers with 100 or more employees that together employ over 80 million workers to ensure their workforces are fully vaccinated.
I hate to take you through it again, but we are maybe an election away from another one of these. And then what happens? Did we build enough infrastructure? What were we doing during this period that we have? Maybe we get lucky. Maybe we get 4 more years with someone that actually believes in your First Amendment right to speak. This guy didn't. Maybe someone like Donald Trump, maybe they love making vaccines, want to warp speed it, would at least give you the choice. We could get lucky. get 4 more years. But truth is, 2 years, 2.5 years from now, we could be right back into a place that told you we're going to end misinformation, meaning our information is the only information you get. This is your reality because we have all the power, and by the way, the rest of the world is already in on this, so we're just going to join them. It is so utterly close. For those of you who know, I was Robert Kennedy Jr.'s director of communications. I ran him for president because he was so diametrically opposed to this. And we got him all the way into HHS secretary, an absolute miracle. I was lucky enough to be standing in the Oval Office when he put his hand on that Bible. And I would say I think he's been the most effective HHS secretary of my lifetime. So effective, in fact, that he's done more in just about a year and a half, than every HHS secretary in my lifetime. You know how many years we knew that there was heavy metal in baby food and formulas? I reported on that at CBS when I worked on the doctors 11, 12 years ago. All the HHS secretaries for Bobby never did anything about it. How long do they know there was petroleum dyes that were causing endocrine disruption and cancer? 20, 30 years. The list goes on and on and on. The one space, though, look at it, how many things he's done, but the one space he made a change in reducing our vaccine program from 56 shots down to, maybe it's 54, down to 26 shots. That one they take to court. That one the American Academy of Pediatrics cannot let it stand. Not because they care about pediatricians, because they're funded by pharma. Because what did he do? You realize what he did? What he said was, we're going to look at peer nations' vaccine programs. If the science is settled, why don't we go with someone else's settled science? Because Denmark and Germany are settled on a different number of vaccines, and vaccines are important. Do they have polio outbreaks that we hear about, we're supposed to be terrified about? Where's the big smallpox outbreak in Germany or Denmark? It makes perfect sense. And by the way, their health outcomes are so much better than ours. We are the sickest nation in the industrialized world. And he didn't erase those other vaccines, about 7 of them. I think it's 17 diseases reduced down to like 10 that we're vaccinating for. With the 7, he said, look, these should just be shared decision-making. This should be a decision between you and your doctor. We'll still insure it. Medicaid will still pay for it. It's still there. Now, the news won't tell you that. Robert Kennedy Jr. just erased 7 vaccines. No, he didn't. He said, talk to your doctor. And think about this. The American Academy of Pediatrics, it's a trade organization. It represents pediatricians. They go to court and say, we don't want our pediatricians having any conversations with their patients. We don't want them to make decisions about vaccinations. We would rather bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. mandate and force our pediatricians to give these products to those children. That is our position representing pediatricians. That's how much they trust pediatricians. Stanley Plotkin. This is the godfather of the entire vaccine program. He was, trained under Jonas Salk at the Salk Institute. He's involved in your polio vaccines and everything after. This book, Plotkin's Vaccines, is called The Bible on Vaccinations. It is literally, there's no one bigger than this guy when it comes to vaccines. My nonprofit, the Informed Consent Action Network, got really lucky when a mom called us and said, I've been through a divorce. We didn't vaccinate my daughter, but now my husband wants to vaccinate. And as a key witness against me, they're bringing in this guy, Stanley Plotkin, the most powerful guy in vaccines. Probably because the case was getting some attention up in Detroit. it was like manna from heaven for us. I called Aaron Siri. We were pretty early on in the work that we were doing. And I said, Aaron, there's a case up in Michigan that is going to have Stanley Plotkin, as a witness. And he said, get me in touch with those attorneys. He talked to them and said, can I do a deposition? Can I get a deposition before he gets on the stand? They said, sure, we can set that up. And Aaron Siri ended up doing a 9-hour deposition with Stanley Plotkin. If you haven't seen these videos, go to our website at thehighwire.com and you can be blown away. But this is just one of them. Again, what is the philosophy of the people that want to control our world? What is the philosophy of the guy that created your childhood vaccine program? This is just one of the questions in this deposition.
In your work related to vaccines, how many fetuses have been part of that work?
My own personal work, 2.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked Plaintiff's Exhibit 41. Okay. Are you familiar with this article, Dr. Plotkin?
Yes.
Okay. Are you listed as an author on this article?
Yes.
Okay. This study took place at the Wistar Institute, correct?
Yes.
You were at the Wistar Institute, correct?
Yes.
How many fetuses were used in the study described in this article?
Yeah, 76.
76.
Mm-hmm.
And these fetuses were all 3 months or older when aborted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these were all normally developed fetuses, correct?
Yes.
What organs did you harvest from these fetuses?
Well, I didn't personally harvest any, but a whole range of tissues were harvested by co-workers.
Okay. And these pieces were then cut up into little pieces, right?
Yes.
And they were cultured?
Yes.
Okay. Some of the pieces of the fetuses were pituitary gland that were chopped up into pieces to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Included the lung of the fetuses?
Yes.
Okay. Included the skin?
Yes.
Kidney?
Yes.
Spleen?
Yes.
Heart?
Yes.
Okay. And tongue?
I don't recall, but yeah, probably yes.
Are you aware that one of the objections to vaccination by the plaintiff in this case is the inclusion of aborted fetal tissue in the development of vaccines and the fact that it's actually part of the ingredients of vaccines?
Yeah, I'm aware of those objections. The Catholic Church has actually issued a document on that which says that individuals who need the vaccine should receive the vaccines regardless of the fact, and that I think it implies that I am the individual who will go to hell because of the use of aborted tissues, which I am glad to do.
Okay. You've said that, quote, vaccination is always under attack by religious zealots who believe that the will of God includes death and disease?
Yes.
You stand by that statement?
I absolutely do.
Okay. Are you an atheist?
Yes.
Okay.
I know a lot of you probably have seen most of this talk. I give it all the time. But I really need it to sink in. We have some sense, I know this is what the churches did during COVID, that God has inspired these doctors to make vaccines for our children. But this guy doesn't believe in God. This guy is God. Bill Gates does not believe in God. Bill Gates is God. So I'd like you to explain to me, any minister in this world, how God inspires people that believe they are God. Now, sure, it comes from an altruistic place. I don't think they're setting out saying, oh, I want to kill your kids. What they're saying is the only way our species survives is if you listen to me. Because I know everything. Your body was not made correctly. This is why most of the work we do is about fighting for religious exemptions, and we won in Mississippi with Aaron Siri just 2 years ago. You've already seen this slide, but let's talk about the first story ever told. Here's the story of man. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them, male and female, he created them. He didn't make them like good. God made people pretty good. God made people really cool. God made people strong. No, God made man in his own image. I don't think any of us can wrap our heads around the size of what that must actually mean. And as the story goes, Adam and Eve, given everything. We're given everything. Perfectly clean running water. Dominion over animals, fruits, vegetables. Imagine, I mean, we've all tried to imagine it. Who would mess that up? Who would walk away from perfection? Why would you? And it's just really, it's not even 10 commandments. They didn't even have 10 commandments they had to follow. They just had one. Do not eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, or you shall surely die. Really simple, right? I mean, that's as simple as it gets. I mean, it's a little confusing as a kid. My dad was a minister, which is why I get into this sometimes. But I say, Dad, don't I want to know what's good and bad? Oh, yeah, we're teaching you right and wrong. But this is bigger. This is bigger. This is about knowledge. This is about believing you have knowledge like God, or greater than God, or in Stanley Plotkin's position, you are God, or Bill Gates, if I do not block out the sun, we could all get so warm down here, we're gonna die. I mean, it's absolutely batshit crazy, okay? God, my dad would say, knows how many hairs are on everyone's head. Let me take it a step further. God knows you have millions of bacteria and viruses crawling on your hands right now. But you're not going to think about that when you go into the bathroom and you just hit that soap, antibacterial soap. I'm just going to wipe it out without even thinking twice, what am I doing? You have millions and billions of bacteria and viruses teeming in your stomach right now, especially if you're healthy. Can you imagine if we ever got to a point where we're so arrogant that we thought, oh, we could kill one of those millions of bacteria and viruses. In fact, I should win a Nobel Prize for killing one virus of the million that are in my stomach. Woo! Oh my God, genius. But not consider it all. What is going to happen to this beautiful dance of all of nature, of all of the bacteria, all of the microbes? What happens if we start removing one or the other? We take away the competition. Or as Joel so perfectly put it, we create so much fear, you wage war on the balance in your environment, on your hands, in your body. So God leaves Adam and Eve. Leaves them some time. They only have one rule. They should do pretty good. But then he comes back. As the story goes, he can't even find them. Like, Adam, Eve, where are you? Suddenly they peek out, and they're wearing masks. What the hell are you doing? Well, we got afraid of the air. We were afraid of the air. And they're like mainlining. They're behind a tree. They're mainlining vaccines, bacteria, and viruses, and measles, and hepatitis B. And they just can't get enough. What are you doing? Who told you you needed all of those things to live on this planet? Simply put, who told you you were naked? Who told you you were alone? Who told you you weren't perfect? Is that a mistake? That's really weird, isn't it? They're telling you. They're not lying to you. But we have been asleep. This is the latest hit piece on me by The Atlantic. I love this headline. I genuinely am upset that your kids are vaccinated. Dell Bigtree, a longtime ally of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., isn't just anti-vaccine, he's pro-infection. If you've known me for some time, you'd have to know I was like, oh, I got this fish, I got this guy. He's gonna write all about this. I knew it the second it came out of my mouth. Yeah, I want my kids to catch polio. What? Did you mean to say that? Well, let me say it again. I have no problem with my kids catching polio. I know even you in this room are like, whoa, what? Because you've never looked at the numbers. You don't know what the numbers are, especially if you're not like gargling DDT. Infinitesimal amounts of injury, and that's what this is really about. They have learned to make you personalize tiny, almost non-existent risks, but make you believe you are going to be one of those people. It was said so brilliantly before me. We are going to make you afraid from the moment you enter this earth. We already have your mom afraid that your body cannot survive. You in this world, you are not created in the image and likeness of God. You are about to die every second you are here as long as you get too far away from pharma. We gotta save you. You need a vaccine. You need a drug. That's the only way you're going to survive. So let me just lay out the actual science behind just a couple of these. Tdap vaccine, tetanus, diphtheria, acellular pertussis. Our nonprofit sued for false advertising on this ad. I don't know how many of you remember it. It's a few years old. Basically, the gist is if grandma and grandpa visit the brand new baby and they haven't been vaccinated, it starts out with grandma, and then you look in the mirror and it's really the big bad wolf. Very effective advertising. How many people in this room have a kid that said, Mom, Dad, you can't visit my baby if you don't get the diphtheria? Can't have pertussis in the house, right? Every pediatrician's telling them to keep the grandparents away. Let's tear the family apart. But what's amazing about this, and what we ended up saying in the courtroom, is that pertussis doesn't stop transmission. This was a hard argument, by the way. We started, I think, 6 or 7 years ago. It didn't make sense to anyone. Now you get it. COVID taught us this, that you can have a vaccine that maybe limits your disease expression, right? You don't get the symptoms, but you still carry the disease. You're still infected with the disease. They celebrated that with COVID, it has the same problem this does. Well, we essentially said, and just think about this for a minute, this vaccine, all it does is remove your symptoms. Okay, great. I mean, who wants to have a whooping cough at, 55 years old or 60 or any of us, really? So you can remove my cough. Yeah, you won't ever have the cough again. Well, that sounds great. Only one problem. That cough is the only way you know you have pertussis. It's the only way. That's the only alarm you have to know I have whooping cough. So let me ask you this. If there's a new baby in the family, is it smartest to give a product to everyone around your family that the only thing it does is wipe out their alarm, doesn't take away the disease? Now they're going to come and just love up on your baby. Oh, it's so beautiful. I feel great too, by the way. Having no idea they're carrying pertussis. We're going to win this case, by the way. It's getting really close. You haven't seen this ad. They pulled the ad immediately. They've been fighting beyond that, but they pulled the ad immediately because we were right. This is the dumbest idea in the world. But just so that you don't take my word for it, I'm a journalist, right? Let me make this clear, because people say, he's not a doctor. That article says he's not a doctor. He's never been to medical school. Absolutely right. I've never been to medical school. I don't want you to think that I have. I'm only a journalist. I only read and I listen to people and what they say. And I don't make it up. I play it for you. I show you what they write. Here's a good one. Boston University School of Public Health. The resurgence of whooping cough actually may be because of the vaccine's inability to prevent infections. Not the resurgence of whooping cough is because of the unvaccinated. That's what the news always tells us. It's the unvaccinated the reason we're having a whooping cough outbreak right now. But look what it goes on to say. I love this paragraph. This basically sums up all of the intelligence of science as we know it, and why I was going to call it God versus morons. This disease is back because we didn't really understand how our immune defenses against whooping cough worked. Just take that sentence in. We don't even understand how this disease works at all. We think we're God. We're going to inject everybody, but we don't even know how whooping cough worked. And on top of that, we did not understand how the vaccines needed to work to prevent it, said Christopher J. Gill, Associate Professor of Global Health and lead author of the article. Instead of knowing, instead of science, as we've been told, we layered assumptions upon assumptions and now find ourselves in the uncomfortable position of admitting that we may have made some crucial errors. This is definitely not where we thought we'd be in 2017. 2017. Did anyone hear them pull this vaccine from the market? I didn't. I still hear the news saying it's the unvaccinated the reason there's a whooping cough outbreak. But think about it. If every kid that's been vaccinated, like almost all of them, can carry this, then how are you ever going to have herd immunity? But it gets worse. Oxford, Journal of the Pediatric Infectious Disease Society, the 112-year odyssey of pertussis and pertussis vaccines, mistakes made and implications for the future. Because of linked epitope suppression, all children who were primed by DTaP vaccines will be more susceptible to pertussis throughout their lifetimes, and there is no easy way to decrease this increased lifetime susceptibility. That's science. That is when they make fun of you. Oh, you're one of those religious freaks that doesn't believe in vaccines. No, I don't believe in priming my child so they get sick every time an illness comes around, because the unvaccinated, they're going to catch this thing once and they'll be sick. No doubt about it. They'll have a cough. It'll suck. But when it's over, they will never have it again. And I argued with the Atlantic journalist because he kept trying to say, essentially, my kids, because they're unvaccinated, I'm very open about that they're a risk. I said, really? And I sent him these articles. Like, you aware of pertussis? You know COVID doesn't stop transmission. You know that the polio vaccine doesn't stop transmission? Wrap your head around that. I said, so right here to this journalist, let's say we have 17 viruses and bacteria that our kids can spread. My kids will catch every one of those one time, or may never even come in contact with it and never have it. It's random selection, right? But let's say they get all 17 and they're sick for 2 weeks. So for 34 weeks of my children's lives, they can spread disease. This is really rough, crude math, but for 34 weeks, all right? Now, odds are my kid's coughing because they have whooping cough. So for at least the majority of those 2 weeks, they're not even around anybody. So I'm pretty sure I could cut those 34 weeks into 17 weeks because they look like crap and I kept them home. Not your kids. Your kids are running around thinking they're healthy, getting everyone sick. And what this is saying is every time your kid comes in contact with whooping cough, they're gonna catch it again because we messed up your system. We messed with that balance of viruses and bacteria, and now you are screwed. You are primed the wrong way. And so for 80 years of your kid's life, for 2 weeks every year, for 80 years, 160 weeks, your kid is spreading this disease, and that's just one of them. Do not tell me the the unvaccinated are putting at risk. You are creating asymptomatic disease-spreading monsters. Sorry. I love kids, and they're not monsters. Let me take that back. I'm sure that's going to make an article somewhere, but you get the point. The unvaccinated kids are the healthiest out there in the world, and we've proved it so many times. All right, let's show how I get myself in the middle of measles outbreaks. Let's take measles on for a second. New York anti-vaccine event attracts vaccine protests amid measles outbreak. That journalist right there is saying, you know that this outbreak is your fault. So really, in fact, they do this to Bobby all the time. This was back during the Rockland County outbreak before COVID. It must have been 2019, I think, 18. And I'm saying, wow, well, thank you for imbuing me with that much power that I spread measles to thousands of people in New York. But if you look at the data, most of these people are adults. Half of them are adults. So they decided to not vaccinate a long time ago. And then most of the kids that are getting it are 4 or 5 years old. I've only been at this for 2 years, but I get your point. But again, is measles blocking the virus? Is it a sterilizing vaccine? Most of the science shows only for maybe a year or two, then it wanes, and then the same thing. They're all carrying disease. This vaccine is not creating herd immunity. It's creating an illusion of health. But here's the part that got the Atlantic paper, to write, he's pro-infection. I am pro-infection, and here's why. Here's the actual stats. You saw some of this in the previous talk. This is the CDC, essentially, vital records back in 1961, before there was ever a vaccine. And you will see that in 1960, 0.2 per 100,000 people died of measles. It was a Brady Bunch episode. It's why they had a laugh track. It was basically 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 500,000 as a population. So just so you understand this math, in the entire country, 1 in 500,000 would die. If you got infected, it's believed it was about 1 in 10,000 was the death rate. right there. There's about 500 cases per year. And again, they will say, but children died and you don't seem to care about that. The Atlantic said that. You don't care about those 500 people? Oh no, I think it's tragic. I mean, they were probably immune suppressed in some way, but no one wants to see 500 kids die. But I don't think my kids are gonna be one of those 500, that's all that I'm saying. And let's be honest, lightning strikes 1,000 people every year in America. So, we wouldn't have to vaccinate for this, but I can be 100% effective at making sure this never happens to you, and it could. It could. In fact, this is a higher risk than measles. And the only way I can make sure 100% of the time you will not get it, lock yourself in your house the rest of your life. Now, you wouldn't do that, but if I could make you think you're at danger, 100% reduction in everybody that locked themselves in their house. Or if they had a vaccine, a lot easier, right? That doesn't sound... So if we inject you 100% reduction in lightning strikes, this is what they do. And that has a higher rate. Your overall risk, just to really scare you, is just 1 in 15,300 for you to be struck in your lifetime. But here's what they don't want to tell you. They want you to think about the 500 that died back in 1960, because we've eradicated that. That doesn't happen anymore. Febrile infections, childhood diseases, these are all peer-reviewed studies. Disease in the history of cancer patients and matched controls. A case control study of carcinoma of the ovaries. Acute infections, the means of cancer prevention, opposing effects to chronic infections. And do childhood diseases affect non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and Hodgkin's lymphoma risk? A case control study from northern and southern Italy. Look at this. If you had measles as a child, vaccines don't do this. If you had measles as a child, then your risk for non-Hodgkin lymphoma is down to 60%. A 40% reduction in non-Hodgkin's lymphoma just from having measles. A 70% reduction in Hodgkin's lymphoma if you were allowed to get measles as a kid. Let's just take that number, shall we? That's roughly, 40%. So 8,000 people were just saved this year by not giving you a measles vaccine to protect 500. That's math. That was supposed to be what science tells us. It gets better. Hodgkin's lymphoma, that's cut by 60%. So there's another 500. That just evened it out right there all by itself. Ovarian cancer, 50% reduction in ovarian cancer if you had measles when you were a little girl. Can you imagine that? Oh, but they got drugs for you now. They got ways to drug you for ovarian cancer. We can cut it out and we can burn it out, but you never would have needed it if they just let you have the damn measles. That would have saved 7,000 people right there. Association of measles and mumps. Now, if you get two diseases as a kid with cardiovascular disease, look at this. Those with both infections had an 80% incidence, so a 20% reduction for total cardiovascular disease. For myocardial infarction, heart attacks, it's a 17% reduction. And for fatal stroke. So let me get this straight, 20% reduction in heart disease. That kills just about 1,941,652 in 2022. 1 million people, and we could have cut that by 20%. I just saved 200,000 people this year by letting your kids catch measles and mumps. And you want to tell me how you saved 500. You are nowhere near God. You are so far from being as intelligent as God. You are an embarrassment to God. And you are a danger to humanity. And this has got to stop. immediately. They're freaking out because Robert Kennedy Jr. wants to delay a hepatitis B vaccine from day one old babies, a disease you can only catch if you're sleeping with prostitutes or sharing heroin needles. It's a sexually transmitted disease that we inject by mandate into our babies on their first day of life. This is why I say pharma and that snake wrapped around that pole is the most powerful religion in this world today. Because most of us just did this. You see, they have their own original sin. Your baby, just as I told you, the Democrats believe is a disease, is dangerous to all of its friends. It's dangerous to its grandparents. It's apparently dangerous to prostitutes and heroin users too. Why on earth do we need to have our babies? And just think about this. Okay, it has immunity. How many babies, if they're raised properly, are ever going to sleep with prostitutes? Are ever going to use heroin needles? And imagine this. What is the energy of that? What is the energy? Why do we want the babies, our babies born into God, to have immunity, to have a countenance where has dealt with sexually transmitted diseases it was never going to come in contact with? They are defiling our baby on the very first day it's alive. Hello. Welcome to God's earth. Take your first gasp of air, and here comes your first sexually transmitted disease. If you think any of this is okay, if you think you can forgive your pediatrician or your OB for doing this, pray, please pray. Because at the same time, this is our headline. U.S. has the highest first-day infant mortality of the industrialized world. We have more babies die on that day when we give them a sexually transmitted disease they never needed, and nobody cares. In fact, if Robert Kennedy Jr. says, this is absolutely batshit crazy, the papers say, Kennedy's crazy. Do we not have the best hospitals in the world? Do we not have the best doctors in the world? This is the United States of America. Why are more babies dying here than everywhere else? You know what the stat is? 50% more babies die on day one than all of the other industrialized nations combined. Please never bow down to that white lab coat ever again. This is unacceptable. Oh, but they did the science, right? They did the science. You can do this, and I want you to go home. Type in licensed vaccines in America or FDA licensed vaccines, and this page pops up, and it'll have a list of all the vaccines that you give your kids. Let's pick Recombavax. There's two we give our kids, Recombavax HB and Endurex B. See that little line that says package insert? See, that's the warning label that showed up in the box with the vaccine that your doctor never showed you. If it's a drug, they got to show it to you. If it's a drug, they got to talk about it for like 5 minutes in the commercial. But if it's a vaccine, they don't have to say anything. But we're going to look at it for a second. And especially every time, go to 6.1. This is the clinical trials that were relied upon to establish safety. Let's read the second paragraph, shall we? Because this is science. This isn't a religion. This is the smart guys. This is the smart people. Remember COVID? Trust the expert, you're smart. Do your own reading, you're stupid. Remember that? Don't do your own reading. Don't educate yourself. Stupid people do that. Smart people just trust the science. Well, let's trust it, shall we? In 3 clinical studies, 434 total doses of Recombavax were administered to 147 healthy infants and children up to 10 years of age. Okay, let's just stop right there. The fate of every one-day-old baby in the world is hanging in the balance of a study of 147 kids. And let's be honest, the pharmaceutical industry is doing its own trial. FDA doesn't do it. They just show up and tell you how well it went. So many of you are entrepreneurs. If no one's looking at your product or they're not looking at how you're doing the trial, let's just be honest with ourselves for a second. Can we just be a little pessimistic? How many of those 147 children were 1 day old, do you think? How many do you think they risked, like a fragile 1 day old baby? And how many were probably more like this tall, 10 years old? Probably most of them. I know, I'm out on a limb, I don't like to speculate, but I know human beings. So 147 teenagers were given Recombavax, and we monitored them for 5 days after each dose. Grandpa's Viagra had a 10-year safety trial. Engerix B, Eliquis and other drugs have a 6-year safety trial. When we think about cancer drugs, a right to try, there have been people that are stage 4 cancer. They're dying. They say to, Patrick Soon-Shiong, I want to get into your trial. And they say, I'm sorry, we're in the middle of a safety trial right now. It's going to be 5 more years before we determine that this product is safe. I don't care about safety. I'm going to be dead in 5 weeks. I'll do anything. Let me try it. This is how important safety is to the FDA. We will let you die of cancer before you risk a new cancer drug that we don't know how safe it is. 5 years. But when it comes to your perfectly healthy, 1 day old baby, we thought that only needed not 5 years, not 5 months, not 5 weeks, 5 days. And no placebo group. So if anyone died, you just say that kid was going to die anyway. You don't have a placebo group to say no one died in the placebo group. The truth is, not a single childhood vaccine was ever tested against a saline placebo prior to licensure. You will read that that is misinformation, but I have already won this in court. I have beat the United States of America. That is a fact. And let's look at some of the side effects that you didn't see written inside of this warning label. All of those above, it goes on and on and on, hypersensitivity, gastrointestinal disorders, but let's just start with nervous system disorders. Guillain-Barré syndrome. That's paralysis. That would have been called polio prior to a polio vaccine. Paralysis from the vaccine. Multiple sclerosis, exacerbation of multiple sclerosis, myelitis, including transverse myelitis, paralysis. They didn't get rid of the iron lung, they're putting you in an iron lung with vaccines. Seizures, febrile seizures, peripheral neuropathy, Bell's palsy, radiculopathy, herpes, migraine, muscle weakness, hypothesia, and my favorite, encephalitis. Does everyone know what that is? Swelling of the baby's brain on day 1 of life. They didn't tell you, they won't tell you, they won't hand you this insert, but they will tell you this. We don't know what's causing autism, but we know it's not vaccines. Wouldn't you love to know how that math works? It's kind of like that pertussis. We didn't really know what the disease did, and we didn't know how the vaccine worked. But we sure acted confident when we forced it on you all the time. It causes encephalitis. It can cause muscle weakness. It can cause paralysis. It can have your skin fall off with Stevens-Johnson syndrome, but it could never cause autism. But what is autism? I had a mom say it very clearly. The vaccine didn't cause my child's autism. The vaccine caused my child's brain to swell with encephalitis. And they screamed bloody murder for 3 days. How many have heard that story? Screaming so loud, never stopped. Didn't know why. I'll tell you why. Their brain is bigger than the skull that they were born with. And then when that swelling finally went down, right before they got the vaccine, they were saying, "I love you, Daddy. I love you, Mommy." But we never heard them say another word again. I've done 1,000 of these interviews.
Hi, how you doing? We have triplets, 2 boys and a girl, Richie, Robbie, and Claire. Every day in our life was a party. Every single day they were smiling and laughing and looking at each other, engaging in each other. On June 25th, 2007, we brought them in for the pneumococcal shot. My daughter still has the mark on her leg from the shot. She was the first one to get it, and she screamed and never really stopped screaming after that. But we continued. We didn't know. We did the boys as well. By noon, Claire shut completely off. It was as if she was blind and deaf, and all she did at that moment was stare at the ceiling fan. So that was at noon. We had the shot at 10 a.m. 2 o'clock, we watched Richie shut off. They lost all their reflexes. I'm an educational audiologist. I actually did the test for the stapedial reflex, which is a little muscle in the middle ear, just to see if a muscle they can't control was still working, and it didn't. The stapedial reflex dampens sound, so your ears don't hurt from a really loud sound, and both of them had no stapedial reflex. They stopped blinking, stopped yawning, stopped coughing, stopped sneezing.
The worst is when we saw the final one shut down. We were told it was genetic, and then we were told by geneticists that there's no possible way 3 children would shut off on the same day. So we had severe autism spectrum disorder for all 3 kids entering kindergarten. We have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to recover them. The only person that we got back is Robbie, the one that was last to shut off. Richie can only say single, maybe 2 words together. Claire is still completely nonverbal, not potty trained, and Robbie is approaching grade level, but severe OCD. So.
What do you do? What's your...
Property management. Let me tell you what a day in our life is. So you got, say, a 6 or 7 or 8 year old child who's not potty trained. And at 2 or 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, they fill their diaper. Well, you assume that's pretty uncomfortable, so they take it off. Pretty soon it's all over them. It's all over the bed. In short order, it's all over me. It's all over her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm snapping at her. She's snapping at me. We're both snapping at the kid, who is the only innocent party in the whole scenario. And the one thing that's conspicuously absent from that scenario is anybody who told you that shot was safe. They're all asleep in their bed. They haven't got a problem in the world.
I can't even imagine. Your first kid turns off right before your eyes. You're watching the other 2. A couple hours later, your second child just suddenly just goes blank. Can you imagine how many prayers were said before that 3rd kid? Please, God, no. Everyone in our government is doing this to our kids. Everyone in our health agencies is doing this to our kids. And I'm done forgiving pediatricians. Too many people know. Too many interviews like this are out there. If you're still recommending vaccines for children, you should be fired and removed from ever touching children ever again. The Atlantic reporter said to me all right, I get it. I agree with you. Polio is super rare. Less than 1 in 10,000 maybe would have gotten paralyzed. I get it. Hepatitis B is super rare, but still, it's got a couple hundred cases every year. Never to a mother that didn't have it, but okay. How do you, though it's possible, how do you not have some fear of the fact that it's possible you could remove that risk? I said, well, I already told you about the benefits. And I walked out to the car. He was at Starbucks, and it hit me. I hadn't thought about it a long time. I went right back in. I said, you know what? I do have a fear. I have a fear of one thing. This is the rate in California. 1 in 12.5 boys. It ain't 1 in 10,000. It's not 1 in 1,000. It's not 1 in 500. It's not 1 in 200. It's not 1 in 100. It's not 1 in 20. It's 1 in 12.5 of our precious boys. And we still can't get anyone to look at this vaccine program. We're going to let them keep saying Robert Kennedy Jr. is crazy to want to take this product that 80% of parents point to when they say what did it. It was right after that vaccine. There is a tidal wave of autism, whether we like it or not, because we didn't listen to Andy Wakefield, who was right. It's a tidal wave. Millions of autism children are about to become adults. Their parents have been taking care of them in their homes, and you can't find an autism center for adults anywhere. This is going to cost us trillions. If we just want to be heartless about it, forget about the carnage of these poor kids. We can't afford another autism patient. It is going to bankrupt our health system. It's going to bankrupt our country. And still, they keep saying, well, it certainly can't be the vaccines. Really? It caused a brain swelling that could result in autism. Or as the other stats, these are our stats when we got 11 vaccines, our chronic illness rate in our children was 12.8%. In the 1980s, when that shot up to the 54 vaccines we're getting now in 2017, 54% of our kids, 76% of Americans is what they're saying, could not pass a test, a health test to get into the military. That is the greatest decline in human health that has ever been recorded. No pediatrician should be allowed to be proud. No HHS secretary should ever say anything about Robert Kennedy Jr. No one at FDA, no one at CDC, because in 40 years, they destroyed the health of our species. And we are dying. Do not eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Do not let Bill Gates inject you with anything. Do not trust human beings that have no humility. And certainly don't trust any that don't believe there's a God. They got the adults too. 1 in 4 think someone they know died of COVID. Here's what it's all about. This is a global summit. I'm almost done. I know I've gone a little bit long. But I want to make sure you never go near one of these things ever again. It will be the stupidest thing you ever did. None of them. Don't come up to me. Are some of them good? None of them. Zero, zilch. They are destroying us. Your body is made perfect. We had herd immunity. No one was dying of measles. 500 is not a real number. No one died of chicken pox. At this meeting of the brightest scientists in the world who actually came together right before COVID to figure out how to stop vaccine hesitancy. This is the video that came out. I did a whole show on this of all the things they admit that you can't believe they admitted because they forgot cameras were rolling. But this is Heidi Larson. She's the head of psychology for the WHO. I want you to listen very carefully. I said, science versus God. God gave us everything. And look, let me be honest. If you have a problem with God and you want to believe in Darwinism, then let me go there too. Since the dawn of man, you have been evolving with viruses and bacteria. They've been around you. They've been teeming on your hands. You are evolving. Nothing can kill you because you're perfectly designed if you want to believe in evolution. I happen to believe you're created in the image and likeness of God, but either way, you are designed to live on this planet. It was all working perfectly, and then listen to what she admits.
I think that one of our biggest challenges is, as Bob said this morning or yesterday, we're in a unique position in human history where we've shifted the human population to vaccine-induced, to dependency on vaccine-induced immunity. And that's on the great assumption that populations would cooperate. And for many years, people lined up. The 6 vaccines, people were there. They saw the reason. We're in a very fragile state now. We have developed a world that is dependent on vaccinations. We don't have a choice but to make that effort.
We took away your balance. We took away true herd immunity, which meant you caught a disease once and you were immune for life. We traded it out for you need to inject yourself for the same virus 1 time, 2 times, 5 times. COVID's at 10 shots. They want 6 MMR vaccines because they don't work. They can't do what God did. It's a flawed product. You're now a carrier. You're walking around in disease. We don't even know what it does to your health that you're walking around pertussis and measles at the same time. You don't even know it because God never designed you that way. You caught it once and you fought it forever. You blocked it. And now the baby boomers, a few of you in this room, are the last generation of true herd immunity. You're the only ones that were immune to this disease. And so our wall of protection is falling, and that's what they're talking about. We have really got a problem on our hands. We took away God's immunity, which was perfect, and we gave it this suboptimal, weak-ass immunity we have to keep trying to upgrade. And guess what? Every time you vaccinate, it lasts shorter and shorter periods of time. It's known by science. They're chasing this thing and they don't know what to do. Polio is in the water system in New York. It's coming back. People say, what about polio? We don't even know the end of that story because you idiots are using a vaccine that is spreading polio all over the Middle East. God versus morons is what is happening. So do whatever you can to tell people, let's at least let Bobby Kennedy investigate. We're fighting in courtrooms, 90 courtrooms around the country right now for religious freedom. Our vaccine case in West Virginia, which we won, has been blocked by appeal. We think that's going to the Supreme Court. I think the issue of vaccines is the most important issue there is, especially as an American. They want to control your body. It appears they want to make you sick and they don't want anyone getting in their way when they do that. And they will fight everybody. They will block Robert Kennedy Jr. as best as they can because they think we're outnumbered. But I found out when I was in Europe, 30% of Europe didn't get the COVID vaccine. 30% of America didn't get the COVID vaccine. In fact, across the world, 30%, we thought we were alone. And nothing against those that did. Those that did, not the 30%, how many got it because they couldn't feed their family if they didn't? They couldn't defend our country if they didn't. They couldn't travel to see loved ones. They couldn't get into a hospital, be by a deathbed if they didn't get it. We are the majority, but we don't know it. They've made us afraid to speak. They've made us embarrassed to speak. I'm a one-issue voter. There's a reason I voted for Donald Trump. And it wasn't vaccines. It was my right to speak. The Democrats decided that ending misinformation was a platform. As intelligent as telling you we want to take your house and make you rent. We don't want America to be a leading power. They will do this again. Health is how they control us if we don't take back our power. And in this country, your power is your voice. Your voice is your right. You have no other right without it. And just like working out, if you don't use it, you will lose it. God. Think about this. We're created in the image and likeness of God. But when Moses asks, "Who am I to say has sent me?" to the children of Israel, he doesn't say God. Doesn't say Jehovah. He says, "Tell them, I am has sent me." It's a really weird statement. I am. So, is it possible that taking God's name in vain is something like that? Can God be sick? Or is taking God's name and saying, "I am afraid of them, they, it, I can't speak, I'll lose my job, I am afraid. Yea, though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we will fear no evil." Because we are created in God's image. We can't say his name without including ourselves. So try it, will you? Will you speak his name? Who is created in the image and likeness of God? Who is created in the image and likeness of God? I am. Who is a being of light ready to change the world? Who knows this is our time and we're going to do something about it? I am, we are, this is it. Act accordingly. Thank you.
Dell Bigtree.
Thank you.
Wow, what an incredible day. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Y'all have been awesome. How was that? Yeah, my Minnesota y'all, yes, coming down to Texas. As you're on your way out, I want you guys to just high five maybe some of our volunteers. They're wearing these awesome red freedom shirts. Just give them an amazing high five. Tell them thank you. Tell the vendors thank you. Lifestyle Christianity, thank you. I do have one last thing that I want to make sure that you guys are aware of. We host this thing. This is my only ask, that you take this and you share this with a friend, with a loved one, with the groups that you're connected with. You take this and you start to implement it into your lives. You start to implement it into your communities. And you start taking action that we've talked about today. It is on you now. We've given you the message. We've given you some marching orders. It's on you to become activated and become instilled in the principles of our health freedoms. Who here wants us to come back next year? Yes? Are you guys committed If we come back, are you guys committed to bringing a friend? Amen. Thank you very much for that. I have one last thing then that I'm going to ask. If my PowerPoint will work. They put up the other PowerPoint already. So I have this. In the Bible, Galatians 6:9, it says, "Let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not what? If we do not give up." Bless you guys. Thank you for being here. Really, really appreciate it. You guys have been amazing. Have an amazing night. Bless you. We'll see you next year.
For God we stand so tall. For country here I call. For U.S.